Administration Legislation Committee into the 2024-25 additional estimates. We begin today by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet. And together we pay respects to elders past and present, and I extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples here today. We have set as a committee the 6th of March as the date by which senators are to submit written questions on notice, and the 24th of March as the date for return of answers to questions taken on notice. Our proceedings today begin with the Office of the Official Secretary to the Governor-General, followed by the Office for Women and Workplace Gender Equality Agency, and then as follows on today's program. Standing Order 26 of the Senate says that our committee must take all evidence in public session, which includes answers to questions on notice. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, you're protected by parliamentary privilege, and that it is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee. Any such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence. The Senate has endorsed the following test of relevance for questions at estimates hearings, which is that any questions going to the operations or financial positions of departments and agencies which are seeking funds in estimates are relevant questions for the purposes of estimates hearings. I remind officers that the Senate has resolved that there are no areas in connection with the expenditure of public funds where any person has discretion to withhold details or explanations from the Parliament or its committees unless the Parliament has expressly provided otherwise. The Senate has resolved also that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy, shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about how and when policies were adopted. Witnesses are reminded of the Senate order specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised, and I incorporate that statement into Hansard. I remind senators of their obligations under the Behaviour Code for Australian parliamentarians, which is to treat witnesses with dignity, courtesy, fairness and respect. An officer called to answer a question for the first time should state their full name and capacity in which they appear. I remind committee members and witnesses who are appearing via video conference and who are not speaking to please mute your microphones. Now, I am welcoming Mr. Gerard Martin, Official Secretary, and other officers of the Office of the Official Secretary to the Governor-General. Good morning, gentlemen. Welcome. Mr. Martin, do you have an opening statement this morning?
I do, Senator. Thank you. Just a short one. It's Gerard Martin, Official Secretary to the Governor-General. Just like to briefly update the committee about the Office of the Official Secretary activities since the last estimates hearing. Firstly, as the committee may be aware, on Wednesday the 19th of February, 4 students were injured while waiting to board a bus outside Government House. The school group had just concluded their school tour of Government House. All 4 students were taken to hospital via ambulance. 3 students were later released that evening. 1 student was reported to be in a critical condition. The office continues to work with the school. Our thoughts and those of the Governor-General are with the student, their friends, family and the wider school community. Since the last estimates, the office has supported the Governor-General undertaking her constitutional duties, including presiding over a further 7 Executive Council meetings and applying royal assent to 63 bills. On the 20th of January 2025, the Governor-General swore in new ministers to the Executive. The details of those appointments were gazetted in line with the provisions of the Ministers of State Act and relevant regulations. The Governor-General has now visited all states and territories and has accepted patronage of 119 organisations to date. Over the current high-risk weather period, the Governor-General has visited the National Emergency Management Agency here in Canberra and received regular briefings around fire and flood-affected communities. She has also visited emergency management agencies in Queensland and recently in Western Australia. The Governor-General has also participated in a number of events to mark Australia Day, her first as Governor-General. This included hosting a reception at Government House for finalists of the 2025 Australian of the Year Awards, attendance at the Australian of the Year Awards, attendance at the National Flag Raising Ceremony, where she led the Australian Citizenship Affirmation, and lastly, hosting a citizenship ceremony at Admiralty House in Sydney. And finally, almost 2 weeks ago, the Governor-General kicked off events to mark the 50th anniversary of the Australian Honours System this year. We'll see a number of initiatives across the year, collaborations and celebrations to mark that occasion. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr Martin, and we want to send our best wishes to the children and families from that unfortunate incident, and I hope everybody is recovering well. I understand it was a tree, is that right? A branch falling or something like that?
Yes, Chair, that's correct. It was a branch fell from a tree just outside the gates of Government House.
What kind of tree was it, do you know?
It's a eucalypt.
Okay. Thank you. I'm very grateful that you've been able to advise the committee of those events today and send our best wishes to those families. We will go to the Coalition's senators. Senator McGrath.
Thank you. Good morning, and thank you for coming along this morning. Have you had any has your office had any contact from the Prime Minister's office in relation to the availability of the Governor-General for when the election will be called?
No, Senator, not to this point.
Okay. Elections are traditionally called on a Sunday in Australia. Where is the Governor-General for the next 2 Sundays?
So the Governor-General has a program of events, and I think that is likely to keep her in Canberra over weekends in the next few weeks.
Okay, so the Governor-General will be able to receive the Prime Minister as traditionally is done at Government House?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, thank you. You mentioned there are 119 organisations that the Governor-General has agreed to be the patron of. Are there still organisations that are waiting to hear back from whether the Governor-General would agree or not agree to be a patron?
Yes, Senator, I think there is a small number that are still going through the process.
How many organisations has the Governor-General refused to be a patron of?
None to date, Senator.
None to date. When Governor-Generals change, do the patronages cease with the new Governor-General?
Yes, they do, Senator, that's right. So patronages are advised towards the end of a Governor-General's term that their patronage will cease and they'll need to reapply.
At the conclusion of the former Governor-General's term, how many organisations was he a patron of?
Look, it was a higher number than the current number that I can take that on notice for you, Senator. It is a higher number, yeah. And that's to be expected over the course of a 5-year term. Quite often more requests come in during the course of a term.
I accept that.
But I think off the top of my head, it was closer to 200.
Okay. And if on notice in relation to your earlier answer, if you could answer the number of organisations that are still waiting to hear back as to their status. I just have been contacted by a couple, and they just, I won't name them now, but if you could do that, please. Thank you.
Of course, and happy to take that on notice. Those are the
questions that I have, Chair.
Thank you, Senator McGrath. Senator Shoebridge.
Well, thanks very much, Chair. It's a bit loud. And thanks for the update, Mr. Martin. I think all of us share the Chair's concerns and are grateful that the prospects for all the families are strong after that terrible accident. Could I ask about the there's said to be an honours backlog. What's the status of the honours backlog?
So, Senator, that's correct. There is a backlog of nominations that are awaiting consideration by the Council for the Order of Australia and other committees, particularly the Council.
It's my understanding this Governor-General inherited that. Could you maybe just have you got any historical numbers for the honours backlog?
So look, that's right, Senator. This has been a problem that has been emerging for some time. It's not least because of the increase in nominations over a period of years, and the resourcing of the office and the council has not changed during that period of time. So that has led to a backlog of nominations to be considered.
Have you got a number?
So as of right now, there's 8,632 nominations still awaiting consideration by council.
All right. And could you take on notice how many there were at the time the current Governor-General assumed office?
I can, Senator, yes.
And do you have an indication of how long it's going to take to clear that backlog, or, for example, how long you expect to take for nomination number 8,632 to get to the top of the pile?
So, Senator, we think that could take up to 3 years for those nominations to flow through. This is a priority for the office to work on reducing those nominations, and we are working closely with the council to look at any manner we can to reduce that backlog.
It's my understanding this backlog's been around for about 5 years. Is that about
right, Senator? Yes.
Yep. Is there any... Well, in what order are nominations received? In what order are nominations dealt with?
So, generally speaking, they're processed in the order that they're received. However, they need to be in a final form. So, in other words, with all the supporting referee documents returned to the office as well, in order for them to be eligible for consideration.
You say generally speaking. Are there any that get priority or any that...
So there've been, in the course of the last few years, 2 streams, essentially. The male nominations and the female nominations. And so each have been selected from their stream in order to ensure that nominations from both groups have been considered for each honours list.
All right, but... and that's to provide some sort of gender equity in terms of the numbers that are being dealt with?
That was the intention, yes, Senator.
Yeah. Well, it's a good intention, and I'm not in any way critical of that. But apart from being set into 2 streams, is there any other priority given to any particular class of nomination? For example, defence honours or...
So no, not as far as the council is concerned. There are some defence honours that go through separate streams, of course, Senator, that don't necessarily have to go through the Council for the Order of Australia process for different award categories. But for awards in the Order of Australia, they are just considered in the...
So could you take on notice what for the different streams, so far as you have any oversight of the time, what the backlog is for the different streams and what the average time between nomination and assessment, or even nomination and award, might actually be maybe both of those.
Yep. Maybe
both of those determinations. I mean, one of the concerns that's been raised with my office is that nominations from, just mums and dads and people across the country seem to take years and years and years, and defence honours, for example, wash through in a matter of months. Do you have any response to those concerns?
I think it's the intention of the office and the council to ensure that all nominations are processed quickly, Senator. I don't think I've got anything else I can tell you about it at this stage.
Well, the intention is good and I support the intention. The question is, what's the outcome?
Yep.
And the outcome seems very differential when people are looking at it.
I'll ask a supplementary question to that. Is there like a cap on how many you want to give out each year that's that is preventing you from clearing a backlog, or is it just the fact that it's the workload and you just don't have time in a year to look at them all, or is there like a cap on how many you want to process in a year, and how do you balance that?
So there are caps on the individual award categories, Senator, but that's not really the problem. The problem is that there are more nominations coming in than the Secretariat and the Council have been able to consider in a timely fashion. So
the effect of a cap is that there are relatively more refusals from an increased number of nominations. That's the effect of the cap, is that right?
Can be, yes, Senator.
Who sets the cap?
Cap's set in the Constitution for the Order.
All right, but perhaps you could provide on notice the caps for the various categories. When were they set?
So I've got my expert colleague, Ms Prendergast, here, who might be able to assist with that question.
Hello, Sharon Prendergast, Director of Honours. So the Constitution was originally written in 1975. I'd have to check to see when changes were made over that period of time, but I understand that they were introduced pretty early on.
All right. Well, if you could just give us that on notice,
yep.
Ms Prendergast, that would be helpful. How many requests have been received for the removal of awards?
So I don't think we've received any requests for the removal of awards that we're currently considering.
Well, requests, correspondence, communications seeking the removal of awards.
So we do receive correspondence from time to time from members of the public around concerns they may have with someone who is a member of the Order. I don't have with me today the number of items of correspondence.
Well, could you provide those details on notice, please, Ms Prendergast? And I'm not asking you to go back forever, but perhaps if you could go back to the date on which the Royal Commission into Institutional Child Sexual Abuse reported its final report. We touched upon this last time, Mr Martin, the requests to remove Orders of Australia from individuals who have been found since their award to have engaged in child sexual abuse. And one person that I raised was Maxwell Arthur Howe, who was had a notorious role in covering up abuse of a pedophile in his school. Can you advise if there has been any further consideration by either your office or the Governor-General, or if you're aware of any further consideration of this in any part of government?
So yes, Senator, I can. So look, as I said to you on the day of the last hearings, this is a very significant matter and one which we're taking seriously. I think we discussed at the last hearings the fact that as the Order of Australia is a living order, once individuals who've received awards have passed away, they're no longer part of the order. But notwithstanding that, I understand the point you're making in particular around the It's an Honour database. So that database is managed by the Department of the Prime Minister and Cabinet. Accordingly, we have been engaging with that department to seek options for addressing the issue that has been raised. And we've met with them quite recently, and we're trying to take that seriously and hope to reach some resolution on that, Senator.
and Mr. Martin, and I've raised it repeatedly. I've raised it because survivors have raised it with me. But I might remind you of what the Royal Commission said. And for your assistance, it's on page 100, paragraph 3 of their final report into institutional child sexual abuse. And they said this: many survivors are concerned about honours or memorials for alleged perpetrators of child sexual abuse, including facilities dedicated to or named after perpetrators. To meet these concerns, governments and institutions should review existing institutional honours, dedications and memorials to make sure they do not honour perpetrators of child sexual abuse. I can only commend to you the words of the Royal Commission and hope that you take those words into your meetings with government. Have you gone back and reviewed those parts of the Royal Commission?
Look, I haven't gone back and specifically reviewed it, but I'm well aware of the issues that were raised in that Royal Commission. And as I said to you, Senator, I'm taking this matter seriously, as is everyone else that I've discussed this with.
Yeah, and just the concerns that I raised about Maxwell Arthur Howe's Order of Australia came to me from a brave survivor called Christopher Stoker, and Christopher's life got turned on its head because of the abuse that he suffered at the school where Mr. Howe was meant to be in charge and protecting him. And he passed away a week after I asked those questions. From an illness that was clearly related to his abuse. He deserved some justice before he died, I think. And I think the thousands of survivors of institutional abuse deserve that justice now. So this isn't an academic question, Mr. Martin. This is about thousands of people across the country who have had their lives damaged by these people and are appalled that our institutions continue to honour them. So I want to pay my respects to Chris and his family here and for their courage in raising it. But he's just an indicator of thousands of others. So it's very real, and I'd ask you to deal with it with some urgency. Will you deal with it with some urgency, Mr. Martin?
Yes, Senator, I will.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Shoebridge. Are there any further questions from the committee? Thank you for your evidence today.
Chair, can I just put one little extra piece of information?
Yes, thank you.
Senator McGrath, I think, asked me about the patronages held by the Hurleys at, pardon me, at the end of their term. So Governor General Hurley held 156, and there was also 35 held separately by Mrs. Hurley and 44 that they held jointly, for a total of 235 at the end of their term. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Martin, Mr. Barnes and Ms. Prendergast. Well, that now brings us to the Office for Women and Workplace Gender Equality Agency, and we will suspend briefly so that the Minister and officials can join us. Welcome Senator the Honourable Katie Gallagher, Minister for Finance, Minister for Women, Minister for the Public Service and Minister for Government Services. Ms Padma Rahman, Executive Director, Office for Women and other officers of the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet. The Honourable Mary Wooldridge, Chief Executive Officer and other officers of the Workplace Gender Equality Agency. And good morning, First Assistant Secretary Megan Leahy. And thank you for your appearance and estimates this morning. May I ask you, Minister, Ms Rahman or Ms Wooldridge, do any of you wish to make an opening statement this morning?
I'm not.
No. I would like to, thanks.
Thank you.
Senator.
Go ahead.
Thank you. And I'd like to update the committee on an answer I provided on notice question 167, WGEA employer reporting in December. Senator Hume's question on notice asked, question 1, for the 2024 reporting period, how many employers would the agency consider to have been relevant employers and therefore required to fulfil reporting obligations? My response was 8,116. Question 2, for the 2024 reporting period, how many relevant employers fulfilled reporting obligations? My response was 7,778. And question 3, how many relevant employers made a partial, incomplete or otherwise unsatisfactory report to the agency during the 2024 reporting period? My response was 338. WGEA has now finalised its work relating to employers who were required to report and their compliance status. And I can now update the committee that for the 2023-24 reporting period, 8,387 employers were determined to be relevant and therefore required to report to WGEA. 7,705 relevant employers fulfilled their reporting obligations, and 682 relevant employers made a partial, incomplete or otherwise unsatisfactory report to the agency during the 2024 reporting period.
Thank you, Ms Wooldridge. We'll now go to questions. Senator Hume.
Thank you, Chair. Can I just clarify on that answer, Ms Woolridge? You said that 7,705 only fulfilled their obligations, but that's less than the original amount. How does that change? I mean, surely you would have worked out how many had actually fulfilled their obligations, and you'd expect the number to increase considering the number of relevant employers increased as well.
So we've made a change to how reporting happens this year to increase the transparency in relation to it. So we always used to count in regards to what is called a submission group. So employers who are part of a corporate group who may have similar policies across subsidiaries that are all relevant employers in their own right could report as one. This year, for the first time, we are counting them as individual relevant employers as well as part of a corporate group. Right. So it's been in that transition to, in some cases, disentangle what would otherwise have been submission groups and aggregated relevant employers, that we've done a very detailed process for the first time to do that disentangling, look through the corporate group structure to be able to come to the final number. So it's been that process right. that has meant that the numbers have shifted a bit.
Okay. All right, terrific, thank you. And thank you very much for responding to my questions on notice so thoroughly in a timely way. I want to follow up on some of those. So you responded specifically to Quans 0203 and 0215, and I want to ask you about currently unfilled roles at WGEA.
Could I just have those numbers again?
Yep,
Senator?
02003 and
yep.
0215. 203 and 215.
Yep. Zero 0203.
So, sorry, are there any unfilled roles currently at WGEA?
Yes, we do have some unfilled roles at WGEA. Some of the positions, and it's an ongoing cycle in relation to some staff leaving and recruiting new staff. In terms of the ongoing cycle, there are a small number that continue to be unfilled.
How many?
I'll have to take that on notice for the exact number that are currently vacant. And with the longer term roles, it's often a question we're determining whether we actually need to fill that position. So we're using our budget for staff, but we have a question about whether we're going to actually fill that position in an ongoing way, or we hold it vacant as we determine the needs of the agency.
That's interesting. So how many of them have been unfilled for more than 90 days?
So I'll take that on notice. In terms of an update, the numbers in regard to the question were obviously as at December. If you're looking for a number as at end of February, I can get you those numbers.
Okay, so there isn't an update between December and now, that even approximate?
I'll need to take that on notice to make sure I'm accurate for you, Senator.
All right. At the start of this financial year, there were 3 roles that had been unfilled for more than 90 days. There was, in question on notice 215, there were some identified there. Are those particular roles still unfilled?
Once again, I'll take the detail to make sure I've got exactly the right people allocated to those positions.
Or if there's anyone else around.
So my advice as of 11th of February, 2 of the positions have not been filled with a decision not to fill those roles.
Right, okay. All right.
And 1 has been filled.
Has WGEA engaged or been engaged by the government with respect to the status of these unfilled roles? Was that your decision, or was it the government's decision?
That's our decision.
That's your decision? You didn't engage with the government on deciding whether to fill them or not fill them?
No.
Thank you. And have any hiring consultants been engaged for the purpose of filling those roles?
No, the decision's been made not to fill those roles. So we have not engaged external support in relation to them.
Okay. Have you reviewed your hiring practices since December at all?
For every position, we assess the job description and its relevance to, if there's a new position vacant. So in terms of the individual positions, a decision is made each time in relation to that. In terms of the broader practices, I think the broad policy is in place as it has been for some time.
Right, okay. All right. At the last estimates, I think we established a preparedness on the part of WGEA to consider employer size in the conduct of its employee feedback surveys after the completion of the next reporting cycle. And you said at the time that it was a trial run, and that's entirely reasonable. In question on notice number 31, WGEA indicated that it selected for industry size and type when it was inviting reporting entities to complete its survey. So I just want to understand better what steps WGEA has taken to ensure that employer size is in fact a consideration for inclusion in the survey for the next survey.
So that survey will be conducted in approximately June, July. The survey hasn't been developed. The focus of my team has been on getting ready for reporting, which starts on 1 April. And we've also concluded public sector reporting in the time since we last met as well. So that, at this point, that hasn't progressed, but it will be progressed in advance of the survey being distributed.
Okay, and is there going to be intentions to be able to disaggregate the employer as well for that survey? Is that, I mean, I know you haven't got to done the work yet, but is that at least front of mind, the ability to disaggregate employer size, by employer size?
So I think, as I said last estimates, happy to factor that into the thinking. But as I say, there hasn't been, that exercise hasn't been undertaken as yet.
All right, well then I suppose what I'd like to see then is if the committee could get an undertaking from WGEA that it will use both employer size as a consideration with respect to the invitations to complete the survey, and as a question within the survey to disaggregate the feedback that WGEA receives by employer size. Can we do that?
So very happy to factor in, and I think that makes sense in terms of the who is asked. We do need to go through that exercise of making sure that employers don't feel they can be identified in the process, so that their feedback can be honest as they're able to provide. Yep. So certainly in terms of the sample selection, and we'll do that work that I've outlined before in terms of thinking about how we can then get that feedback in terms of the results.
Okay, terrific. Question on notice 167 was about requests to take action. And it said that WGEA received 5,075 requests to take action and 10,332 employer support requests, so a total of 15,407 case inquiries for the 2024 reporting cycle. That's nearly double the number of relevant employers. So does WGEA know what proportion of its case inquiries were received from medium-sized employers?
I'm unable to answer that question now, and I can certainly see if that information can be provided to the committee.
Thank you. If you could take that on notice, that would be good. And has WGEA conducted any internal reviews with respect to employer feedback after that survey? So
we seek to improve, as a result of the feedback from employers, our reporting experience each and every year. So, for example, this year, as we get close to the next round of reporting, we've significantly streamlined our questionnaire. We have looked at self-service channels. So some of those numbers that you've quoted are things that the employers need to come to us to ask us to do for them. And if we can enhance some of the self-service, that will save multiple steps in the process. We're also looking at our communication and response channels to be able to be responsive to employers and address their concerns in a way that works for them. So definitely, as a result of the feedback that we've had from employers, both through the survey, but the day-to-day conversations we have with employers through the reporting period, we've got an agenda to improve based on the feedback we've received.
The question on notice that I was referring to, and I probably should have been more specific, is 198, which the response said that between the 1st of July and the 19th of December 2024 that WGEA had conducted no internal reviews. So I suppose I just wanted to understand whether any internal reviews had been considered since that time in light of the response to that question.
Well, I think it probably comes down to the definition of internal review. We see this as our normal business process to get feedback from our employers, to learn from that and then improve our processes.
Okay. I want to ask some questions about office space, the Kent Street office space. Is WGEA and the team satisfied with the office space that you have in Sydney, in the CBD? Kent Street?
We have found that we went through a process a couple of years ago in terms of, at the end of the lease, to look at new space and went through the regular cycle of procurement that happens in regard to the office space, and made a determination at that time, given all the options and the costs and those sorts of things, that the best decision both for the agency and for the the cost to the taxpayer was the decision to stay where we were rather than move, and a refurbishment was undertaken of the space at that time to accommodate the additional staff growth.
Okay. Have you surveyed your staff about how appropriate and fit for purpose that workspace is, I should say?
We've not undertaken a formal survey, no, but we have ongoing consultation with our staff on a range of matters, and during the process of determining the space that we were going to stay in the space and what the space would be looked like in terms of the refurbishment, there was extensive consultation with staff at that time. And in fact, from memory, I think there was a staff committee that were involved in that process of design, structure, what was needed and all of those sorts of things. So staff have been very involved, but that was 2 years ago, not since then.
Right. There's 52 workspaces that are allotted to WGEA that are located at Kent Street. Are all 52 workspaces located at Kent Street?
Yes.
Do consultants that are contracted by WGEA use those workspaces?
There probably has been a minimal number of days. We try and manage the consultancy. There's not a lot of consultants that spend a lot of time or work with us, and there was, I can think of one consultancy where maybe 1 or 2 days a week for a period of a couple of months, a couple of those workstations would have been utilised for people who wanted to come and have a series of meetings with staff and have a base from which to do that.
How much did WGEA spend on consultants and contractors in the financial year 2024?
I'll need to take that on notice for you, Senator, and come back to you on that.
I feel really bad because I have it in front of me.
Do you? Is it one of the questions on notice?
Yeah, sorry. It's in your annual report, which I've got here. It's page 67. It says 1,037,619 on consultants and contractors, and reportable non-consultancy contracts 4,003,065, and 267 over 69 contracts. That's on page 51. They go to Capgemini, Dexus, Salesforce, Nous, Chandler McLeod, I think are the biggest ones. I suppose with Kent Street again, your lease, my understanding is you're about halfway through the 5-year lease. Are you going to evaluate the efficacy of that Kent Street space again this year, or in anticipation of that lease coming to an end in the next couple of years?
We certainly will, to coincide with the conclusion of that lease. Mm-hmm. I think the workplace dynamic has changed as well in terms of expectations of the team in terms of time in the office versus working from home, and the mix that we have in terms of our staff. And so absolutely that'll be assessed in a time frame that coincides with the conclusion of the lease.
Just flesh that out for me, how the dynamics of the workplace arrangements are affecting, are changing the efficacy of the workspace?
Well, I think what every business is grappling with is the proportion of the workforce in the office versus the proportion of the workforce in home, and the utilisation of their office space, which we take obviously very seriously. So we do find at times we have utilisation of all of the workspaces, but the majority of the time we don't. So I think we will, in advance of the next lease cycle, do some deep thinking in relation to the number of workspaces that are needed to meet the needs of the staff.
I note that questions on notice have been asked already about those agreements, those working from home arrangements, and you've responded to that. I just want to make sure that that question on notice about that, which was in December last year, I'm assuming that largely remains accurate. There haven't been any dramatic changes since then.
That's right.
How does WGEA believe it's performing with respect to its own diversity and inclusion goals or aspirations?
So we have exactly the same struggles as small businesses do and small organisations and employers do across the country. We obviously focus on, from a gender perspective, we're about 20% men. We would like to be more. We actively put in place processes in relation to our recruitment and our retention strategies to seek to increase those numbers, sometimes successfully, sometimes not. And so certainly on the gender front, we continue to work on it and understand the challenges employers have on that front as well. I think in regards to other aspects of diversity, we continue to work hard on all of those aspects as well. I think the one area that we have I think worked hard on but not yet been successful is the First Nations and employment within our agency, and we've engaged with various government programs to seek to enhance our employees in that regard, but as yet the choices, when offered with the choice, they have chosen to work elsewhere. So we continue to work hard on that front as well. In terms of other aspects of diversity, like disability, neurodiversity, and culturally and linguistic diversity, we continue to, as always, work on it, but do have a diversity of employees in that context.
What's your total ASL at the moment?
The ASL is 59, but we have about 50 staff. It's 51 as of 51 today.
Okay. Have you evaluated the impact of flexible work on different genders that at Wodjia?
We have a common policy for everyone, so we haven't done a formal evaluation in relation to that. But all of our, as you've seen from the responses to the questions on notice, many employees take up the option of working hybridly, some time from home and some time from the office. We have other aspects of flexibility, of course. It's not just working from home in terms of different hours of work. They might start earlier and end a bit earlier, compressed working weeks. And we do find that all policies are equally available, equally encouraged, and we do have a diversity of take-up in terms of both men and women who appreciate them. For example, we've got a father who has just had a young child who's taken up parental leave and has some elements of flexibility in their workplace, as we do for a number of women who have just had children as well.
Do you, when you deal with your staff formally, informally, through surveys and feedback, do you feel that staff feel that they're included in the Wodjia decision-making and strategic direction of the organisation?
So, and the census obviously gives us some good feedback in relation to that. It's fair to say that it's been a time of significant change at the agency, as you well know, and it's been a time of growth. We've nearly doubled in size, as well as a broader remit, and I think very high profile and accountability that we perhaps haven't had in the past with the publishing of employer gender pay gaps. It's given not only transparency for employers but also transparency on Wodjia's work. So all of that's translated through to, we have a group of staff who are incredibly committed to our mission, but have found the change to be challenging, and we work on that all the time. I think they do believe consistently that they can have a voice and have a say in that process, but certainly from a leadership perspective, we know we need to continue to communicate and engage, and in a fast-paced environment to make sure people feel very connected to that work.
Okay. Do you do formal surveys of staff?
The annual APS census.
Yes. Okay. All right. That census, has that given you feedback as to whether staff feel that they have access to leadership at the agency? So
I'm happy to take you through, and there's some high-level results, just as a summary, which might be interesting. Yep. There's 5 different areas that the census measures on and compares to the APS, and that's part of, we both look at our performance relative to last year, but also relative to the APS overall. On engagement, we actually have one of the highest scores. I think we're ranked 4th out of the whole APS, more than 9 percentage points higher than the APS. On leadership, we're more than 5 percentage points higher than the average at the APS. Communication, we're on par with the APS, and that's one that I've flagged that we want to improve on. Innovation, we're 4 percentage points up on the APS average, and wellbeing 7 percentage points. And we've had a real focus on wellbeing. That's been part of that change and fast pace. We had a lot of feedback. People were feeling very stressed and under a lot of pressure, so we've had good responsiveness on wellbeing and a good growth in our results. So that's at the macro level. There are individual questions, of course, under each of them that I'd be happy to go into some detail if you'd like. But overall, I think the agency performs well, but there's clearly more we can do.
What's turnover like?
So turnover, and there's a question I notice you probably have the question at hand. I don't know it off the top of my head. We have had, I'm not going to get the number right without sort of finding the question on notice. I think our turnover is relatively high. The reason, there's a number of reasons. Part of it is that fast pace of change that we've been experiencing. But also what we find is that our staff are also very highly in demand. They're often specialists in gender equality, in an area that's been in high demand both in the public and private sector. Data specialists, and people with some very good skills. So some of it has been a challenge in that fast-paced environment and not necessarily wanting to work that way, but quite a big part of it has also been about opportunities for them to step up into roles and responsibilities based on their experience in the specialist agency of WGEA.
Okay. I want to ask you about your action playbook. I've got some other questions that I want to come back to, but the action planning playbook, is that targeting an Australian audience specifically?
We always focus on Australian employers first and foremost. We do find some of our work gets utilised all around the world. It's amazing where it ends up. But of course, our remit is Australian employers.
Right. Okay. Does WGEA consider that Australian women that are employed by those reporting entities are they the primary beneficiaries of the actions contained in the WGEA action planning playbook?
Well, I think it's broader gender equality. And I'm not sure if there's a specific piece of content that you're concerned about, but broadly what I'd say is that is advice to employers on a broad range of actions that they can take to accelerate change within their workplaces based on issues or concerns that they may identify through the analysis that they do. And it's meant to be directionally give them some ideas and some thoughts.
Senator Hume, I'll rotate the call shortly if you want to conclude that bracket.
Yeah, I probably only have about 5 minutes more of questions to go, Chair, and then I'm done with WGEA.
Okay.
Since last year, since October the 4th last year, I just wanted to know whether WGEA has undertaken any of the suggested actions with respect to hiring practices in the WGEA action planning playbook on itself.
Are there ones you'd like? I don't recall off the top of my head what the list are in relation to what's listed in the book.
Well, it's your playbook. I would hope that you guys know exactly what the action planning playbook is suggesting for other employers. Do you sort of reflect everything that it's suggesting on the agency itself?
Well, I think the action planning playbook isn't necessarily a list of every action that every employer should undertake. It's a list of ideas based on the analysis and the identification of concerns within an individual employer that they could then pick and choose in relation to what works in their context. So, there are many different ideas and actions in them. The idea is that employers don't do all of them, that they work out what's relevant in their own context. So from our recruitment perspective, we work very hard in terms of our degendering language in relation to the job descriptions. We have panels that represent both that men and women are both on. They have some experience and training in relation to being on those panels and understanding, how bias can inform decision making and those sort of processes. And then, of course, we put in place a whole series of things in relation to how people are then brought on board and incorporated within the organisation.
So are there any sort of specific actions that are outlined in the playbook that WGEA has undertaken on itself?
So I'm happy to take that on notice, the list.
Because you've got some hiring challenges yourself, and obviously hiring challenges is one of the things that the action playbook specifically deals with.
Yes, well, I'm happy to do a match in relation to that. Part of our challenges are also context specific, being a public sector agency in the Sydney market, where cost of living is high and salaries are high, and paying at APS rates is one of the challenges that's specific to us as a public sector agency in the Sydney market. So, there are other challenges beyond that are connected to our recruitment.
To be fair, though, if you had an employer organisation that was reporting back to you and they said, well, these don't apply to us because we're in the Sydney CBD and it's really hard to get staff, that wouldn't be
and then
a good
then we'd talk about other things that could be done.
In the WGEA Action Planning Playbook, there's a lot of pictures, but I'm wondering whether any of them feature Australian women.
In the
playbook itself.
Okay, I'll have to take that on notice in terms of where the graphics have come from for that document.
Are there any Australian workplaces that feature in the images contained in the action planning playbook?
So I will need to take that on notice in relation to it. We did not ask employers to send in pictures for those. So
it's just stock footage?
I'll have to find out where that
if you
that
could confirm if
from.
there's stock footage that are featured in the playbook,
yes,
if any of the images feature any Australians at all, and perhaps how much WGEA paid for the use of the stock images of other countries and their workplaces for an Australian workplace.
I think Ms Woolridge has taken it on notice before you jump to conclusions.
How about on notice, if there is any stock footage that is used, if you could please identify where the stock footage came from and whether WGEA was charged for use of that stock footage in its playbook. Thank you. Just back to Kent Street. The lease costs associated with Kent Street are around, they are exactly $416,000 in financial year 2024, is that correct?
If you can tell me where that number comes from.
I'm asking you if that sounds right. It sounds like the annual report. Lease costs associated with premises, 0.416 million, page 41.
Yes, then it will be right.
Yes, okay. And IT and office equipment costs of $2,003,442 in addition to the lease cost. Does that sound right? I've got page 67 of the annual report there, IT and office equipment.
Yes.
Great. And other building-related costs of $190,865 in addition to this lease cost for FY24?
Yes.
They are, okay. Thank you very much for that.
Could I just clarify for you on the IT and the office equipment? The IT is not, only a small proportion of that is related to the accommodation. Most of that IT cost relates to our reporting portal.
Right, okay. So we could then strip that out. If you wanted to then sort of say that for WGEA to operate out of Kent Street in financial year 24, that it cost the $416,190 $5,865 for building-related costs, but it doesn't include IT and office equipment. Is that right?
So, and I'd be happy to provide for you the office-related component of that, but it will be a small proportion because the bulk of that is our reporting portal.
Okay. If you could please do some analysis then for us so we can understand exactly what it costs for Wajir to operate out of the Kent Street offices in 2024. That would be very helpful.
Do you have a problem with the Kent Street office, Senator Hume?
We just want to know whether it's value for taxpayer money.
Well, there's a lease in place for the next 2 years, and we go through quite a rigorous assessment of lease arrangements for agencies where it must demonstrate value for money.
Yes.
Prior to any signing off on it. So I can answer that yes, it would be considered value for money.
Does that considered value for money when there's 52 workspaces that are allotted to Wajir, some of which are taken up by consultants and many of which are empty because of the working from home arrangements that are in place with Wajir?
Well, and as Ms Woolridge said, there are times where all of those workstations are occupied.
Can you please name for us on notice, just identify the number of days that all 52 workstations are full?
So you're against flexible working arrangements as well?
I just want to know how often there is a full office. I can see where this is heading.
There is a full office. So you don't see a role for Wajir in Kent Street.
I think we're just
and you don't see a role for 52 workstations as part of that.
Dare I say, Minister?
Well, I think you should just be upfront about what you're doing here.
Questions.
You used to support Wajir, now you don't support Wajir, and that's where this is heading.
Why are you afraid of transparency?
I'm not afraid. It's very transparent.
Why are you arcing up
I'm
like
not
this?
sitting here
Minister,
smirching the work that
she was having trouble recruiting
does.
because of the location of Wajir. She said that it was really hard to recruit people to Sydney CBD because it's so
for a range of other
because
reasons.
of the cost of living crisis. So I'm just wondering
anyway,
whether it's
I just think you should be upfront about what you're doing here. You oppose the legislation in the Senate after 40 years of supporting this, that you're turning your back on it. So let's just be upfront about that. And don't pretend that it's something about a lease cost.
That's just what we want to do.
What are you afraid of, Minister? Senator Hume is just asking questions, and you seem to be.
You don't need to run interference, Senator McGrath.
I'm not running
Senator
interference.
Hume can look after herself.
I don't understand why voices are being raised when Senator Hume is asking some very factual questions here.
She doesn't need your protection, Senator McGrath.
She certainly doesn't need my protection, but I'm concerned that the taxpayers of Australia would like to get answers to the questions.
Well, they have the answers, and it's all reported in the annual report. What's happening here is there's an attempt to besmirch the work that Wajir is doing, the important work.
That is not true.
Well, you opposed the legislation in the Senate.
True.
You did.
After
40 years of backing it, you are now crab walking away. That's what's happening here. Let's be upfront about what you and your leader are doing here.
Chair, I'm really giving it a good crack at asking some questions of Wajir, and essentially the minister's just filling the vacuum with noise.
Senator,
no, I'm putting stuff on the record,
Hume,
actually, about what's going on here.
Senator Hume, you had a good run asking questions and with a dialogue from the officials and the minister at the table without too much interference, but you did say you were close to conclusion. It's quite some time ago, and I said I would rotate the call.
But I thank you.
Senate.
Could I add a clarifying thing, Chair, just to conclude that? Wajir has been for now 8 years in the Kent Street property. In the first 5 years, we had 29 people for the space. We actually then, when our staff went up to 59, we stayed in exactly the same space to utilise that. So despite the agency doubling in size, we've utilised exactly the same space. So that was part of the consideration of being able to put more people into the same space that we've had over an extended period of time.
Can I just be very clear before we finish up? Is it fair to say that only 30% of Wajir's staff work from Kent Street for a majority of the work week?
Yes, there's a question on notice in relation to that. That has those numbers in there as well. I can. It's 38, 48. Yes, 30% work more than 2 days a week.
And is it fair to say that only 26% of Wajia's EL staff work from Kent Street for a majority of the work week, as compared to 38% of Wajia's APS level staff who work from Kent Street for the majority of the work week?
Yes, in relation to the numbers provided in the question on notice.
Thank you. Thank you.
Senator Waters.
Thanks, Chair. Good morning, Minister. Good morning, officials, and Ms Wooldridge. Thanks for your time. I want to start off by flagging that the Coalition issued a dissenting report into the inquiry into the Setting Gender Equality Targets Bill. So that's the bill, obviously, that asks businesses with over 500 employees to do something to close their gender pay gap over a 3-year period, to identify some targets and make some progress towards meeting them. So hardly a big ask, frankly, in my books. But the Coalition's dissenting report argued that that would, quote, introduce substantial compliance requirements on businesses, and also, quote, the reporting requirements add red tape to the operations of Australia's biggest corporations, driving down productivity and will inevitably be inflationary. I'd like to get your response to those contentions.
Obviously, I'm happy to engage on the broader level, Senator, in relation to some of those issues raised. A very important part of the design of the targets was that there actually wasn't an additional reporting burden on employers. I think that was articulated in the explanatory memorandum in relation to it, because it utilises the information that is currently already provided to WGEA. So in the review of the Act, there was a very big focus on working to reduce the reporting burden, but to translate that effort into actually working on gender equality. And so the design of the target scheme reflected that in terms of utilising what was already done, but translating that effort to seeking to improve on the gender equality front in relation to it. So that was really, I suppose, one of the main things that you highlighted. And that effort, we know that improvement in gender equality actually, especially with women at senior levels and on boards and those sorts of things, actually improves profitability and value of companies. So consistent with that, that action that employers are taking to improve gender equality in their workplaces, we see as actually, a productivity boost for an employer and more broadly.
Okay, why would a party oppose businesses having to take action to close their gender pay gap when, as you say, doing so, closing the gender pay gap increases productivity and is good for business, not to mention gender equality?
So I don't think it's for me to answer that, Senator.
I can't think of a reason. I don't know if anyone else understands why there would be an opposition to businesses closing a gender pay gap.
The Coalition dissenting report is relevant at all to the agency.
Well, because this is the agency that reports on the gender pay gap. But
it's not government expenditure. Isn't that what we're here for?
This is very interesting this morning.
So I would think it covers expenditure.
Yes,
it's
it's
clearly like the Greens and Labor in cahoots already.
Oh, God.
Well,
it's going to be a long day, Senator.
To assist gender equality, yes, we would like to see some progress on that. Ms Wooldridge, are you worried that if this bill to actually require employers to do something to close their gender pay gap doesn't pass the Parliament in this term, that these measures won't be implemented by a future coalition government?
So once again, Senator, I won't comment in terms of the outcome of the election. We are very supportive, as we've said in our submission to the review, in our work to implement the recommendations of the review and our submission to the Senate inquiry in relation to it. Targets make a difference. They actually work to improve. We think it's a good legislation that will help to further gender equality in Australia, and we will work with any government, as an independent agency to progress on that front. And the review of the Act had a number of things that were working in concert to accelerate change. One was publishing gender pay gaps, which has had widespread support and is having a good impact. And the second part of that was requiring larger companies to set targets. So we support the recommendations of the review to accelerate change and those components of it.
Ms Woodridge, after this morning's line of questioning from the Coalition, which covered things like the cost of your lease, how many people sit in their chairs at work and usage of stock photos, are you concerned about the longevity of your agency should the Coalition form government?
So, look, in its various guises, the agency has existed for 40 years and it has had support across the Parliament in many different ways. We have worked with the government of the day constructively and will continue to do so.
Let's hope so. Can I ask now for the Office of Women? Thanks for being here today. I do have some other questions also for Ms Wooldridge, but in light of President Trump cutting DEI programs in his jurisdiction and Mr Dutton seemingly echoing that intent, saying, quote, such positions do nothing to improve the lives of everyday Australians. And then subsequently Senator Price saying there are certainly those within the DEI space that are probably unnecessary. What work has the Office for Women done to safeguard diversity, equity and inclusion programs across the public service?
I might jump in on that to begin and see if there's anything the Office for Women like to add. Obviously they don't have responsibility for across the public service for how the public service supports people from non-English speaking backgrounds or people with a disability or First Nations people, which are what many of those roles cover. And I would also point out, in my experience, those roles that are currently being inquired upon across every Senate Estimates Committee, I notice, have been roles that have been in place for, in many instances, over a decade. These are not new roles. They've existed under governments of all colours and they play an important role in making sure the public service is able to represent the communities that we serve. And so we remain very committed to the work that they do. It's often not the only thing that people in those positions work on. They work on a broad range of programs. In larger agencies, there's obviously, in those face-to-face agencies, there's more effort put into making sure that we have a workforce that reflects the communities that we serve, because that's important for people who are accessing our services. But I think what we're seeing from the Coalition is, some pretty small politics being played with important roles across the public service.
Thank you. I appreciate that context. Is the Office for Women looking specifically at protecting gender roles or doing any work in this space?
Thank you, Senator. Megan Lay, First Assistant Secretary, Office for Women. So as the Minister said, I guess in terms of the roles across the Australian Public Service, that tends to fall more within the remit of the Australian Public Service Commission or sort of corporate areas in departments. But certainly sort of more broadly, Office for Women engages with and keeps an eye on sort of international fora and global evolutions, but we are largely very focused on the implementation of Working for Women, which acknowledges the significant benefit of advancing gender equality and improving the lives of all women.
Okay, thank you. Ms Wooldridge, can I go back to you? Last week it was reported that female barristers in Australia continue to face a wide gender pay gap, with the Law Council President saying it's a significant concern. As one example of an industry with a lagging gender pay gap, is WGEA doing anything specifically to assist that sector to close their gender pay gaps? Do you take a sort of sectoral approach to any of the information that the data gives you?
So we do take a sectoral approach. We haven't specifically with barristers, and I think, in fact, that article was very relevant to briefing of barristers and the briefs provided, and that gender pay gap or the gap between the revenue earned from the briefing process. Also, of course, barristers are typically individual practitioners, so they wouldn't come under the WGEA remit. We do work with law firms, of course, and probably the main area of focus on an industry-specific basis we have at the moment is a partnership that we're doing with the Australian Contractors Association, who are the 19 biggest construction companies in Australia, and we know that construction has one of the highest gender pay gaps and the highest proportion of men, but a real understanding that they're not going to meet their workforce needs if they're only recruiting men and not recruiting broadly across the whole population. So not specific to barristers, but certainly a sectoral approach in a targeted way as we can to try and affect change.
Yeah, thank you. Just thinking that through, I'm not sure whether there's too many law firms that would have over 500 employees. There may well be several. Would the reporting, bless you, would the reporting cover who they brief?
No.
Okay, thank you. So those barristers are totally out of scope then? Yeah.
That's right.
Okay. Can I ask now, in relation to perimenopause and menopause, we ran a very engaging inquiry and the government's just responded to the recommendations of that inquiry. One of the recommendations was for WGEA to start recollecting that data on what workplaces are doing in terms of having policy on peri and meno in their workplace. And the government response says the government's considering options to enable WGEA to collect the data. So can I ask, have you been directed to start recollecting the data on workplace policies around perimenopause and menopause since that government response to the menopause inquiry was tabled?
Could I please refer to my colleagues at the Office for Women to kick that off, and I'm
Sure.
happy to come back if you like.
Yeah, sure.
Angela Hope, Assistant Secretary in the Office for Women. So, Senator, you are correct. Obviously, there was a recommendation to support in principle. WGEA collecting data on supports employers are providing to employees experienced menopause and perimenopause. And to answer your question, the Office for Women has not instructed WGEA to start collecting data. What the Office for Women is doing is working quite closely with WGEA to understand what the range of options are for collecting that data. So we are considering whether there is a requirement to undertake legislative amendments or another way to give effect to that recommendation. So we're working through a range of, I guess, technical and policy issues with WGEA to ascertain what is the most appropriate way to collect that data.
Okay, thank you. Because obviously it was collected on a voluntary basis previously, and then I think someone had a problem with that and it was ruled outside of your jurisdiction, which seems insane to me. So I'm glad to hear that you're working on how you can fix that and recollect that really valuable data, because I understand we learnt quite a bit from when it was a voluntary data piece about what large companies were doing, and in fact many were taking some positive steps, which was very encouraging. Just staying with that topic, since that menopause inquiry report was tabled, one of the recommendations was that the government undertake further research into how menopause is impacting women and in particular their economic participation. Is that something that the Office for Women is either doing that research, or have you commissioned anyone to begin that research?
Senator, I believe that was a recommendation that the Department of Health was acting on, but I might just, if I can just grab the folder. Thank you. So certainly Office for Women has already done some work around this particular issue. We undertook a literature review which was attached to our submission to the Senate inquiry, which we provided on the 15th of March last year. Which recommendation was the one that you were referring to, Senator? Do you have a number of the recommendation?
I can't remember. There was a whole bunch about research. It's in the first chunk. I'm sorry, I don't have the full report.
That's fine. So recommendation 1 is around the Department of Health and Aged Care commissioning that research, and the government has supported that recommendation.
Yes. Now, it's the one about the impacts on women's economic participation, because there's obviously international data that suggests that peri and meno is leading to early retirement, but there is in fact a lack of Australian data to verify is that actually what we're experiencing, or is it just anecdotal?
Yes.
Sorry, I don't have the rec number.
Yeah, no,
with
that's
me,
fine. I fortunately got it here. I refreshed myself last night. So that's recommendation 4. The government has supported that recommendation in principle, and my understanding is the reason that support is in principle is because, and I can say the acronym, I don't remember all of the words, but the MERF, the Medical Research.
Oh yes, Medical Research Future Fund, I think. Yeah.
There's a grant opportunity that has recently closed that goes to infertility, pregnancy loss, and menopause, and funding is expected to commence from June 2025. So I think questions on sort of the outcomes of that process would be well directed towards the Department of Health. But it's certainly menopause and the economic impacts of menopause is certainly something that OFW is sort of continuing to keep a close eye on. But a lot of the work is being driven out of the Department of Health.
Okay, thank you. So there's no other budget allocation beyond the Medical Research Future Fund to conduct that research about the economic impacts of peri and meno on women in the workforce?
That's my understanding on this particular, on that particular recommendation, noting the work that we are also undertaking in close partnership with WGEA around data collection. But I won't sort of say unequivocally that there's not work happening in other departments that we're not aware of, but certainly they're the 2 large pieces that we're.
Thank you. I'll take that up with Health tomorrow. One of the other recommendations of the inquiry was to amend the Fair Work Act to make menopause one of the reasons that a worker can ask for flexible working arrangements. Now, that was a consensus recommendation. Even the Coalition agreed with that one, which is very welcome. But the government response is somewhat muted in its response. It says it's simply noting that and saying, employees might be able to request flexible work in other ways. I'm not sure what those other ways might be, and the request to amend the Fair Work Act was backed in by a variety of unions and lots of witnesses during the inquiry, and it was a consensus recommendation. So I'm not sure, perhaps this one is for you, Minister. Why was there not why was that recommendation not more warmly welcomed and actioned by government? It's just to make various reasons that you can ask for flexible work, and peri and meno is not one of them at the moment, and that would require legislative change, and the government response doesn't commit to doing that. Why not?
Yeah, I'm just reading our answer because I think we've had the review of Secure Jobs Better Pay Act, which has commenced, looking at how flexible working arrangements are working. I mean, essentially saying that there are existing ways under the Act for those protections to be provided, essentially. Yeah.
Was there any other sort of policy basis for that? Because a lot of the evidence we took was that actually you needed a legislative tweak so that people could ask for flexibility on the basis of...
the government's response. That's the response that we've agreed to.
Right. Well, it doesn't say anything, and it basically says
it does.
no.
It says that there are provisions within the Fair Work Act and, flexibility within that to accommodate those types of arrangements, essentially.
Okay. That's not what anybody else contended. Have you got some legal advice that you can supply that shows?
No, we don't release legal advice. So, I mean, the government's response is the government's response. You may disagree with it, but it is the response.
Well, most of the workplace experts said that the Act needed amendment, so I just don't understand why the government's saying it doesn't. And if you don't have any legal advice...
That's our view based on our consideration.
Okay, so you think that employees could, in fact, under the existing laws, have a right to ask for flexibility on the basis of perimenopause and menopause?
Well, there are existing entitlements to personal leave and other arrangements where, yes, people are able to ask for that flexibility and do.
Well, the leave piece is a bit separate from the flexibility piece.
Well, we have flexible working arrangements as well, including hours, where that work happens. I mean, I think the public service in the last couple of years in particular, which is the area that I have responsibility for, has moved to accommodate people's various needs when they are fulfilling their responsibilities. You know, we've done a lot to ensure that with the Fair Work Act, with other pieces of legislation, that we are supporting women to work. We've got record high levels of participation. In the latest labour force figures, they have never been higher. Of the 1.1 million jobs, over 500,000 of those have been women coming into work. Obviously, we've supported those substantial pay increases and improvements in conditions in highly feminised workplaces. And here in our own workplace, supporting those, flexible working arrangements to support women with the various, individual needs they have through their working life. So I don't think anyone can sit here and say that we haven't done a lot to accommodate and support women and women at work, and that's been shown through the labour force figures.
Okay, well, the recommendation of the consensus report, based on multiple legal and layperson evidence, including many unions, was that flexible work arrangements needed the Fair Work Act to be amended to acknowledge that Perry and Menno were reasons that one could seek flexibility at work. So I'm not commenting on the other work that you've done in this space, and simply...
Well, you have to at least consider the other things that have happened to support women and work. I think it is part of the same thing.
Well, the inquiry didn't look at those. They all sound great.
That's commenced into Secure Jobs Better Pay. That will come back presumably with a range of recommendations, and the government remains open to that.
Okay. And just lastly, one of the other recommendations was that the government consider the viability of reproductive health leave, again for peri and menopause. Is the Office for Women or any other department that you're aware of doing any work on considering the viability of that?
So, Senator, the Office for Women isn't undertaking any work on that. Certainly at the moment, I think the Department of Employment and Workplace Relations would, if work were to be undertaken, it would be led out of that department, I imagine, which has sort of responsibility for the Fair Work Act and workplace entitlements.
Okay. Would that come to you if they were working up a proposal? Would you have input into that at some point in the process?
I would expect so, yes.
Okay, and that hasn't happened yet?
Not to my knowledge,
okay.
Not to my knowledge.
All right. I think that's all I have. Oh, last one, just for hopefully some good news. Tell me about the big policy issues that you're working on to continue to progress closing the gender equality gap.
Do you want me to start?
Do you want the short version?
You can probably get the long version from me. I guess following on from last year, some of the big work has been around ending violence against women. We've had 2 national cabinets on it. And I know you were asking about women in work, but women need to be safe to be able to work. Yes. And the attention that's been put into what is continuing to be a really big problem in this country is something that we've worked really hard on. I guess one of the big areas that has come from that second National Cabinet is systems abuse. We see that wherever there's a system and you've got perpetrators use systems to weaponise or abuse them, to continue to harass or intimidate their partners. So we've got 10 secretaries meeting regularly to look at all aspects of government systems, to look at where systems abuse might be occurring within government systems. We've seen some really good changes within the banking sector now, the insurance sector on systems abuse, and I guess the government's now looking at its own backyard. And we've heard a lot of anecdotal information around how systems, especially the tax system and child support system,
very much so,
have been used. So hopefully there's a program of work that we will continue to work on to look at how we can build in safety by design principles into our systems and really have that family violence lens on all of our systems, and I think that's what's been lacking for a long time. People assume that they're systems which have been designed for the provision of services don't have those unintended consequences, but we're finding increasingly that they do. So I guess a large part of our work over the last 6 months has been focused on violence against women, but we've also been working on the strategy on working for women. We've got a report card coming out on International Women's Day, and you'll see that we've made progress against a range of those domains that we've said we need to improve on to reach gender equality.
Great. Can you give me a sneak peek of any of those areas? Any that aren't you're not doing so well on that you need to focus more on?
I think safety is still the one area that we need to make major progress on, and we've seen a spike in homicides in the last 2 years. So it says we all need to do a whole lot more work on it.
Yeah, and I have a lot of questions about that, but I don't think they're for Office for Women. I was going to send them to DSS. Yeah, okay. Thanks very much. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. You've got one? Yeah.
I'm just, probably for you, Minister, given all the changes in workplaces at present in terms of change that affects women and intergenerational differences, do you see a need for more research capability in our university system to undertake significant research on these issues? And have you got any thoughts on how that could be boosted?
Sort of asking for an opinion of mine, but look, I think the fact that workplaces are changing so rapidly means that we do need to sort of track and understand the implications of that, you know. And so I think universities are interested, and some that are doing work, including, you know, work that you would have done if you'd remained at a university, because it is such a big economic. It has such a huge economic impact, and also we know from history that women tend to shoulder the burden of many of these changes when they happen, because it might make workplace more flexible in order to do more unpaid work, for example, which I think there is evidence that that is the case, and some of that will be in the report card. I think that was the other area where we're seeing that continued discrepancy between men and women on the amount of unpaid work that women are carrying each week. So yes, I mean, I think research that assists in the kind of allowing public policy to respond is really important. And as we see AI come in and all of those kind of things, again, it wouldn't be any surprise to me if women wear the burden of many of those changes as well.
Thank you. Senator, sorry, what I can add as well is that under Working for Women, the government is making an investment in a research partnership, a $5 million investment in a research partnership, which will help to build the evidence base on what works to achieve gender equality, with a particular focus on economic equality. And the objective of that, sort of, I guess, as the Minister was saying, the objective of that partnership will really kind of look to kind of actionable insights from a research body to fill some of the evidence gaps that we have, and to support impletation of Working for Women.
Underway, or
I think we were announcing that today, maybe by media release, but the announcement is imminent. Yes, but Megan's announced it. So
no, it's been public. I didn't say who's got it. That's what's being announced today.
There's more information coming out. I think there's a media release.
There was a grants round run throughout last year.
That's very encouraging.
Thank you. Just a quick one from me. I wanted to reflect on the meeting of the 10 secretaries regularly looking at government systems where abuse might be occurring, and also you reflected on changes in banking and now insurance. I know the banking sector and insurance are now paying attention to some of those issues, but I haven't yet seen really systemic reform, and I wanted to reflect on the fact that our Corporations Act keeps corporations accountable for them not abusing their customers or abusing each other, but there's very little legally that prevents one customer from using a service to abuse another. And I guess the government will be due to respond to the report of the Corporations Committee on Financial Abuse. So I wanted to ask your agency, are you involved in that response, and how do you see those really important issues evolve moving forward? Because, you know, financial abuse is such a, you know, it's a driving fundamental part of the expression of violence. Mm.
Do you want me to? Yes, we think that that we are involved in thinking through how some of those recommendations map against the systems abuse work. I mean, one of the things that we've noticed is, and I think the inquiry did this very well, to look at some of our laws and policies haven't kept up with the nature of abuse and how abuse has actually changed over time. And while financial abuse has probably always been a part of domestic and family violence, we haven't had as great recognition of financial abuse as we should. And the rates of financial abuse are continually changing and increasing. We have seen, and Professor Anne Summers is about to release some new work at the end of this week that looks at the role of employment in violence. And again, I think we'll find there'll be some really interesting evidence around the increase in financial abuse.
Yeah, so one of the examples in our inquiry that I'm sure will probably come out in Anne Summers' work is, for example, the number of women who are working but pay their salary into their male partner's bank account. They think they are joint. They think it's a joint account when really they are just a signatory to that account, and they can be locked out at any time, and that often they're locked out in a way that means that when a relationship breaks down, their partner's able to run away with all the assets while she acquires all the debt. You know, as a company director, or, you know, even when she's got very little control of that financial situation. So how do you see our laws being able to start to keep pace with those issues? Because I can see how we can say, right, well, do we need a law that says if when you receive a salary, it's paid into your own bank account? In what kind of situations might you alter that without wanting to remove freedom of choice from Australians?
I mean, one of the things we're finding is that a lot of this is actually about awareness raising, even amongst staff. The recent example around insurance. So this is the life insurers have just released some guidance, family violence guidance for their members. Again, you know, some men make threats to their partners that they might take a life insurance policy out against them, and the woman doesn't know that she actually has to consent to do that. What's becoming obvious is that we need to be training up workplaces across the board to be cognizant of the fact that we have a significant problem with violence against women in our communities, and to learn to identify where that might be happening. Insurance seems to be a good example of where, you know, you could... They do checks on physical issues and health, but maybe not so much, and are starting that work on being able to identify where there might be coercive control or problems around family violence.
Can I just say, I've had a number of presentations that I've seen from large institutions in the financial sector who are absolutely taking this issue really seriously and have quite, kind of very specific detection units focused on financial abuse in domestic situations. And so I'm sure if anyone wanted to go and have a presentation on some of those from the banks or the insurers, I think Westpac was the one that I was briefed on, but I know that they are similar and it is some of those bigger institutions. So I agree with Ms Rahman that we have to raise the level of understanding about what's happening, but down to, the messages that are often put in the detail of the transfer, or the, used in a way, particularly if it's paying for some child support payments, that, those horrible violent messages being put in there, and identifying those and stopping those. So it is something that I believe the industry, the financial services industry, are taking incredibly seriously, and the fact that it's constantly changing to the ways that violence is perpetrated through technology is changing, and there's a lot of resources going into this. But in government, we are looking at our systems, and there are a number of systems where there's been reports and research done which would say that our systems can be put in a position where they're perpetrating or continuing to allow violence to perpetrate. And so that's work that Amanda Rishworth and myself are looking at. The child support system is the obvious one there.
Yes, which we also discussed in our report. Thank you both to Wajir and the Office for Women. And at this time, even though the Minister's with us all day, I just want to collectively thank you all for your commitment to gender equality. We are now moving on to hear the Australian Public Service Commission, and we'll just suspend very briefly while they come to the table. Welcome Dr De Bruer, Commissioner, and other officers of the Australian Public Service Commission. I also welcome Mr Blair Excel, Deputy Secretary, Mr Andrew Knipe, Chief Consulting Officer, and other officers from the Department of the Prime Minister and Cabinet and Australian Government Consulting, and also Dr Rachel Bacon. Thank you for joining us. Do either you, Dr De Bruer, or Mr Excel, or Mr... Oh, no, we've got Dr Banerjee, sorry. My multifocals are not that multi. So thank you. Who, if any of you, has an opening statement this morning?
I don't, Chair.
No? Nope. Great. We'll go straight to questions. Senator Hume, and then we'll come to Senator Pocock.
Chair, good morning again. Commissioner, I'd like you, if you could, to explain to the committee the importance of the independence and the apolitical nature of the public service?
Thank you, Senator. The apolitical nature of the public service is an essential feature. It's a core feature of the Australian public service. It's embedded in law. It's a requirement by law, and it's a long-standing requirement that the public service is apolitical. It's an essential feature of our service.
And impartiality, that's the first value of the APS, and there's a reason it's listed first, that's correct?
Impartiality is one of the 6 values of the public service. That's the apolitical element, Senator.
And of those 6 values, it is listed first?
I just have to check my act, but I'm assuming you're right.
I have checked this.
But I don't think the ordering is not. It's not an ordinal listing.
It's not a priority list.
But it's the six values that.
The first one that comes to mind, though, impartiality is particularly important during an election campaign. Correct?
That's right. Yes.
And what's the basis for the convention around caretaker period?
The basis of that, I think you probably have to go back to Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet around the caretaker conventions, but it's a long-standing set of practices around how ministers and public servants behave once an election has been called or until a government has been formed after an election.
The conventions, I would assume, and correct me if I'm wrong, are designed to ensure that the APS remains apolitical during a caretaker period.
That's one of the intentions, I think, of the convention.
I note that under section 7.6.2 of the caretaker conventions, it states that consistent with the APS value of impartiality, it may be appropriate for an agency to decline a request from a minister if it required the use of significant resources and/or was clearly for use in the election campaign. If in doubt, agencies should discuss the purpose for which the material is to be used with the minister or their senior staff before responding to a request. What sort of requests do you think would endanger the impartiality of the APS, in your view?
It's just a bit hard to speculate, Senator, and go through examples. It's easier to respond to tangible examples.
Do you think that requesting advice on another parliamentarian or another political party's policy would be considered a request that should be declined?
We're not in caretaker.
Not asking you if you're in caretaker. I'm just saying if you were in caretaker, do you think that requesting that...
If you were in caretaker, would you do something that might relate to this?
Well, do you think that
just come out with it, Senator Hume.
Do you think that the caretaker conventions would prevent the APS from accepting a request to do some work on another political party's policy? Would that be in breach of your responsibility for impartiality?
I think it's really a matter to discuss with the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet. They're the keeper of the caretaker conventions.
The only breach of the caretaker conventions I recall is when the former government signed off on sports grants after the writs had been issued. That was the last...
Minister, I realise you're a little punchy today, but I haven't got to you yet. There's plenty of time. I just want to ask the APS Commissioner. I've got you all day. I've only got the APS Commissioner for a little while, so I just want to ask some questions about...
We've actually strengthened it because you politicised the public service so badly.
If it's all right with you, I just want to ask the witness some questions rather than you. I've got you all day. I'll do you slowly.
Yeah. Oh, I'm terrified.
Commissioner, there are conventions that exist in caretaker, but you're responsible for the impartiality of the APS at all times, not just outside of caretaker. So what conventions exist to maintain that value of impartiality for the APS?
I'm not sure about conventions, but it's a standard norm of behaviour. It's a required behaviour to be impartial in the conduct of office, and there's consistent training around that. There's regular affirmation of the need for impartiality, along with the other values, and we do go through regular training across the whole service around the importance of meeting those values.
You do. So
yep.
As part of that training, do you discuss how a member of the public service would respond to an improper request from a minister?
It's really where you work out where the bounds of an improper request are. If it's a lawful request from a minister, then the public servant is bound to meet that request.
And do you feel that it would be considered inappropriate for the minister or for their staff to apply pressure to the public service to comply with a request?
Asking for an opinion. It's really like...
Well, that's probably what the Commissioner has to apply his judgment to these sorts of decisions. So that's what we're asking.
PMC are in charge of the caretaker conventions, and now you're asking a series of what-ifs to the Public Service Commissioner about what might happen and how they might respond.
Well, you're not saying that the Commissioner doesn't have any responsibility during caretaker, surely?
Well, yes, as all senior public servants do, but the responsibility for how the caretaker conventions are applied and managed rests with PM&C. That is always the case. It always has been the case. And I remember Mr Gaetjens launching quite a vigorous defence of their application of the caretaker conventions when he was in charge of PM&C.
I'm sorry, you seem really defensive about this, Minister, and I don't understand.
It's not my fault if you're not asking the right agency the questions. They were here yesterday.
I'm sorry.
They should have been asked.
Impartiality is the first value of the APS, and the APS Commissioner
and
is
it's about the
responsible for those
application
values, surely.
of the caretaker convention. Now, if you did not ask PM&C yesterday, that is not my fault.
You weren't here yesterday.
Well, I presume because you're asking them here that you didn't get the answers you wanted yesterday, or you didn't ask them yesterday.
I'm just asking the APS Commissioner about his responsibilities. It may be the case that a request is made to an official that's not the first one that's... Sorry, let me just reframe this for the sake of the Minister, I think. If an official became aware after an request was made that there was potentially a political purpose to that request, but it wasn't clear immediately, what should the official do?
I think it's almost impossible to see into the mind of a minister when you're a public servant and understand what the intention of the minister was, including ministers have a range of policy and political intentions. And I think most public servants would experience that there's always a political intention with what ministers do. That's part of the job. That's what their job is.
If it was an inappropriate political intention.
How do you judge whether it's inappropriate? I think we're going to a very tangible example, Senator, that we've corresponded about, which is around the Treasury costing.
Well, I'll get to that. But I suppose what I'm after is what sort of training, for instance, do you do with the public service to be able to identify when a request is perhaps inappropriate? Yeah. And if it is inappropriate, what do you expect that public servant to do? How do you expect them to respond?
Senator, it's Rachel Bacon, Deputy Commissioner APSC. I'm happy to run you through the types of training activities, promotion activities,
rather than
guidance.
The actual activities. Tell me what it is that those activities would suggest the public servant do.
The content of the training itself. I don't have information about the curriculum or the content of the training. I might need to take that on notice, unless there are other colleagues who can talk to the content of our training.
Okay, just maybe in a roundabout way, could you tell me that whether the content of the training would cover how to respond if an inappropriate request were made?
So we're increasingly, based on the values-based training activities that I've done in recent times, which have been, for the ones I've personally done, they've been a bit more about the new value of stewardship and some kind of masterclasses around integrity, for example. But my experience of the training that we're delivering through the Academy at the moment is that we're increasingly looking at scenario-based kind of training and looking at different scenarios that raise hard issues and supporting participants in training courses to explore what would be the appropriate response in those kinds of challenging scenarios that would best meet the application of the values in practice.
So rather than looking at this from what would the public servant do, let's look at it from a different angle. If the official became aware of the political nature of a request, but then didn't take appropriate action, whatever that appropriate action might be, what would then be the course of action that should be taken by the Department Secretary or indeed by you as the Commission, if you felt that, if you recognised that, if you identified that a public servant had been compromised?
The fact that there's a political intent, frankly, everything in government has a political interest and dimension to it.
But a compromising.
But the issue would be whether it's a lawful directional request, and that's different from whether it's political or not.
Mm-hmm.
It's
I haven't asked you whether it's political or lawful. I'm just asking whether it's inappropriate.
Well, it's not inappropriate for a minister to have a political intent in how they deal with things. No, that's our system of government.
Sorry. Again, my question is about whether the public servant that is responsible for enacting the wish of that minister, if that public servant recognises that the request is inappropriate but doesn't respond or completes it, what then is the responsibility of the Department Secretary or indeed the Commission?
Well, the Department Secretary is the one who is, as the accountable authority, is responsible for the application of the values and the living of the values within their agency. But it's again, and it's very hard to talk in generalities without some particular element. The mere fact of a political intent doesn't make it lawful, and there's nothing improper. In fact, it's extremely normal in our system. When it comes to issues around costings, which is, I think, getting to that specific issue that we've corresponded on, Senator, it's very hard to get into the mind of a minister about what their intent is. And it's not an unusual practice for ministers or for a treasurer to ask for a policy to be costed, which may be an opposition policy, but it may be a policy that the treasurer is interested in themselves. And there's a long history of that. I mean, we're talking about a long history of costings over decades, and it's not unusual. The public servant can't see into the mind of a minister when they're making a specific request, where it's a lawful request.
In a circumstance where a department is providing advice to a minister, is it appropriate for the minister or for their office to seek to change that advice? Once they receive the advice and they go, no, that's not quite what I was looking for, maybe is there a way that you could make that a bit bigger? To fit an outcome, is that appropriate?
We're getting very speculative, and
I just wonder what's the protocol around the back and forth on that? If a public servant provides advice to a minister and then the minister says, "Yeah, any way you could make that one look a bit better?"
I'm not referring back to any particular facts or instances, but public servants can't be advised on or can't be told how to advise a minister. That's a long-standing.
And what's the consequence if they do?
So perhaps I could go back to the language in the values, Senator. So the impartial value that you've been referring to is it's the APS's responsibility is to provide advice that is frank, honest, timely, and based on the best available evidence. So the values, in a sense, are like a set of principles, and their application is quite circumstantial. So it does require balancing a number of matters in the context of a particular set of circumstances. So it's why the Commissioner said it is difficult to talk in hypotheticals because it's about the application of the principles.
Yeah. So in the circumstances that I just described, potentially that could be a breach of the values.
It depends on the circumstances, I think, Senator, and we'd look at that on a case-by-case basis.
Potentially, if.
So what obligations are on ministers and their staff to not compromise the impartiality of the APS?
So we're aware that there's been different codes of conduct, and with all of the arrangements that I think the last piece of that was the creation of the IPSC, and I think that came into being in October 2024. So there's a range of things that apply in the parliamentary context. We're less familiar with that because we focus on the Public Service Act and what applies in the public service. But I'm sure colleagues at Finance can talk and PM&C can talk more about the different codes and of behaviour and obligations that apply in the context of the Parliament.
I have in front of me the Ministerial Staff Code of Conduct, and Clause 9 of that says that ministers, electorate, ministerial staff, consultants and ministers have to make themselves aware of the values and codes of conduct which bind the public service, Australian public service, and parliamentary service employees. So I'm assuming that this is there as a protection against the potential politicisation of the public service. That sounds right?
No.
Would you? That sounds right,
it doesn't fall within the APSC. But the Ministerial Staff Code of Conduct.
Well, perhaps then, as a minister, you might be able to answer this, Minister. If part of your code of conduct is to make sure that your staff make themselves aware of the values and the codes of conduct which bind the Australian public service and parliamentary service employees, in your opinion, is that protection against the potential politicisation of the public service?
Well, I think all ministers make sure that their staff engage appropriately with the public service.
And abide by their code of conduct.
And that is, they are aware and they abide by that, the relationship between the public service and ministerial staff. And we do it a lot more appropriately, I think, than former governments have.
Section 11 of that Ministerial Staff Code of Conduct says that ministerial staff should not knowingly or intentionally encourage or induce a public official by their decisions, directions or conduct to breach the law or parliamentary obligations or fail to comply with an applicable code of ethical conduct. Do you think then, Commissioner, that seeking to have officials in a department partake in political activity or provide material for political purpose would fall under that category?
I can't comment on the conduct of ministerial officers, Senator. I'm happy to talk about public servants. But
so essentially any breaches of those clauses would fall under the Special Minister of State or the Prime Minister, not you?
That's right, Senator.
Right, thank you.
Senator, you might need to rotate the call. Senator Pocock.
Thanks for being here, and I've got a number of lines of questions, but if I can begin with robo-debt. Dr de Bruin, have you read Rick Morton's book, Mean Streak?
I have it, but I haven't finished it, Senator.
I can recommend it. Very interesting read. Are you using it at all for staff development around ethics, leadership, not being a bystander in relation to bad behaviour? Seems to me it's a perfect Harvard case study of how we shouldn't be behaving as a public sector.
We have actually quite a few of our own documents that can go to that. There is the report of the task force that was led by Ms Lowe, and that report is used very widely for training and engagement, as well as my own statement, as well as other reflections on the robo-debt. But my colleagues might have other elements.
Yes, I mean, I could certainly add, Senator, that what we've sought to do is take the insights and some of the difficult lessons and really reflect on those in all of the materials and guidance that we've prepared. So I mentioned with Senator Hume before, there's a range of different promotional activities that we engage in the Commission for both the Commission staff and also staff across the APS around the APS values. And we've recently released new guidance, for example, on the stewardship value. So it does really seek to really reflect on what is the fundamental role of a public servant and how do we serve the government, the Parliament and the Australian public.
You mentioned scenario training a moment ago. I think it was you, Dr.
Right.
Bacon. Do you use the robo-debt scenario or facts as a scenario in your training?
So
for example, the way in which a secretary fails to understand what's happening around them, take responsibility and so on. Whole range of scenarios possible. So yes. Are you using it? I don't want to go into the detail of it because my time is short, but...
Sure, Senator. So I think the short answer is yes. In the activities that I've been engaged in that I mentioned earlier, definitely the lessons emerging from the robo-debt are front of mind in a lot of discussions around integrity of the public service. How do we serve people? How do we serve Australians, communities and businesses? And how do we do a better job as public servants? So in all of the discussions that I've been in, that is very front of mind.
And Senator, sorry, just briefly, Shubha Banerjee, Deputy Commissioner, Head of APS Academy and Capability. I can confirm that, of course, we've been reflecting on lessons from Robodebt, particularly in the Integrity Masterclass, thinking about different case studies and vignettes through which we can work with SES to consider the lessons.
And are you using Rick Morton's book in that?
That's one of the source materials that we've been using to inform the design.
Such a powerful record of what happened and the consequences of it for individuals. Dr. if I can come back to you, do you accept that serious cultural issues within the APS contributed to Robodebt beyond the small percentage of public servants involved in the design and rollout of the scheme mentioned by the APS Code of Conduct investigation?
Senator, I think we've spoken at length around the cultural problems that existed in the service, and that certainly we're trying to address and address very proactively. The Robodebt Royal Commission and the Code of Conduct studies, they reveal particular instances where people didn't perform their duties. And part of the circumstance of that is what's the nature of the culture, particularly in some organisations and across the service. And I think just the reflections of the former Secretary of DSS, Ray Griggs, he was talking really about some of those cultural features, including courage and other aspects. But I don't think we walk away at all from there are cultural features to address.
I want to go to Dr. Griggs' speech, if we could. He talks about a range of key issues and particularly to culture, and I think he's making a critique of the adequacy of the response at present within the public sector. And he talks, for example, the Code of Conduct process used to mete out retribution for those most culpable in the Robodebt affair is not up to scratch in the contemporary environment. Of course, we are aware Griggs' experience is very extensive, 44 years or something, across a range of services. So, powerful insights. He says it has become overly legalistic to the point of bogging the whole process down. In my view, there needs to be a significantly faster initial process to establish whether a full code process is required. What we seem to have is a hammer masquerading as a toolbox. Not even a very effective hammer. Oh, that's my comment. What's your response to what is quite significant critique?
Well, I think it's really important that people say what they think and reflect on their own experience of what has worked and what hasn't worked in the system. So, frankly, I welcome Mr. Griggs's comments, and I think they can help inform a good public debate, and certainly within the Commission help us reflect on how to strengthen and improve those processes. I don't want to go through every instance that he raises. There's a lot of material around how codes should be conducted, and they're not meant to be actually a form of demonising or they're meant to be restorative, they're meant to have justice, they're meant to be accurate and fair, and we certainly try to run them in that way. I don't know if my colleagues... well, I do reflect on the legality. I mean, so one thing that Mr. Griggs raised is they've become very legal. The issue is that we're dealing with, frankly, a set of relationships or activities under employment law. So there is a legal dimension to it, and people have rights, and it's always proper that they exercise their rights within that context. And that's usually where we can see some of the complexity or the time it takes comes from people. It's more on people actually exercising their rights to have more time to reflect, rather than an excessively legalistic process. The processes do go very much to how do you establish the facts of the case. That relies on people engaging with a sense of openness and trying to understand what those facts are. And that's clearly our intent, I think, in how we observe codes being taking place or being conducted. I mean...
I was just going to add, Senator, that there are our State of the Service report shows the data of code of conduct matters that are happening across the service. So it is a small proportion compared to the number of the public service, numbers of the public service as a whole. But I think what we see there is we see a range of processes that are actually conducted in a way that is relatively informal, quick, etc., by agencies across the service. When the Australian Public Service Commission is involved, it's often matters that are a bit more complex. They can be high-profile matters, more senior matters. But what we do see is a lot of departments and agencies kind of looking at preliminary investigations, for example, and actually having quite an informal, quick process on whether formal code action is warranted and should be pursued further. But a lot of matters can actually be dealt with at the preliminary stage in a way that I think is the kind of approach that Secretary Griggs had in mind in some of those, former Secretary had in mind in some of those comments. We do see a lot of that happening across the service.
Can I come back to the lessons of robo-debt?
Can I just add in from my point of view on this? The codes of conduct traditionally, haven't been, I guess, front and centre in public view as much as they have through robo-debt. So I see them as a very important mechanism that is part of the public service infrastructure, that responds to examples where public servants may have had allegations of breaching a code, and it's an important way to deal with those circumstances when they arise. I think in the experience of robo-debt, what we had here was the single biggest failure of government administration, of public administration in history. In modern times. You had an illegal scheme run by the former government, many of whom are sitting here, over a number of years, which hunted down Australian citizens for debts they didn't owe and threatened them. And in some cases, it resulted in, a suicide of Australian people. That's how serious this is. So the code of conduct has become, and I'm careful because there's matters underway with the NAC now, but I don't think it's unusual that there's kind of, it became more legalistic in how those processes were being managed. But well, this was under you, Senator Hume, when you said that you were going to find $1.2 billion worth of savings, and it ended up costing the Australian taxpayer much more, and 500,000 Australian citizens were hunted down for debts they didn't owe. That's the public service, that's the approach you had, and presumably when you're talking about savings going forward, that's the sort of approach that you are going to take.
Estimates around onto me. But
well, it's about robo-debt because we're still paying the price for something that you are trying to sweep under the carpet. But that was your economic management.
We have lots of questions
chase down people who didn't owe money to the government. And you need to be responsible for that. And the taxpayers are continuing to pay the price for that.
Order.
Well, taxpayers continue to pay the price because that matter isn't settled.
That includes you, Minister. Order, Senators. We will proceed in an orderly way.
Thank you, Chair. I mean, on the 8-year anniversary of the death of one of those suicides, where I've recently been in contact with the parent of that loss, and it's more than one, it is a really important chapter that all political parties should be learning the lessons of, especially those who aspire to government, because we need to make sure such an historic disaster doesn't occur again, affecting so many Australians so negatively. I want to ask you, if I may go back to you, Dr de Bruer. In his comments, Mr Griggs says, and I'm going to ask you whether you agree with this statement, at its core, in robo-debt, there was a lack of curiosity by many, a lack of people willing to contest the ideas being floated and the direction they were given, a lack of collaboration amongst key agencies, and above all, a lack of courage at critical junctures to call out what happened. Is that your assessment of what the major elements of the disaster were?
Yes, Senator. I think that's a very neat description. And if you go through, certainly in Ms. Lowe's document, but also my own statement, I go through some of the specific nature of those breaches, where the independent investigators found that there had been breaches, and they go to those issues of not providing advice internally, not having the curiosity to pursue an issue, of intimidation and bullying within organisations, of willful looking away or looking away from an issue, especially what the consequences are for people, and a lack of, or a sense of, if it's lawful, I can do it, but not thinking about, is it ethical and should I do it? I think that was one of the major insights from Ms. Lowe's report, is that the public servant, in the privacy of that advice to a minister and a government and inside the department or agency, has to be able to have those conversations and raise those issues.
Thank you. And Minister, if I can ask you, do you believe that we have learned the lessons that are there for ministerial responsibility and cabinet processes? Because clearly this issue was bad at that level in the way it was managed also.
Yes, I believe so. I mean, the Royal Commission cost $30 million to get to the bottom of what happened. That is not in, when you look at this, not only from the human cost at all, but the hit to the budget that will continue about having to respond to the robo-debt saga. And yes, I believe so. I think the public service, there's definitely been a change in the public service in response to what we now understand about robo-debt. I think some of the recommendations related to information that's provided to the Cabinet through deliberations and things, and that, I think has changed. And just, the level of awareness about the harm that government can cause its citizens if it fails to understand or ignores the way that they are rolling out a program and ignores advice. And, again, I think, for those families involved, they'll probably never recover from this, but the public service is going to take a substantial time to heal as well.
And just on the larger lessons and the response to it, Dr de Bruin, how will you know, and what steps are you taking to measure change and improvement across the public sector to ensure that we have the kind of courage, collaboration and so on that Mr Griggs is referring to? Sure.
Yeah, there are a couple of features there, Senator. One would be how we understand how our institutions of government, of public administration work. So capability reviews have been a really important way to independently and transparently explore the culture of organisations, how they deal with, how they provide their advice, but also how they work with communities and partner with communities. That's an institutional perspective. That's now law, so it's required for all departments and major agencies. The other side comes down to, I think, individual performance, especially of secretaries, of agency heads, of senior executive service and executive level management. The performance management system, or the performance leadership system, focuses both on the delivery of what we are delivering for government and also how we are delivering for government. So the what and the how, which is the actual delivery and the outcomes for government, and the behaviours that we exhibit in delivering for government, they are both independently assessed, and a senior officer's performance depends on doing both of those well. So behaviour is not optional. Meeting the values of a public servant is not optional. It's actually how you get much better policy, much better delivery, and it's now built into the performance assessment of the senior executive of service, but also throughout the executive level ranks. So the assurance that the Parliament has, that ministers have, and the public has, is that we have a focus on how institutions perform and behave, and we have a focus on how the individuals who are key parts of those institutions deliver and behave.
And just to add, Senator, very quickly, as part of the government's APS reform agenda, outcome 1, we've defined 8 outcomes that we're measuring and tracking and evaluating as part of that agenda. The first outcome is that public sector employees act with and champion integrity. And so we've been doing a lot of work around collecting data. The evaluation of the outcomes under that agenda is going to be finalised shortly, and that will provide an additional source of assurance around whether we are meeting those outcomes.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chair.
Senator Hume.
Questions.
You're going to cede to Senator Reynolds for a moment.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair, and good morning. Dr. DeBrey, good to see you again, and Minister. I just wanted to pick up a couple of the themes from Senator Pocock, inquiry about codes of conduct, and I think you know where I'm where I'm going to be going. That is to one of what I see as the most egregious breaches of code of conduct activities in the APS towards 2 of my former staff who are on ministerial code of conduct, on ministerial codes of conduct applicable, came back to the APS and were subject to a code of conduct investigation and action under the APS code of conduct. So apart from how do staff know that they're, and this is one of the first question is, how do staff now know which bits of wit are they actually subjected to at the same time? And then we can go from there.
Yep. Thank you very much, Senator. I think in the past week, and I'll ask my colleagues to go in more detail, but I've issued new directions which now go to the application of the APS values for MOPS staff. And I also note that there have been other changes that you may want to speak to Finance about in relation to MOPS staff. But the impact or the effect of those directions is to, while a public servant is on leave and is employed under the MOPS Act, that public servant is not bound by the committed to service and the impartiality values. Committed to service means that you're required to serve the government, and it's very hard if you're a MOPS staffer to be serving the government if you're working for the opposition or for another parliamentarian. And the impartiality says not to be political or to be apolitical. And again, if you're working in a parliamentarian's office, the whole essence of life in an office is to be political. So the impact of those new directions is to say that if you're a public servant on leave working as a MOPS staffer, then impartiality and committed to service are not live values so long as you are a MOPS employee. The other values are, but...
So can I just say, so just on that then, so does that make, so by saying you're not subject to impartiality and committed to service, that then implies that there are still APS requirements that they are still subject to?
Yeah, so aspects like respect, acting ethically, stewardship, those requirements are ongoing requirements.
Yeah. And as you've just discussed, I did hear some of the discussion about what those mean, but in practical circumstances, in relation to the example where they were doing what I believe was a lawful instruction from my Chief of Staff at the time, that circumstance occurred again, because it's very likely to when, as ministers change over, they then request staff to do things which are entirely appropriate as a ministerial staff. Would this make it clear then to staff what they can and can't do?
So, Senator...
in that circumstance?
Yes, part of the intent of the amended direction, and we're very close to finalising and issuing further guidance on how what the amended directions mean in practice. The intent is to ensure that there is clarity, to ensure that we're meeting public expectations, and also to ensure that there's still interest in mobility between the public service and parliamentary,
which is incredibly
roles.
Important. So on one sense, I'm very glad I pursued this, because clearly this has resulted in some good outcomes for the next round of staff. So that I'm happy about. But what I'm still deeply troubled by is what happened to my two staff and the awful impact it has had on them and their families and their lives. Have you had, given that we've discussed this for 2.5 years and your predecessor, has anyone gone back and had a look at the circumstances of that particular case?
Senator, we have, and I'm conscious we have spoken with you on a number of occasions about this. So we have engaged with our colleagues in Services Australia. We wouldn't be in a position to comment on individual matters or...
But you have gone back, that's right, I just want to know, you have gone back and...
We have spoken with our colleagues at Services Australia, Senator, yes.
Okay, so you've spoken with them?
Yes.
Okay, I'll leave it there because I don't... So the broader issue, and again, you know, I was very pleased to hear, you know, Senator Gallagher at the last estimate said she no longer judges colleagues, but we still have a circumstance, of where confidential code of conduct information went to Minister Shorten and it somehow found its way from Minister Shorten's office to two Labor colleagues who then used that confidential code of conduct information here in estimates under parliamentary privilege. So despite all of the, you know, the things that you've talked about, which are incredibly important, it troubles me that there appears to have been no progress in determining how confident code of conduct activities, noting everything you've just said, found its way to a minister's office and then found its way to two Labor colleagues who then used it in great... I mean, clearly they had it because it was a lot of detail, which I checked with the staff and it is actually true. So if that can still happen, this egregious abuse of parliamentary privilege against two APS staff, which has caused massive... I mean, it wasn't just the Code of Conduct inquiry, it was the publicisation of it because it was very clear to everybody who worked with them who it was. Does that not stop for pause or to inquire how did it get to Minister Shorten's office and then how did it get from Minister Shorten's office to colleagues in this place to use unimpeded over multiple estimates?
So...
Yeah, well, I think that's a matter for Services Australia. I'm not sure that anyone here is in a position to answer that. And presumably, Senator Reynolds, there are ways for you to pursue that, you know, with Services Australia through a proper process.
Senator Gallagher, I've been seeking to do that for 2.5 years.
Well, yeah, but all I'm saying is these officials aren't in a position to answer that.
But with the greatest of respect, Senator Gallagher, I don't think you're really in a position to judge on this, given that you did that to my staff as well under parliamentary privilege, which has caused irreparable damage to my former Chief of Staff. And again, we had Labor senators using privileged confidential information to try to get at me through my staff, through two APS staff. Now, with the greatest of respect, Minister, if the Public Service Commissioner is not the responsible person for protecting APS staff from an egregious abuse of parliamentary privilege, then nobody is.
Well, I don't think that's true, and I would say I'm not sure how the Commissioner can answer the questions that you've asked this morning about how information got from somewhere to somewhere to then be answered. That's the point I'm making.
Well, Senator Gallagher, that's very convenient for you because it was a Labor colleague who passed the information on to Labor senators.
Well, look, I'm not aware of the issue you're raising, and so all I'm suggesting is that Services Australia is the appropriate place. Well, I don't know why that made you smile, but I am not aware of it.
Chair, seriously. Point of order.
Well, what is your point of order,
Thank you,
Senator Reynolds?
Thank you very much, Chair. I asked a question of the Commissioner, which the Minister has proceeded to talk over the Commissioner, and I would actually like to hear from the Commissioner himself because I believe he is the entirely most appropriate person to address this question.
Senator, well, I will let the Commissioner respond should he wish to, or he's welcome to refer that to the Minister, but it does appear to me like these questions are out of scope for this part of
Chair,
the hearing, but please don't interrupt me, Senator Reynolds. I was about to try and give the call to Dr. De Bruhl, which I think was what you were seeking.
So I understand, Senator. I don't have the power to investigate the conduct within another organisation, so it's out of my purview and reach. So it really is a matter for Services Australia, because if it's conducted in there. But that doesn't mean that I can't discuss the issue, and I will follow up with that.
Dr. De Bruhl, we've already discussed this case many times, and you've indicated previously that you would look this up. And Chair, with the greatest of respect for you as Chair, as you were one of the senators who used this confidential information, I think there is a degree of conflict of interest between yourself and also Senator Gallagher on this particular matter. But Commissioner, if you are not the person who can protect APS staff from abuse of parliamentary privilege and the release of confidential code of conduct information, which Services Australia refused to address in this place, who is there to protect APS staff from this egregious abuse?
Senator, if I could add, one thing that we do make very clear is the importance of confidentiality around these matters. I know the Commissioner's on record on numerous occasions of talking about code of conduct matters being conducted within the context of the employment relationship. I know we've had a number of conversations in this forum as well around the very strict legal provisions around confidentiality when it comes to code of conduct matters. Now, they are elevated for the Australian Public Service Commission under the Public Service Act, under Section 72A in particular, but other agencies and departments as well have privacy obligations around protection of confidential information.
Dr. Bacon, I absolutely appreciate...
You're welcome to seek the call once we return from the tea break.
With all due respect, Chair, could you please let Senator Reynolds finish the question?
Well,
and we are aware of your conflict of interest here, which has been noted on the record. And
Senator
it could be assumed
McGrath, you do not have the
that you
call.
are running interference, you're running a protection racket again.
I'm seeking to go to the tea break. I will give Senator Reynolds the courtesy of finishing her question on the proviso that we will immediately go to the morning tea break, and in order to do so, I need to reject your statement of a conflict of interest. I don't wish to debate it. I just want to put that on the record. You have the call to ask your question. One question, one answer, then we'll go to morning tea. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Dr. Bacon, thank you for reminding us of those points, which I agree are incredibly important. But where you have such an egregious breach of the code of conduct where there has been a release, are you actually saying if Dr. De Bruhl, as the Public Service Commissioner, has no powers to protect these staff, is my next and only recourse referring this to the Australian Federal Police to investigate how this code of conduct breach occurred, and ended up with a senator here at the table and another Labor senator to use in a public forum to do awful harm to those two APS staff? Who's going to speak for them apart from me?
I don't have the power to reach in to an organisation to examine the code on my. It is a matter for the agency head to do that with respect to their own staff. It is unacceptable to release confidential information, and we don't do that. And so that is a matter for investigation without talking about specific instances. And we do talk to agencies, but we can't reveal our private conversations around particular individuals. So I have to protect that. But the release of, well, that's a matter for examination, and that would be it's under the Public Service Act. It's not under the Federal Police. So it really is a matter for that agency to examine.
But in the circumstance where an agency doesn't...
We'll now break for morning tea for 15 minutes and resume.
So no one is there to protect the public service.
You may not need to go to the bathroom, but I do.
Wow.
So we will suspend for morning tea and be back. You will have the call when we return. Thank you. We are back with the Australian Public Service Commission, and who is seeking the call? Senator Reynolds.
Thank you very much, Chair. I've just got one question, and the question is for Minister Gallagher. As this is most likely my last Senate estimates, I just want to ask you, Minister, will you now apologise not just to me but to my staff and my family for all of the damage that has been wrought on them by you and by others in the Labor Party?
Well, Senator Reynolds, I think I've said in the chamber when I had probably 2 weeks of questions from the opposition about this, I am sorry that you have been hurt by all of this. But I've gone back and had a look at the questions I've asked. I believe the questions I asked in my role when you were a minister and accountable for what happened in your office were reasonable. And I consider these things deeply. No, that is not a no, and I've already repeated what I said in the chamber some months ago. You were a minister, you were accountable for what happened in your office, and we asked questions about an alleged sexual assault in this building, and I would believe that other senators in a similar circumstance would ask exactly the same questions. But did I seek to cause harm to you or anyone else? No. I asked questions that I think most people would expect would have been asked with such serious allegations about what has happened in this building and the changes that we have put in place since to make sure something like that doesn't happen again.
So that's a no. Thank you, Minister.
Well, that's your editorialising, Senator Reynolds.
There was no apologies to my staff.
That is not my answer.
Take the call.
You didn't apologise to the staff. Very telling.
This is
very telling.
I'm seeking someone to take the call for a new line of questioning. Senator Pocock.
My conscience is clear, Senator McGrath.
Well, that says a lot about you.
Well,
you did not apologise to the staff. In terms of the staff of Senator Reynolds.
Senator McGrath, you are welcome.
An alleged rape that happened in this building that was.
In terms of weaponising
Senator,
but also how you treat
Senator McGrath.
We did not.
Senator McGrath, Senator Pocock has the call.
Thank you, Chair. I want to go to the Coalition's election policy that pledges to cut 36,000 employees from the public service. This is a chilling prospect. That's 20% of our public service, real people, real jobs, doing important things. We also know that that work won't just go away. This policy signals a return to reliance on jobs for the Liberals' consulting mates at 3 times the cost of public servants. For me, in my understanding, this is a swap, not a cut. As part of this claim, the Coalition's repeated that these 36,000 jobs are all in Canberra. For example, Shadow Treasurer Angus Taylor saying that the government's new, quote, 36,000 Canberra-based public servants is too many. My understanding is that 2/3 of the APS jobs are based outside of Canberra. Can you confirm that this is correct, or give me the precise number?
I'm not sure that I have all of that in front of me, but yes, it is around 2/3 of the additional investment is in places outside Canberra, and the majority of the agencies would be Services Australia, the National Disability Insurance Agency, the Department of Home Affairs, the Department of Defence, and the Tax Office would cover the majority of those additional investments.
I'll have the opportunity to ask the ATO what a significant cut, say, of 4,000 to their service would do to revenue generation.
Yes, it would have.
And I will make that ask that question. But there are no clear details about these cuts. They've said they will detail them after the election, and that's a scare campaign that casts many hard-working public servants that provide vital services that we rely on every day as just a drain on the economy. Has the APSC been consulted at all about this policy, Dr de Bruin?
The actual numbers is really a question for finance. That's a resource question. That's not a question for the Commission.
But have you been consulted at all in relation? No consultation. Have you done any modelling yourselves about what the impact of that would be by a department?
Not at this stage, Senator.
We've heard just then from the Minister that the NDIS, Home Affairs, Defence, the ATO and Services Australia are likely to be the most precisely or largely affected by those cuts. Has the APSC done anything, taken any initiative of any kind to deal with the impact, the negative health and morale impacts that might arise for public servants as they learn about the policy proposal that any 1 in 5 of them might be without a job before long?
So I think we will go back to once decisions are made, depending. So we don't deal with hypotheticals. We're dealing with what the reality is, and we will do that if those circumstances arise.
Thank you.
Let's go back to your question previously around the size of the service. At least with respect to the Australian Public Service, 63.1% of the Australian Public Service are outside the ACT. So that's now 36.9% in the ACT. That's the head count of the public service. Just for the numbers, Senator.
Thank you. That's the head count. Do you have a breakdown by cities and regions?
We do.
Yep. We do, Senator. I'll ask Mr Ham to come to the table to assist.
Thank you.
I'm Tony Dam, Acting Assistant Commissioner People Insights. Would you mind mentioning the question again?
So we've just heard that 63.1% of public servants are, as a head count, are outside of Canberra. I'm interested in the breakdown by cities and regions outside Canberra.
So starting with states and territories, and all of this information is published each year in the State of the Service report, which is tabled in Parliament.
Great.
So at June 2024, in Victoria there were 32,002 in terms of the head count. For New South Wales it was 30,712, Queensland 24,180, South Australia 12,907, WA was 9,001, Tasmania 4,428, Northern Territory 2,158, overseas 1,520, bringing a total of, with the ACT, of 185,343. In terms of regional locations, I don't have that sort of easily to hand, but we could certainly provide that to you.
I can assist with that. In aggregate, Senator. So in aggregate, as the Commissioner's already said, 36.9% based in the ACT in the June 24 figures. Other capital cities 49.9%, regional 12.3% and overseas 0.8%.
Great. Thanks so much for providing that. Very useful. Clearly not true to say that most of these jobs are located in Canberra.
No, I think it's, again, cheap politics that are played. You can always beat up Canberra and beat up public servants in Canberra. It's a bit harder to go around beating them up out of Tasmania and Northern Territory and New South Wales and regional cities like Cairns and Townsville, who depend on, good jobs happening. And so if there's a 36,000 jobs cut, about 22,700 jobs would be outside Canberra.
And I noticed that in my own state, that's 13,000 jobs essentially out of South Australia. Very significant impact on my own state. I want to move on to a follow-up question in relation to a recent estimates question on notice. The first question is number 36, and it regards communications between the APS and NAC commissioners. The question on notice says there were 2 other occasions of contact between the NAC Commissioner and the APS Commissioner on this matter in relation to robo-debt. So my question first of them is, Did the APS Commissioner or any employee of the APSC have contact by email, text, meeting or phone call with Attorney General's Department about the possible public release of the sealed Robo-Debt Royal Commission chapter?
There has been communication with Attorney Generals around the possible release of the sealed chapter, so yes, Senator.
And can you provide details of that communication?
Yeah, I have to take that on notice, Senator.
Thank you. Look forward to getting that. Has the Commissioner provided advice to a Minister about the commitment by the Attorney General to publicly release the report when the NAC has considered finished its consideration of it?
I've certainly had advice from relevant agencies on that.
And are you able to provide us evidence of the nature of that advice?
I don't believe I can at the moment while there's matters ongoing. We are just, mindful of the work of the NAC.
Okay. Given the NAC's decision to investigate the 6 robo-debt referrals, which may lead to further revelations of alleged misbehaviour by named current and former public servants, will the Commissioner reconsider your decision not to release more details from the APSC's Code of Conduct investigation?
No, Senator.
You won't?
I've taken... When I made my decision around the naming of individuals or not naming of individuals, I took account of the possible naming of individuals by the release of the confidential chapter, and my decision to name the 2 former secretaries but not name the other was made with the possibility that there could be the release of those names in the confidential chapter, and my decision at the time was that I would not release the names of the people who were not former secretaries.
And your thinking behind that decision?
Because one of the primary reasons for not naming the other individuals was it was important to show the public service. Two reasons. One was that there was full accountability of what the nature of the breaches were by those individuals. So in my statement, I talked about the kinds of breaches the public servants had made, so the public service could see and the public could see that these were unacceptable forms of behaviour and that people suffered the consequences in terms of the employment relationship for that. The other aspect was, in my own calculation on this, that if I released all the names of the individuals, then public servants might think that whenever there was a breach that they would be named, that the protections would not normally apply, especially in times of controversy. And as Dr. Bacon said previously, we have many hundreds of codes a year, and those codes work because people know that their information will be dealt with confidentially, at least for the most. I mean, the system leans very heavily in protecting and maintaining people's confidentiality. And part of my own calculation under the Act, under the Public Service Act, was that was an important consideration in not naming individuals.
Have you, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
Have you named the specific penalties in each of the cases that exist without mentioning the names of the people? Have you made clear exactly what costs have been imposed in terms of demotion, pay cuts and so on?
I might ask Ms Lowe if she's... Oh, yeah, sorry. I think Ms Lowe's better placed to answer that.
Jamie Lowe, Merit Protection Commissioner, but appearing at this time in my capacity as the former head of the Robo-Debt Code of Conduct Inquiry Task Force. We did publish in our report the range of sanctions that were imposed against individuals, and we've subsequently provided advice in response to a question on those.
Okay,
with the
I'm
specifics.
sorry, I wasn't across that.
Right.
So I appreciate that that's already on the public record, the actual details of each of those changes.
Not tied to the individual. We've protected the...
But the monetary and the classification changes and so on?
So in the report of the task force, we've described what all the recommended sanctions were in regard to all the matters for the current public servants that were current at the time that the report was published.
Okay, with the detail of what they actually were in monetary and classification.
In monetary, so quantum, do you mean?
Yes,
no.
I'm trying to find out exactly what the penalty was. I know what the general penalties were. I'm trying to find out, penalties change behaviour. The nature of the penalty matters. The size of the penalty matters. Can you provide to us the size of the penalty and the change in classification and the other detailed nature of those penalties?
I need to rotate the call.
Yeah, I'm
Senator,
persisting on my question.
If I can take that on notice, if I could take that on notice. I obviously don't have that detail to hand.
Okay, I'm asking for it on notice. Thank you.
Senator Human, I'll just alert the committee that Senator Stewart's also seeking the call next.
Thank you very much, Chair. I want to go back to the questions I was asking earlier. I'd like to ask what the process for members of the APS are if they believe that they have been mischaracterised by a minister or a member of a minister's office.
Is there a specific example that
No,
you have?
I'm just asking the question of the Commissioner.
If they're mischaracterised by a minister or a minister's office.
Would they come to you? Who do they come to?
I think in the first instance they go to their agency, within their own agency, into their secretary or agency head, Senator.
What role do you have then in educating ministers that they shouldn't seek to publicly impute political motives or political work onto public servants? Anything?
That's not within my bailiwick.
So you've never had to undertake that role with this government?
I wouldn't. I don't know specifically what you're asking for, Senator.
You've never had to talk to ministers about making sure that they don't politicise the public service?
Senator, in my experience, which is, I know we're talking in hypotheticals here, in my experience where issues arise between a ministerial office and a public service department or agency, then there's conversations often at a senior level. So in my other roles as a Deputy Secretary, for example, in other departments, I've had conversations, under both governments with ministerial officers when kind of tensions arise or where clarification's needed. And in my experience, those things are often worked through in conversations with senior officers.
So, as you know, I've written to you about the concerns that the opposition has about the potential for this government to take actions that might politicise the public service. Have you taken action to remind departments and agencies of the dangers to the perception of impartiality by engaging in political requests from ministers or their staff?
I think, as I mentioned in the letter, Senator, the Secretary of the Department of the Prime Minister and Cabinet and myself intend to write to all public servants once the election's been called, talking and reminding public servants of a range of their obligations under law. We have done that regularly across the service, both Professor Davis and I, and there is precedent for the Secretary of the Prime Minister's Department and the Commissioner writing to all staff. I think it happened in 2019. I don't think it happened in 2022, but periodically we do write to all staff to remind them of their obligations under law for impartiality and a range of other elements.
Is it, Commissioner, is it appropriate for material to be distributed to departments and agencies that's critical of an alternative government?
That's a very hypothetical. I don't know.
What is it? Can you just ask the specific of the question? It's impossible.
I'm afraid. Well, it isn't impossible, Minister.
It is because you're asking
because the APS Commissioner has
questions.
repeatedly said to me that behaviour of the APS, behaviour of ministers, behaviour of us all is principles based. So I'm asking about principles. Is it appropriate or not?
But you're asking, is it as far as I can understand it,
let's say
if somebody
this minister,
sent something to somebody that might have been critical, is that a problem?
Let's say that this minister distributed information to departments that was critical of an alternative government.
What do you mean? When you say distributed, what does that mean? Did I put an all-staff email out to say this is terrible?
Let's say that there is some form of advertising that is sitting in departments' offices that is critical of an alternative government. Is that appropriate? Is it appropriate for unions to distribute it? Is it appropriate for ministers to distribute it? Is it appropriate for ministers' staff to distribute information that would be critical of an alternative government?
Well, I think we need to understand what the material is. Because what is critical to you may not be critical to somebody. This is the problem. We're dealing with hypotheticals. Do you have a bit of paper that you are concerned about that is gone somewhere?
No, but some very concerned public servants do.
Right.
And they've come and said that we are concerned that there is political material that is being handed out in departments.
Well,
there is a piece of paper that says, can you afford a pay cut? And then when you move a little dial, it says, can you afford to risk Peter Dutton? Now, is that a political piece of material? Is that something that should be hanging about on departments' desks?
Can we have a look at the material that you've got?
I can provide it to the committee.
Well, then we might be able to answer.
But if a public servant who is concerned about their impartiality, if a public servant who is concerned about the politicisation of what it is that they do, has approached us and said, this isn't appropriate in my department, would you agree?
Is it union material?
Potentially. Are unions allowed to distribute material in departments that is critical of an alternative government? Is it allowed to hang about on desks?
Well, they have some capacity too.
And Senator, what I go back to is the impartiality value that we talked about earlier. So it is a value in legislation that the APS is apolitical in terms of, and we issue a lot of guidance on our website at the Commission about what that can look like in practice. It is actually the responsibility of accountable authorities, so secretaries or agency heads, to have processes and systems and training, etc., in place to make sure that staff in their departments and agencies are complying with the values.
So is it appropriate for that information, for that type of material to be sitting on the desks in departments?
Senator, I think that question has been answered in the
I really don't think it has, Chair. I mean, this is the thing. It never seems to get answered.
Hasn't been answered.
Well, I think it has. It's just not the answer that you want.
So it is appropriate?
No, I'm not saying that, Senator. I just don't have enough. It's very hypothetical.
It's not. I'll give you the material. But if people are approaching us saying they feel uncomfortable about this, what do we do?
Well, they should raise it with their supervisors. If they are, they should. I mean, there is a process within a workplace to raise concerns if people have them, and I imagine and they should be dealt with at the local level.
It's not hypothetical. As a point of principle, Commissioner, is it appropriate for partisan material to be distributed in APS workplaces?
So, sorry to jump in, Senator, but we do have guidance under our social media guidance. I know you're not talking here about something that's distributed through social media channels, but we do have quite detailed guidance that sets out the expected behaviours and a framework to manage what is appropriate communication. In this case, it's by public servants. So what is appropriate communication by public servants, and how do we balance the individual rights of Australians to express a view?
That's not the question I'm asking. My question I was asking was a very clear question, and not about social media. I was asking about is it appropriate for partisan political material to be distributed within APS workplaces? So I appreciate the social media guidelines, and they are tangent to the question, but in relation, Commissioner, to the distribution of material within APS workplaces that is of a partisan nature. Is that appropriate?
It's clear that Dr. Bacon understands the question.
if it is union material, which it sounds like it is, I thought you were asking questions about something else. We do support. We do, if that's what it is, but you haven't confirmed it, but it sounds
I'm asking
like,
the Minister just to assist you as a point of principle in terms of the
I'm trying
distribution
to
of partisan
answer because
material.
we have a fundamental difference of opinion here. You don't support unions in the workplace. We do.
I don't support the distribution of partisan material within the workplace that attacks one party.
Who have a right
the APS is funded by the taxpayers of Australia.
Senator McGrath, you've been talking over the top of me most of the morning. Every time I try to speak, you talk over the top of me.
But you're not answering the question with respect, Minister.
For example, like right now.
You're not answering the question, Minister.
Well, I'm trying to.
My question is to the Commissioner. My question is not to you. You're interrupting the Commissioner.
And I have the right at the table to answer them.
And I would like the Commissioner to answer the question.
And you've got to put your listening ears on, as I would have
It'd be nice for you to also
children,
put your listening ears in also, Minister.
Because you're not using your listening ears at
I would
all.
like the Commissioner to answer the question and for you to stop running interference.
Well, you can't instruct who is going to answer the question.
I can ask the Commissioner a question,
yes,
and if he doesn't want to answer the question,
you can,
then
I can choose to answer it. So you can keep talking over me, and I'm not going to be silenced by you. I will keep talking. So this can go on all day.
It'd be nice for you to answer the question. You can talk all you like, but answer the question.
I am saying to you that we support unions in the workplace. We think they have a role to play. We support union delegates in the workplace. We think they have a right to play. If people are concerned about material in their workplace, they have a right to raise that concern with their supervisors, and I would expect that they would do that and it would be handled locally. In some workplaces there is a union notice board, in others it's distributed in other ways. In some cases it's in the meal room, in other cases it's, in the corridor of a workplace. And so in that respect, unions do have a right to put out a message. Whether people want to listen to that or respond to that, well, they can raise a concern.
A partisan political message?
Can I ask a question here?
If it's union information, they are able to provide that information. And if people have a concern with that, they should raise that concern, including with the Public Service Commissioner.
That's exactly what we're doing.
We're trying to ask.
Well,
you won't let us.
The Public Service Commissioner could accept, if your proposition is right, that there are public servants who are concerned about it, they should raise it within their department, but they also have other ways of raising those concerns.
That's how they do it. That's what we're doing.
So, Senator McGrath, I need to highlight to you that you
and maybe don't threaten to cut 36,000 jobs. Maybe that'll get you a bit more
positive. But you did not let them, Dr. Bacon, conclude her answer. You in fact interrupted it.
I asked if
and now he's
clarify
talking
the
over
question,
you.
and then the Minister started speaking over to me as she's doing now.
Yes.
So my question is,
Senator McGrath, I will rotate the call very shortly.
And maybe don't threaten to sack 36,000 public servants every time one of you does an interview.
Look. We know your Senate seat is very marginal, Senator Gallagher, and you've put a material out saying you're actually going to lose it. But surely by allowing your union mates to distribute pro-ALP material in the workplace breaches...
so this is actually about me, is it?
It's always about Labor ministers and holding them accountable. I would like the Commissioner to answer. So you're saying, Commissioner, if I'm correct, or can you clarify, is it allowed... Are ALP-affiliated unions allowed to distribute pro-Labor material in the workplace?
I might ask. We have a circular from 2022, which talks about union representation in Commonwealth agencies, and that goes to the rights of unions in workplaces, but also how they need to conduct themselves, and how public servants need to engage with that. But if I ask Ms Talbot to coach you through this, there's a protocol on unions in the workplace.
Jo Talbot, First Assistant Commissioner, Workplace Reform and Diversity. During the most recent enterprise bargaining round, there was put into all enterprise agreements particular delegates' rights. As the Commissioner has said, we actually did issue a circular which does provide provide some clarity around the way in which workplaces can be used. In particular, it does recognise that allowing reasonable official union communication appropriate to the agency from union delegates with employees, including through email, intranet pages and notice boards. This may include providing a link to a union website for employees to access union information, and any assistance in facilitating email communication does not include an agency vetoing reasonable communications. One of the things, though, that is asked is to ensure that that communication is respectful.
Sorry, can I just clarify? Does the communication have to have a purpose other than purely political advertising, partisan political advertising?
Usually what the material often is around particular, the purposes of consulting often with employees around particular conditions or issues that might be being raised.
We do need to distribute it. Okay.
Yeah.
Can I just table the document then, please, Chair? This is photos of a piece of material that has been found in departments.
So, Commissioner, I don't think the question has been answered yet in relation to the distribution of either pro-Labor or anti-coalition material in APS workplaces. Is that something that is appropriate? It's not a hypothetical, it is actually a point of principle.
Doesn't have a lot of information on it, does it?
Well, it's hard to see what it is. What's the...
Good question.
Is it a little thing? I haven't seen it.
Doesn't look like an informational circular. Doesn't look like anything with a QR code. Doesn't look like something that would advertise an event or an information session. It's just a pure piece of political advertising.
Can I just need to absorb this, Senator, and reflect on it.
It's only about half a dozen words on there. It's not too much to observe.
But I don't know the context, and I'd like to understand what the context is, where it was.
Well, it's an anti-Peter Dutton piece of material.
Yeah, but I don't know where it was,
in an APS.
Cuts in the public service.
Thank you, Chair. Once again, you add to the Hansard, but take away from the knowledge of this room. What I'm asking, Chair, through you, Chair, to the Commissioner is, do you have concerns or any oversight over this type of material being circulated in the workplace?
The oversight... Sorry.
Oh, I was just going to say some of the things that we're unsure about are who distributed the material, which agency it was, what were the channels.
It's in an APS workplace in terms
had
of
access to
so
the
are you saying
material.
for union distributed it's fine, but if the local Labor Party branch, but I repeat myself, if they distributed the material, it would not be fine.
I think we'd want to...
This is a partisan piece of material that has been distributed in APS workplaces, so we need to find out, as a point of principle, do you think it is appropriate for partisan material to be distributed in APS workplaces? That's the first question. And I don't have an answer to that yet, with respect, Commissioner.
I think...
Well, he's asked to consider it.
No, I've asked a point of principle about the distribution of partisan material in the workplace as a point of principle. We'll get to this particular piece of material secondary. So as a point of principle, Commissioner, is it appropriate for the distribution of partisan material in the APS workplace?
I have to understand the context, Senator, because I don't know what distribution of material means.
Okay, why don't we talk about it? Distribution means someone walks around workplaces and puts bits of paper on people's desks. Then that bit of, and then what happens then with respect, Commissioner, and I think you're being disingenuous with your answers in terms of throwing that question back to me. Partisan material is pretty clear. It's either pro one political party or anti another political party. So as the Commissioner, is it appropriate for the distribution of partisan material in the workplace? Is that something that's appropriate and consistent with APS
Senator
values?
McGrath, if you want an answer to your question, please take breath.
Well, the Commissioner asked for clarification, and I'm assisting the Commissioner.
No, you're not assisting. You're just having a big blab again.
No, the Commissioner asked for clarification, and so I'm assisting the Commissioner understanding my question, which goes to the distribution of partisan material in the APS workplace.
You have 2 more minutes with the call. If you use it all talking, then
If I could
Dr. Bacon.
just to share with you, Senator, what our guidance says. So we do have guidance, and this I think goes to the value of impartiality, that APS employees should not engage in party political activities at work, such as distributing political material, producing political publications or conducting market research. What I'm unsure about is there is a distinction between what applies to APS employees in their capacity as public servants and what members of the APS may do in their private capacity. So when I was talking earlier about the circumstances in which this occurred and the types of questions that would be helpful for us to consider in properly responding to your question, I think those circumstances in part go to some of those questions. And while I know that our guidance is titled social media guidance, it does actually go to these questions outside the context of social media as well.
With respect, Dr. Bacon, I think we really do need to have the Commissioner's view here. He is personally responsible for the values. We've equivocated on the role of value number one, which is impartiality, which I think is really important here. We discussed this at the beginning of the session today, the fundamental importance of impartiality. Commissioner, you have the material. It's not hypothetical. Is this appropriate?
It depends on... Look, I think Dr Bacon outlined what the policy is. I think to understand specific circumstances, you need to see exactly what it means in those circumstances.
I'm very concerned, Commissioner, here, that in refusing to engage on clear evidence which is in front of you and requiring further evidence is actually actively undermining the role... Sorry, Chair, excuse me. It's undermining Senators' roles. Senators' roles here.
We have an obligation to treat witnesses with respect.
We have an obligation, Chair, to treat our public service with respect. So they have come to me and said that this makes them feel uncomfortable. If you have a problem with that, that's your problem. I'm asking the Commissioner whether that's appropriate.
And the Commissioner has responded, Senator Hume. With all due respect, you have shoved under our noses a photocopy of 2 discs.
You have undermined whistleblowers.
No.
That's what you're doing.
Oh, come on.
Senator Hume.
Come on. Like, let's be serious here. You have given us one piece of paper which shows 2... Well, I think it's this... Oh, they're slightly different now that I read it. And the Commissioner has said he needs to consider it.
Is the Commissioner then embarrassed that public servants don't feel that they're protected enough by the APSC, so they have to go confidentially to us?
I don't think it's unusual.
In order to because they feel like they're being
it's unusual.
Can the Commissioner answer the question?
Well, can you stop talking over the top of me every single time? Senator McGrath. See, again, I open my mouth, you start talking. That's not the way a conversation works. It might be in the Liberal Party where you can continue to talk over women non-stop every single time I open my mouth. I'm going to keep going because I'm not going to be talked about.
Because we're here representing the taxpayers of Australia, and we know you're concerned about your Senate spot.
Every single time.
I know. Thank you, Senators. I will rotate the call.
But I think it's fair and reasonable that the... Well, I was trying to finish my answer.
Yes.
I think it's fair and reasonable that the Commissioner consider the issue you have raised at estimates today. That is an entirely reasonable position based on this piece of information.
The equivocation, I think, is disappointing.
It's not equivocation.
It is. Where's the leadership here?
Not.
This is what is expected of a Commissioner, to stand up for the values.
Don't besmirch the Commissioner.
I'm not.
You are.
Senator
Give him a chance to answer.
He has answered
is it
and he wants to consider it.
Senator Hume, you are the one in danger of politicising this independent agency by putting the agency on the
spot back to the way it was
when they have the right to do their job.
Highly politicised public service that we inherited.
So, distributing partisan material with respect, Minister, in the public service under your watch goes
Senator
away to helping it become a brand to the Labor Party, doesn't it?
I'm going to give the call to Senator Stewart.
The Commissioner would like to respond.
Thank you.
Okay.
So, I'm unequivocal, Senator, in the importance of being apolitical and the importance of ethics. I would ask that I'm always available to talk to public servants if they have concerns around these matters. They can also contact the Ethics Advisory line in the Commission, and I would counsel them as well, or advise them to speak within their own agency as well. I'm always available to talk about these matters. It is important to understand the context in which they're presented. So that's really what I'm asking for, to understand.
So you directed them to a helpline?
Also to me, and people approach me and they approach the Commission. It's a way of approaching the Commission about these matters, and we treat those inquiries with complete confidentiality. I get them regularly, and we protect people's identity in those processes.
As part of your communication to public servants that you mentioned earlier, will you be reminding all public servants of the importance of the neutrality of the public service, which you indicated you were going to do? But will you be also reminding them of the importance of not distributing partisan material in the workplace?
Senator McGrath, you didn't have the call. That was the
I was asking a question.
It doesn't seem to matter to him.
I was asking a question.
He takes the call whenever he feels like it.
It is a question.
Well, you didn't take the call off us.
You've already had.
You didn't take the call off us.
So
I realise you don't like the question, Minister.
You've had
but I will, Commissioner, I'll come back to that question.
Thank you
I'm sure
very
you will.
much,
Senator
Chair.
Stewart.
Appreciate that. I want to ask some questions about the APS Code of Conduct, if that's okay, and specifically about the protection of market-sensitive information. So in the preparation of government policy, what are the expectations of public servants on the protections of this information?
Senator, could you give a little more detail about the government process? Like, are we talking about a budget process?
It could be, budget. It could be policy that they are helping the government to prepare in the lead up into, to an announcement the next day, for example.
Sure. So, Senator,
let's use the women's health budget as a great example of a great Labor announcement.
If we're talking about material and advice that's prepared in the context of a budget process, then the normal principles around cabinet confidentiality would apply in terms of how that information was treated. If we were talking about a scenario where there was a need to be engaging with a wide range of stakeholders to seek input into the design or development of a policy, then it would be entirely appropriate to engage widely, for public servants to engage widely and publicly about the development of a policy.
Yeah. And so there are rules around how they can use that information for the purposes of going out and engaging government consultation or whatever, or for input. If it's confidential.
I wasn't so much thinking about confidentiality. What I was going to say, Senator, is in terms of rules or principles that would guide how public servants engage.
The Code of Conduct, I suppose.
The APS values, exactly right, Senator. The APS values, including being respectful, being ethical in how we engage, those things all matter. Plus, compliance with the law is also a very important point. So there are some circumstances where we may need to protect privacy, for example, and we would have legal obligations under the Privacy Act. So it kind of does depend on the circumstances that we're talking about.
Yeah. And if they had, I don't know, market-sensitive information that they could then use for personal benefit, what are the rules around that?
So if there was any question, Senator, around a conflict of interest, then we've got very strong and clear rules about avoiding conflicts of interest. If conflicts of interest cannot be avoided, they need to be declared and they need to be managed. So there are very clear rules around that, and the Commission does issue guidance around management of conflicts of interest.
Yeah. And what are the consequences for a public servant if they are found to have breached the...
It does, as we've spoken about a number of times this morning, Senator, it will depend on the circumstances of the particular case, but the consequences will be proportionate and considered, following a process, and we do have guidance as well about code of conduct processes and how they would be engaged in.
Is there, so what are the expectations for public servants, like specifically around market sensitive information for private purposes?
So if it's for a personal gain, then there are very clear rules that public servants are not to use sensitive or information obtained in the course of their employment for a personal gain.
Yeah. So, for example, if a public servant was to know that, hypothetically, that the banks were to be bailed out during the GFC and sought to buy up shares of all those major banks on the eve of that announcement, I imagine there would be very, very serious consequences. That we are now reading about how Mr Dutton behaved in the on the eve of that bank bailout.
You want to say that outside of parliamentary privilege,
please,
Minister?
please,
Why don't you say it outside the room?
There's genuine questions to answer.
Why don't you say it outside the room?
This is the modern Labor Party. All you've got is mud. You're just attacking the leader.
Coward's Castle.
Yeah.
Say it outside the room.
You
go on.
with your own questions.
Go on Sky News. Go on the ABC even. Say it there.
You come in here asking about integrity, and we have questions.
You're throwing mud at
Mr.
Peter Dutton. That's all you've got.
That's grubby. That's so grubby, Minister. You're better than that, apparently.
Well, it was just a coincidence, was it, that there was a lot of shares purchased the day before a bank bailout?
Say it outside this room.
What a coincidence.
Go on.
Go on.
A happy coincidence.
You're using parliamentary privilege. You're using Coward's Castle to defame the leader of the opposition.
I think someone who wants to be Prime Minister
very grubby.
And this is happening on the Prime Minister's watch.
Every time you mention his name, our polls go up, so keep going.
Yes, I can see you moving.
It's in your newsletter.
I think you're... I'm happy you subscribe to my newsletter.
Senator Stewart.
So it sounds to me like if a public servant was aware of information that might impact share prices, they would not be able to use this for their own investment decisions.
Senator, what I would say is that under the Code of Conduct, this requires that an APS employee must not improperly use inside information or the employee's duty, status, power or authority to gain or seek to gain a benefit or an advantage for the employee or another person. So that's set out in the guidance around Code of Conduct.
Thank you, and I think the global financial crisis is a great example. It seems like, anyway, I'll leave it there maybe.
Thank you. Senator Rennick.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Look, guys, I've just got some questions and it's probably more advice, but I just want to know, I've got a Department of Finance report here about an independent investigation into alleged inappropriate work behaviours as reported by an informant on Channel 10, and it touches on a number of issues, including staffers who engaged in sexual intercourse and had interactions in the APH prayer room, a minister who had staffers assist in the procurement of male escorts or sex workers inside Australian Parliament House. Given that that's clearly unparliamentary behaviour, is there a process by which we can get this investigated further?
Senator, if you're talking about conduct or activities in Parliament House, we focus on public servants.
Right.
So the role of the Australian Public Service Commission under the Public Service Act is we have functions in relation to behaviours and codes of conduct for public servants. So I just need to understand a little more.
Well, they were both staffers and politicians.
So whether it's public servants employed under the Public Service Act, that's absolutely where we would focus.
Right.
And the codes of conduct that are set out in the Public Service Act would apply to any Australian public servant employed under the Public Service Act. If it's a question of staff under the MOPS Act, for example,
sure. Yep.
Then there are different behavioural codes and codes of conduct that apply there. And those questions are probably best directed to Department of Finance for those officers.
Okay, no worries. Well, I'll come back later and find out where to go after that. Cheers. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Rennick. Senator Pocock, did you?
Thank you, Chair. I just want to reflect, and for the purposes of the public record, we've had a conversation this morning about culture, and I want to express my distress and disgust at the tone of speaking over the top of members of this committee, and to the speaking particularly of Senator McGrath over the top of women in this room, which I find extremely objectionable. The tone is completely inappropriate for a Senate committee. It would not be tolerable in any primary school that I've ever been part of, and I find it absolutely inappropriate for us to be discussing the culture in the public sector. And I will not sit here as a bystander and watch you do that, Senator McGrath, without calling you out for it. It is inappropriate. And further, you have referred to me as anti-Semitic.
I didn't refer to you as anti-Semitic.
You spoke.
I did not refer to you as anti-Semitic.
I will complete my words. Thank you. I will say what I need to say.
You say it.
I am the only Greens senator in this room, and you have referred to me and my party as anti-Semitic.
Your party is
anti-Semitic. I ask you to withdraw. It is a lie. It is not true, and I insist that you withdraw it.
I'm asking you also to withdraw that, Senator McGrath.
I did not, with due respect, Senator Pocock, I did not say that you personally were anti-Semitic or racist. Your party is an anti-Semitic racist party, and I will not withdraw that.
These are two. Despite the fact that normally these things are targeted, used when they are personalised, this is not the kind of language or discussion we want in a hearing, and I, as Chair, am asking you to withdraw that.
I'm not withdrawing that the Greens political party is a racist, anti-Semitic party.
Right.
I am not withdrawing that.
Senator McGrath, I am asking you to withdraw that.
I am not withdrawing that the Greens are a racist, anti-Semitic party.
we have had a short private meeting and reminded ourselves of the standing orders. And I am looking to senators who are seeking the call. Yep. Senator Hume.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner, is it currently possible for a member of the private sector to be seconded to the public service?
Yes. Yes, it is, Senator.
How does that work? How are the arrangements managed?
I'm going to ask a colleague what the processes would be. But
we can start, I can start while Ms Barber's getting to the table around normally when we're working on a secondment arrangement, we look at some type of memorandum of understanding or some kind of written agreement that sets out the terms, the conditions, the logistical arrangements, and how a secondment might work in practice. So there have been instances that I'm aware of secondments from the private sector, from the not-for-profit sector, from the academic sector, and it's kind of in the spirit of broadening and deepening understanding across different sectors so that from our side, the APS can better serve the community.
Can a member of the public service be seconded into private industry?
Yes, Senator, and that has happened. Mm-hmm. And frankly, it's something that we encourage people to move both ways. Mm-hmm. It enriches the public service to have people with a broader range of backgrounds working in the service, who have some expertise that can come in. And it's very important for public servants to also see what it's like in business, not-for-profit and other sectors and university. I think the key thing is actually management of conflict of interest and information flows in that context.
So is there a sort of a process by which that is managed, or is it a case-by-case basis?
I think it would be agency by agency, Senator, and it may well depend on, what are the individual circumstances.
Okay. Does the APSC have any data in relation to the departure rates from the APS to the private sector, or data of how many staff come into the public service with private sector experience? Is that something that you track?
I think we do have some data around exit rates generally. I defer to my colleagues who work on the census and the state of the service report. I'm not sure about where people exit to, whether we keep that data.
I'll ask Ms Dunn to assist, Senator. Yep.
The APS employment database collects information from all of the HR systems across the APS. Mm-hmm. There is some information collected when people join the APS in terms of their prior experience, but I gather that this information is not uniform or of particularly high quality currently.
Right, but you do have some, just not, it's not as standardised. Okay, all right, thank you for that. Ms Dam, sorry. Dam?
Yes.
Sorry. You gave some information before about public sector distribution in other states. That was very helpful, thank you. Could you also, or do you also have information about how many of those public servants are frontline facing as opposed to back office? And if that's something, and you don't need to give it to us today, but if you could give it to us on notice, that would be very helpful.
We do have that.
Terrific, that would be great. I want to ask some questions specifically about the role that the APSC has in providing advice to government on avoiding conflicts of interest when a member of the APS departs the service. Is that something that you do?
Yes, Senator.
Yes, Senator. We do have guidance on conflicts of interest and guidance around what we we've got definitions of conflicts of interest, the steps that need to be taken to firstly avoid a conflict of interest, if it can't be avoided, to disclose it, and then to manage it. So we expect agency heads to have in place guidance for their departments and agencies on how conflicts of interest.
Who are they disclosing and managing it to?
So in a lot of departments and agencies, and I can talk about what we do at the Commission, we have a policy within the Australian Public Service Commission on how we expect conflicts of interest to be managed. We have a process for centrally collecting conflict of interest information. So we would do those on a routine, regular basis. I last did mine last October, for example. That will be captured centrally in our corporate team. And then there's requirements and expectations around publishing. For gifts, for example, we would publish any gifts that could appear to be a conflict of interest on a public gifts register. So there's different types of processes for different types of conflicts, but we do record those centrally, and I would anticipate that many departments and agencies would do the same.
And that, but each of them would have their own individual...
In their department and agency, yes, Senator.
Okay. So where an individual is responsible for procurement and then they leave the service to work for one of the companies that might tender for that area of Commonwealth procurement, is there a provision that prevents that individual's involvement, or is that fair game, or is it up to the individual department?
So, Senator, what I'd say, and this is reflected in our guidance to the APS more generally, is that in assessing if there is a conflict, the test is whether a reasonable person could draw a connection between the material interest and a person's duties.
Okay, so in relation to the Defence Forces, obviously the APS has no role in administering that area or its conflict of interest policies, but there are many members of Defence who have had very long careers in service and in procurement for Defence that have then taken up careers in the private sector. Is that something that the APSC looks at or considers? Is it something that you are alive to?
So I might ask Ms Barber to come in at this point, who looks after this guidance in the Commission.
Thanks. So Kylie Barber, Assistant Commissioner, Integrity, Performance and Employment Policy. So as Dr Bacon has explained, the Public Service Commission has a wealth of guidance for agencies on managing conflicts of interest and for APS employees as well. And some of that guidance goes to obligations regarding ongoing obligations post-separation of employment with the service. The particulars of what you're speaking to in terms of the Department of Defence might rest on the employment arrangement between the individual and the entity, whether they're a public servant or not, or Defence Service personnel. With respect to the legislation, the Criminal Code requires all former Commonwealth officials to keep information obtained in the course of their employment confidential, where a non-disclosure of duty applies under another law of the Commonwealth. And so this obligation carries a criminal penalty for 2 years imprisonment. So there is a Criminal Code Act that may potentially apply, but that would depend on the particulars of the circumstance. The APSC is also developing guidance to support employees and agencies to better understand issues that can arise with respect to post-separation conflicts of interest.
Okay. I'm specifically aware of one individual who's had a lengthy period of service in relation to capability, and who only 2 months after separating from Defence took up a role with one of Defence's major providers in the area of capability for which they were responsible. That feels inappropriate to me. I wonder whether the APSC has a position on that and what can be done about that, considering that they're a private citizen now.
So I'm not aware of the specifics of that matter, Senator. What I would say is that the Department of Defence and the Secretary of Defence would have guidelines and guidance in place and requirements in place around managing conflicts of interest for Defence staff. If it's a Defence military personnel, I'm less familiar with the arrangements that would apply to non-public servants.
Right. So potentially there is no recourse for a former member that is clearly...
I wouldn't say that, Senator. I think if there are, again, probably going back to some of the things we've talked about earlier in the hearing around the Code of Conduct, for public servants, the Code of Conduct will apply if there is a breach of the code of conduct, and in certain circumstances, a conflict of interest that is not managed can result in a breach of the code of conduct. And then there are code of conduct processes that the head of a department or agency can follow in dealing with circumstances where there may have been a breach.
It may also be a matter for the National Anti-Corruption Commission as well as if it's, as Ms Barber said, the use of information, maybe also a criminal offence. It's very hard when someone's left. The code has no sanction for someone who's left, but there are other mechanisms that can reach into that.
And we are continuing to work on those matters, Senator. So the issue of post-employment conflicts is on our work program, and we are working on that.
Okay. So do you think, is it something perhaps that is done during exit interviews, or is there something very specific that when somebody leaves the APS, that they are very clearly informed that they could potentially have a conflict that is going to have consequences should they take up a position in the private sector that then directly relates to the area in which they have recently worked specifically, and particularly if it's procurement?
So that would probably be held more at an agency level in terms of... So agencies are responsible for their own policies and guidance and considering the risks associated with their operations and their workforce. So when we know that some agencies have got a level of maturity in this regard, where particularly for more senior positions or high-risk roles, they might ask the person who is resigning what future employment they've got lined up and the nature of that. And we've provided guidance and support to agencies about how they might help mitigate the risk associated with that person moving to future employment. So that could be things like moving the person during their last few weeks, so alternative duties in that notice period, to remove the risks around decision making, for example, around critical decisions. But it can also mean education and instructional material to the individual prior to leaving their APS employment, which speaks to some of those future risks that they need to be mindful of and mitigate. Now, as I said, we're actually in the process of, and as Dr Bacon explained, we're developing further guidance to support agencies in those considerations.
Okay. All right.
Senator Hume, I need to interrupt you. We are due to go to the lunch break now. That's what I was about to ask. If we think we can conclude and release the APSC, we will, which means I'm seeking people's indulgence, I think, to go for... I know Senator Pocock's got about 5 or 10 minutes and Senator Hume about the same. Are you okay, Minister at the table and everyone else, if we go for another 20 minutes or so at the most?
What, 20 minutes and then do you have the hour or do you...
Yes, no, we still have a full hour lunch break.
Okay, no worries.
Yeah,
great. I just have one quick follow-up question to the Commissioner, who you said that you were going to write to... Was it secretaries and ministers, did you say, or was it secretaries and departments?
We'll write to all public servants.
All public servants during caretaker period to remind them of the value of impartiality.
Well, their legal obligations under the Act, including the distribution of party political material within the workplace.
And will you write to ministers as well to remind them of the importance of not compromising their departments?
It's not my role, Senator.
All right. When did you last write to departments of secretaries or public servants more broadly to remind them of the importance of the value of impartiality?
I'd say October last year springs to mind, but I've got probably a list of my colleagues, but fairly regularly. Yes. I think when stewardship came in as a value, I wrote to all public servants about that, and I also write regularly to agency heads, that is APS agency heads, and there are about 103 of those. With further guidance and material.
So stewardship, yes, specifically on impartiality, obviously, because that exists outside of caretaker period.
Yes,
Have
it
you
does.
written about that issue?
We would take every opportunity, Senator, to talk about the range of values in things like the open letters to the public service and in the range of all of our different promotional activities that I mentioned earlier in the hearing. We would routinely talk about the range of values that apply and take every opportunity to remind public servants of their obligations under the Public Service Act.
Okay. So considering that impartiality is profoundly important, it's number one on the list, as we said, and yes, there's no priorities, but there it is up in lights. When was the last time you wrote to public servants and reminded them of the value of impartiality?
So I might need to take the precise date on notice, Senator, but my memory is that it was at the end of last year. But if I could take the precise date on notice.
Yes, and exactly who it went to, in what form? Was it a circular? Was it a letter? What was it? An email?
And there's a range of different communication activities,
yes,
so we
That's
can come back to you on notice with that, Senator.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Senator Pocock.
Great, thank you. Couple of quick things, I hope. The 2023 remuneration report indicates that the payment of retention bonuses occurs within the SES. Did the Commission have any role in allowing or structuring such payments?
I might ask Mr. O'Reilly.
James O'Reilly, Assistant Commissioner, Workplace Reform. Sorry, can you repeat the question again, Senator?
I understand the remuneration report for 2023 indicates the payment of retention bonuses in the SES. So I'm just curious whether the Commission plays any role in allowing or structuring those retention bonuses.
No. So SES remuneration arrangements are at the agency level, so the responsibility of the agency head.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I will pursue that there. The second issue I wanted to raise is about the report from Ms Linnell Briggs that reviewed procedures for appointments to statutory officer positions. When the review was announced, the accompanying media release said that the final report to the Minister for the Public Service would be published on the APS reform website. I'm just wondering if it's available yet, when we might see it.
Yeah, it's not available yet. It's still before government. We're finalising our response, but the intention would be that it would be public.
It will be public. Can you give me any indication?
I can't. It has to. It's before cabinet now, and we haven't finalised the response. So I need to go through that, but the intention would be to release it.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. Thanks for your answer.
Thank you. We will now break for lunch.
Excuse me. I do have
Dr.
an answer to Senator Hume's question about the communication to all public service. So there was an email on the 3rd of October, and it does talk about being impartial. It went to all APS employees and is published on our website.
Terrific. It's on the website?
On our website, Senator.
Perhaps you could just leave us the link so that, or provide us the link.
I can share that with you, Senator. Absolutely.
Thank you. We will thank the Department of Finance, who will be coming back after lunch, but very much thank the APS Commission. We will return at 2:10. I'd like to acknowledge and welcome Ms Jenny Wilkinson, Secretary and other officers of the Department of Finance. And hello also Mr Windier and Ms Patterson, and to all of the officials from the Department of Finance. And welcome back, Minister. Ms Wilkinson, I just want to, before we go to questions and any opening statement, just draw attention of senators to our obligations under the Behaviour Code for Australian parliamentarians with respect to treating witnesses with dignity, courtesy, fairness and respect. And I ask Ms Wilkinson, do you have an opening statement?
No.
Thank you. We'll go straight to questions. Senator Hume.
Thank you, Chair. Afternoon. I have in front of me page 212 of the mid-year economic and fiscal outlook, and I just want to ask some questions about the decisions taken but not yet announced and not for publication line over the forwards, which totals, and let me get this right, just over 5.5 billion. Is that correct? Yes? I've got nods for the sake of Hansard from Ms Patterson. Thank you, Ms Patterson. With regard to the announcement over the weekend on the health policies, Dr Chalmers said that it was 8.5 billion, and he said on Insiders that around 5.4 billion of the 8.5 billion that we're announcing today we already provisioned for in the mid-year budget update. I suppose that's probably something for the Minister to answer. That's correct, Minister?
In terms of the statement he made on Sunday?
Yes. 5.4 billion of the 8.5 billion that we're announcing today, yes, we already provisioned for in the mid-year budget update. Okay, thank you. So all but about 100 million or so of the MyEFO decisions taken but not yet announced line relates to that health announcement. Is that correct?
Yeah. Yep. Kat Patterson, Deputy Secretary, Budget Group. Senator, in relation to that, and I will cover this when when you ask the question a little later about all of the DTIBNIs that have been announced since MyEFO. One of the ones in there will be the GP workforce component of that measure that was announced by the Prime Minister and Minister Butler on the weekend. So the around $600 million component of that was a decision taken but not yet announced. That has from the 24-25 MyEFO that has now been announced. So that would be in that TIBNIA line.
The 600 million?
Yes.
So where's the rest?
Yes.
Sorry, the Treasurer said 5.4
yes,
billion.
Yes, 5.4, and so
is already provisioned.
Is provisioned. So essentially, that is code for contingency reserve.
So it's in the contingency reserve.
Yep.
So in fact, when the Treasurer was saying that this was a decision taken that was provisioned for in the budget, he was actually saying that it was in the contingency reserve, not in decisions taken but not yet announced.
He didn't say it was in decisions taken but not announced.
No, but he said it was provisioned for in the budget.
He said it was provisioned for. So
which is correct.
So if you've provisioned for something, why is it in the contingency reserve rather than decisions taken but not yet announced line?
Well, it might be that we're setting the final kind of decision, essentially, at the time but the final decision, like the actual, all of the specifics haven't been finalised, and they now have.
Right, so it has to be a final decision when it's in decisions taken but not yet announced. It has to, like the I's have to be dotted and the T's need to be crossed before it can be in a DBITNIA line?
Essentially, yeah.
Yeah, but anything else that is just a good idea that we haven't quite worked up yet is in the contingency reserve.
That's not what that's your description, not mine.
So what's your description?
We have made a provision, and a provision was made in MyEFO for the tripling or the Medicare announcement that was made on Sunday.
So 5.4 billion of the 8.5 billion, of that 5.4, 600 million is in DBITNIs?
Yes.
And 4.8 is in the contingency reserve?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. Remember, sorry,
decisions taken but not yet announced are in the contingency reserve.
Yes.
So the contingency reserve has a number of components.
Yes, but different line item.
Exactly, but there is a sub-component of the contingency reserve which is decisions taken but not yet announced.
Right.
And then there is, and it's been long-standing practice, that there are then provisions for policy purposes which have not been allocated to individual portfolios.
Okay, so at the time that MyEFO was published, the GP workforce component was ticked off, ready to go, I's dotted, T's crossed, but the remaining part of the health announcement wasn't.
Was still to be finalised. So we made a very substantial provision whilst we finalised the details.
Okay. The government also stated with regard to the announcement on the $7 billion Bruce Highway in early January, the Treasurer said on the 8th of January, the journalist said, we weren't expecting $7 billion for the Bruce Highway. Have you got any more secrets in your back pocket? The Treasurer said, we've been working on that for a little while now. A big chunk of that commitment was provisioned for in the mid-year budget update, but we've had some more deliberations and some more thinking that we had to do to make that announcement. So how much of the Bruce Highway was provisioned for as a debitnia, or was that also in the contingency reserve or elsewhere?
So, Senator, it would have been in the contingency reserve, and the references from the Treasurer are correct. So I think it was 4.5. Yeah. So just checking with my colleagues. So 4.5 of that was a decision taken but not yet announced.
That's the big chunk that the Treasurer was talking to. 4.5 was in the CR.
Yes, Senator.
Okay. And on the 19th of January, the Prime Minister announced $500 million for the 15th Avenue upgrade in Western Sydney. And a journalist asked, when will the money start flowing and won't the airport be up and running well before this is finished? The Prime Minister said, well, the money's in the budget. So was that funding provision for in MyEFO?
Let me just...
Senator Stephen Sorvallo, First Assistant Secretary, Budget Group, yes.
It was where?
That was a Dibnia.
That's a Dibnia?
Yep.
Okay. So that is $500 million in the Dibnias. Okay. What about the $2 billion announced for the CEFC? That was announced on the 23rd of January. Was that provisioned for in the budget?
Yes, Senator.
And where was that? Was that a Debitnia line or is that elsewhere?
It would have been a Debitnia line, but that's $2 billion in equity, so...
investments.
Yes. So it's investments, yes.
Okay, I'm trying to do a sort of cumulative sum here of what's in Debitnias and what's in CR.
Yeah, I think the other thing, Senator, in terms of the sort of adding up, is that some of those figures, when they're announced, are more than just over the 4 years. So the Debitnia line in the in the MyEFO book obviously covers the 4 years from 24-25.
So there's some of these in the medium term.
Yes, some of those things will have an impact outside of the forwards. And when we publish those measures in the 25-26 budget, we will then indicate what is the cost over the forwards, and also then if there's a longer tail, which obviously there will be for some of these measures.
Okay. Can I ask you whether you could provide the list of policies that were included in Debitnia line for MyEFO? I know you did this for me at the last estimates. You gave me this marvellous table of decisions taken but not yet announced, announcements since the 2024 budget, 24-25 budget. You did it on the day. You've probably got it in front of you. If you could provide that, that would be very helpful.
Yeah, so they won't obviously be everything in that line, because that line is also includes not for publication, but certainly, as I did last time, Senator, we can provide you with a list of those that have been announced since MyEFO. Mm-hmm. Yes. Can you do that today? Yes, Senator.
Yep. And just for how much is the NFP line?
So we don't distinguish between the NFP and the Debitnia, because to split that out may then reveal something. So they are a combined line.
Okay. All right. I might come back to a question on that in a moment.
Okay.
I want to ask Secretary, I probably should direct this to you. Can you just, for the sake of the committee, please describe the difference for us between a budget, a mid-year economic and fiscal update, and an ad hoc economic and fiscal statement?
So I think the best way to talk about this is the Charter of Budget Honesty, which outlines what are the expectations for the conduct of government in terms of fiscal policy. And it outlines the obligations on governments to release both a budget and also a mid-year economic and fiscal update, both of which have to incorporate a range of different elements which are outlined in the Charter of Budget Honesty. So if you like, both budgets and mid-year economic and fiscal outputs are regular updates on the fiscal situation which are required to be published by governments. Economic statements have been published on a range of different occasions. I recall there was a statement that was published, I think, in 2020 in the middle of COVID when a budget wasn't able to be delivered. And then there have been previous periods where economic updates have been published. There's nothing in the Charter that goes to the details of what must be in an economic update. That's a matter for the government of the day. So the Charter doesn't speak to any other broader update that might be provided.
So the Charter of Budget Honesty doesn't necessarily apply to economic and fiscal statements?
It doesn't. My recollection, and I'm happy to take this on notice to confirm, but I don't think that there is any mention in the Charter of anything in relation to a general economic and fiscal update. I mean, there are things like speeches which treasurers or finance ministers provide from time to time. There's lots of different ways in which there is discussion around the economic and fiscal update, but what is captured in the Charter are just the specifics around those regular updates that have to occur. And of course, and I'm sure we'll go to this later, the requirements around the pre-economic fiscal updates, and then also the requirements around what the PBO has to do after an election.
So what about the preparation for an economic and fiscal statement compared to a MyEFO or a budget? What does the preparation involve?
So I guess the way I would think about the way we organise ourselves is that we, in every system, every sort of process I've been involved in, we have been preparing. We prepare for budgets or MyEFOs, particularly MyEFOs, without knowing exactly when the MyEFO is going to be called. That's often not announced by government until just before.
But you know it's coming.
You know it's coming.
I mean, it's got to be in December.
Well, it could be. Actually, it has previously been October.
But by the time you get to October and it's not there, you kind of know it's going to be in November.
That's right. So I guess what I'm saying is that we in the Department of Finance, working with PM&C and Treasury, are always in the process of working through proposals and working through the details of decisions with government or assisting government make those decisions so that they can then be presented in the next budget update that occurs. And so we have been, over the course of this year, been working towards the normal processes of providing a budget on the dates that's been outlined.
So knowing that you've already been planning on putting together a budget on the dates that have been outlined, if you were told next week, for instance, that you were going to prepare a statement, an economic and fiscal statement instead, what would change? What would you need to do?
Oh, we would provide advice to government about what, like for producing a budget or a MyEFO, what the timeframes are for producing all of the relevant information, doing the consolidations of the fiscal accounts in order to be able to provide the information in a statement like that.
Right. But how quickly could you turn it around?
That's a very hard question to answer because it depends on the gap between the most recent statement and the timing of when that question was asked. It depends on the number of decisions that have been made or changes in the economic environment and therefore the estimates variations that have to be put through. So the consolidation process is quite an involved process in every budget update. It's the process which makes sure that all of the books for every agency and every department across the Commonwealth are then consolidated into a holistic position. So it can take, now I'm sure one of my colleagues can confirm, but it can take anywhere from, for a short consolidation, which involves very little update, is a couple of days, and a long consolidation can take more than a week.
Mm-hmm. So knowing that you've got a budget planned for a month's time, and potentially you might be asked to create an economic and fiscal statement before then, if it was next week, how quickly could you turn it around?
Well, we're working on a budget. That's what we're working on right now, a budget.
Yep.
I'm signing things off in the lunch break. That's what we're working towards. So the what-ifs are not really being factored in.
But knowing that you've done a MyEFO, we're asking questions about MyEFO, we've done all the work in anticipation of a budget, it would be something that you could do very quickly, I'm assuming.
Well, we're working on a budget, Senator Hume.
Yeah, I know, but I was asking the Secretary.
Oh, so as I said, the sort of timeframes that are required for producing the tables in the budget, which is the prime responsibility for finance, depends on the number of decisions. It's a hypothetical question which depends on a lot of different factors. So there's unfortunately just not a single answer, and we face this, to be honest, in discussions with governments at every budget update. There's questions about how quickly we can consolidate all of the decisions. We have to provide advice about essentially when decisions have to be taken in order to enable us to provide the consolidated tables on different timeframes. So we provide that advice. In a budget process, like every budget process I've been involved in, there's been a discussion about what are the deadlines for decision making to produce tables.
So, Minister, this is probably better directed to you. In deciding to issue a statement instead of a budget, whose decision is it? Is it yours? Is it the Treasurer's? Is it the Prime Minister's?
To be honest, I don't know who would decide that. We're working on a budget, so we're not in that space that you are. The budget is scheduled for the 25th of March, and that's what we're working towards.
Okay. So if an election were to be called and instead an economic decision, well, I'm pretty sure an election's going to be called.
If an election is called, then other decisions will be made, but we are working towards a budget on the 25th of March.
All right, so if no statement then is undertaken, how do you present new spending that's been announced that wasn't in MyEFO, even as a debit now?
Well, there's a lot of ifs there too.
Senator Hume, it's time for me to rotate.
We're working towards a budget. Senator Hume.
I understand you're working towards a budget, and it's not my speculation.
That's what we are working towards.
Minister, I promise you, it's not my speculation. This was reported that, it was reported that that the public service were preparing for an economic and fiscal statement. It wasn't me. It was said by somebody else. So I'm just wondering, if you don't get around to doing a budget because there's an election called, what happens?
Well,
how do you present the new spending that's been announced but wasn't in MyEFO?
I can only answer what I'm working on, and I'm working on a budget on the 25th of March.
Okay. What about Treasury officials? Have they been told?
Well, you can ask Treasury tomorrow. We don't have Treasury officials here.
Okay. What about finance officials?
Well, we're
Has
working
anyone been
towards
told?
a budget.
Has anyone been told to prepare for a statement potentially?
Finance are working on finalising a budget. I can tell
Not
you,
even
I'm signing off documents in the lunch break today. We are pushing up against some of those deadlines that we were just talking about, and that is what finance and myself as the finance minister are working towards.
Secretary, have you been told to potentially prepare for a statement?
Senator, as I said, we have a timeline that we're working towards, which is the timeline that we would use, or which we've advised government about, is the timeline to deliver a budget on March 25.
Senator Hume, you will get the call back, but it's time to rotate the call. Senator Barbara Pocock.
Thank you, Chair. And I have some questions in relation to consultants. If I can just begin. On January 23rd this year, Minister, you tabled the first biennial report detailing consulting contracts valued over $2 million. This order is off the back of the Finance and Administration Committee's recommendation, chaired at the time by Senator Colbeck, to improve AusTender's transparency of government spending on consultants following the long inquiry into the sector's scandals. Can you tell me the total value of consultant contracts worth over $2 million or more for the period from the 1st of July to 31 December 2024?
Richard Windier, Deputy Secretary, but we'll see if we've got. I don't know whether we've got that data summed in front of us, but I'll see if we've got it. Very happy to give it to you.
And I'm interested in the period.
That's in effect the total from the table
for that 6 months. For the $2 million or more, and I'm interested in the comparator number for the prior 6 months.
I'm pretty confident we won't have the comparator, but we can take. we can happily take that on notice. We just don't have. I've got the tabled report. I don't have the sum of the detail in that, and I certainly wouldn't have the prior comparator year. But we can take that on notice.
Thank you. When this order passed the Parliament, the Greens attempted to amend the order to set the threshold for transparency of consulting contracts at $500,000, but we didn't find support for that. Reporting on contracts worth $2 million or more means transparency applies, as I understand it, to only about 5% of all contracts. Is that about right?
Senator, I'd have to take that on notice.
Okay.
In a sense, to do the maths.
That's what I'm told anyway. And I'm also told that if we'd gone to the 500,000 threshold, we would have captured about 20% of all contracts. So if you could correct me if I've got that wrong on notice.
Yeah.
If
we can find...
We might, I'm sure there's a distinction between the percent by value and the percent by number. So perhaps it's useful to have both of those.
That would be helpful.
For you.
Thank you. Great. Thanks for clarifying that. And on notice, just to increase your nightmare, could the department provide the information required by Order 23F of consultancy contracts valued between 500 and $2 million?
We'll take that on notice and see if we can do that for you, Senator.
Thank you very much. Great. The purpose of that order, 23F, requires that the tabled report include key details of each contract, including an explanation of its purpose and of what it was expected to deliver. The whole purpose of the committee's thinking on this was that we need more transparency. The Australian public need more transparency about very sizable spends. A report by the Centre for Public Integrity says that 14% of the over $2 million management advisory service contracts are described simply as management advisory services or support services, including contracts from Defence, Services Australia and the Submarine Agency. This means they're just repeating the information that's already available on AusTender. Do you believe these departments are complying with the order of 23.4 and its spirit?
Senator, I think in the what we published for the order, we have tried to include a description, and I think we are to some extent reliant on the input we get back from the agencies.
Yes, you are, it seems.
I think I understand the point of what you say. I suppose what I can say is we can, keep working as we produce further ones of these with agencies to make sure we get as good a description as we can. I understand the point you make. I can't really.
Well, if you just look at the first contract, Mr. Wind, the first contract is for nearly $8 million it's a contract to mega systems, and its subject matter is management advisory services. I mean, we have no more information on such a sizable contract. The second contract is for $5 million, same description. I mean, that is not meeting what the Finance and Public Affairs Administration Committee was seeking.
Andrew Danks, First Assistant Secretary. We did make some changes to AUS Tender on 1 July last year to require agencies to provide more information in the description field. That is mandated from 1 July this year, so it takes time for agencies to upgrade their systems. As part of that upgrade, we also set out new guidance asking for more expressive descriptions of what contracts are.
And did you use examples in that?
We did say examples where it was unclear about what services were delivered were probably not something we'd want to see going forward.
Okay. Is that published? Can we see it? Can you provide it on notice?
We can provide on notice, Senator, yes.
Thank you. Where departments don't take seriously this intent of the government and the intent of the Parliament, what consequences will you impose?
I'm not sure that... I mean, I think what we would do, Senator, is we would work with them to try and make sure we get the appropriate reporting to meet the needs of the Parliament. And I think, as Mr Danks said, with any luck, the change that we have made that will kick into the system from the middle of this year will mean we will get a better description, but what we would do is look to work with the agencies if we thought that, notwithstanding the change we have asked of them, they still end up using generic descriptors rather than something that is more practical. And we spend a lot of time sort of talking to and working with entities on how they comply or work with our requirements.
Well, I guess we as senators have spent a lot of time trying to get more transparency about what's actually going on with multi-million-dollar contracts. We want to know more, and the Australian public want to know more. Time is ticking over. Another 6 months before we get more transparency, then some conversation about what may or may not be decent behaviour on giving us that transparency. I guess as a senator and as alongside others who've sat through 2 years of hearings on this, we need to see action that's actually meaningful in the near future.
I understood, Senator. I think, we have made a change. We are hoping that change will flow through the system. If it doesn't, we will need to follow that up. But at this point, we would expect that the change we have made to the system will flow through.
Okay, thank you. One of the key findings by the Finance and Public Administration's inquiry into consulting was the rampant use of land and expand tactics that consulting firms use habitually. That's where the firm underquotes on a contract to land and then gets in and expands the work to extract more money. The report that you've provided to the Senate shows that the Department of Finance has a contract with Deloitte. It's CN 3601806, which has been amended 10 times. The original contract was valued at just over $3 million, and now it's over $9 million. That's around 3 times the value of the original contract. What is that contract for?
I think, Senator, that contract is for our strategic property advisor.
What does that mean?
I can get officials to give you a good sense of what the strategic property advisor does for us, but it does provide, in a sense, advice to us on whole of government property leasing arrangements and advice on approaches to, in terms of handling the government property footprint. I think and I'm happy to take this on notice and confirm for you, but a number of the variations relate to exercise of contract extensions which were provided for in the original contract. So they will come through as a variation. And also I think there were a couple of other variations to it, such as including some of the additional requirements we've worked into all Commonwealth contracts around things like notification of significant events or supplier code of conduct requirements. But we can give you, I can get for you on notice, or we may even have some detail here of what the nature of those variations are.
And I'm curious as to why management of government assets is not core government business.
Senator, in the property space, it is one of the things we do, but we have for some time had and taken expert advice on the property market to assist us and to allow us to be able to assist other government agencies in their property decisions, on the basis that we in the Department of Finance don't have people that spend their time watching and understanding what's happening in the commercial property sector.
So can you tell me then about a number of amendments that have occurred 10 times? Are you saying that a number of those amendments were embedded in the original contract and they're just kicking into gear things that you expected, or are they genuine variations?
Well, I think they're genuine variations insofar as they're counted as such, but some of them were certainly extensions to the arrangements. But we can get that for you. Mr Pilecki may have it now, otherwise we can get it on notice.
Why don't we take it on notice rather than...
Yeah.
Thank you.
Senator Hume and then Senator David Pocock.
Thank you. I just want to clarify that if the government has announced new spending that's not provisioned for in the budget or in MyEFO, so not a DBITNA, how would that be presented in a statement compared to a PFO?
So can you just...
Yep. If the government's announced something, new spending that's not provisioned for in the budget, it's not in MyEFO, and so it's not a DBITNA.
Yep.
How is it presented in an economic and fiscal statement compared to how it would be presented in a PFO document?
So are you saying, so it would obviously between what's happened between MyEFO and budget would be accounted for?
I just want to know what the line item would be in an economic and fiscal statement. Does it...
It would just be a decision. It would be a new measure.
It's a new measure.
Yep. And it would have whatever, I mean, it depends on what the measure is as to what sort of an impact it would have on the underlying cash balance or other balance sheet items.
Right. And it would be netted out from DBITNAs or from contingency reserve or wherever it's come from. How does that work?
Sorry, are you saying something for
if
which
you've
there
got
was
new
a provision?
spending that's not provisioned for in MyEFO, it's not in the DBITNAs, how is it? It's presented in a statement, but it might be in a contingency reserve. So does it get netted out?
So it's been provisioned for, but it is not a matter for which a decision has been taken. So it's not a decision taken but not announced.
Yep.
But it has been provisioned for.
Yep.
Then in the next statement, that would be a decision that the government has taken, and you would expect to see that as a measure with the dollars associated with that.
Okay, so there's a measure description specifically in an economic and fiscal statement because PFO doesn't have measure descriptions. Is that right?
The content of... So if we're talking a budget, then it's a statement. So if it's a statement, it's a matter for government as to how they present that information is presented.
So it can be as detailed or as...
Well, as I say, you can look back at different statements that have been provided by different governments, and they've got different levels of content.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but it would. So if it had been provisioned for, then you wouldn't expect it to change the underlying cash balance.
Right. Just going back to the health announcement. Sorry, just go back to the health announcement. The Treasurer said there was the 5.5 billion that has been accounted for. He said that's a relatively small number by historical comparisons, particularly in the lead up to an election, because it's spread over 4 years. Is that right?
I don't have that interview transcript with me, but I think the comments we're making is in the sense of the amount of money in contingency reserve at that point of the cycle.
So were you planning for much more significant spending then?
Well, I think that's all. Well, the health announcement will be...
Oh, sorry, it's a 5.5 then DBITNA line, not in the health announcement.
Will be accounted for in the budget.
He said it's not that bigger an amount by historical comparisons in the lead up to an election in the DBITNA line.
I don't think he said in the DBITNA.
Because he said he was mindful of inflation and he wouldn't embark on a massive pre-election spending spree. If that's the case, that's fine,
but that would imply that he's kind of been misleading, because a lot of the spending's happening from, not from the Debitnia line, it's happening from elsewhere.
I don't think he said Debitnia. I think you've said Debitnia.
No, he said that the 5.5 billion in the Debitnia line, he said that's a relatively small number by historical comparisons, particularly in the lead up to an election.
I don't
when asked about...
I don't have the transcript in front of me, but I think the point
if
he was making...
If you're not actually... I mean, if that's board decisions taken but not yet announced, and you say, well, that's where we're going to get our, budget, our election commitments from, and then you actually get your election commitments from another bucket, well, then it's kind of misleading to say, oh, that's very small, it's going to be modest and not inflationary and all those sorts of things. Isn't it? If you're just randomly picking other buckets to pull money from.
No. We've been budgeting responsibly, and where we've been identifying areas for further investment, we've been making provisions for that spending.
Okay. Just, if we're not going to have a budget, potentially, and we don't have an economic statement...
We're tracking towards a budget.
Yeah, I know that.
That's what we're working on and have been for the last, 3 months.
Okay. Just let me be clear. If we don't get to a budget, and I know you're tracking towards that, but you've also said, Minister, that potentially it's not your decision. If we don't have necessarily an economic statement, how does PFO play out? Do you then have measure descriptions in PFO?
So, obviously the requirements for PFO are outlined in the Charter of Budget Honesty.
Yep.
So the Secretary of Treasury and I have to follow those, and we would follow those exactly as outlined in the Charter of Budget Honesty. So we would have to provide, as we do with every PFO, but we would have to provide updated Commonwealth budget sector and Commonwealth general government sector fiscal estimates.
Mm-hmm.
We would have to provide updated, or we'd have to provide the economic and other assumptions. And again, this is for the budget year and I think it's a requirement for the subsequent 3 years.
3 years, yes.
We would have to provide a discussion around the sensitivity of the updates. We'd have to provide an updated statement of risks.
But not measure by measure.
So
if there hasn't been a budget.
I think, if I'm not wrong, I think that every pre-election fiscal update since the Charter was introduced has included a table which has outlined every decision that has been taken since the previous budget was landed.
Mm-hmm.
And it has, as is required by the Charter, included things like any decisions that were taken but not announced in the previous statement, frankly, whether or not they've been announced since. So we have to reveal all government decisions and all other circumstances, like sort of economic or other factors which could affect estimates variations. We have to reflect all of those that were taken on or before when the writs were issued for an election. We have to use the same external reporting standards, and we explicitly have to include information that has been in the contingency reserve. So we have to provide, we have to reveal information in that has been, decisions which are in the contingency reserve, other than if it's commercially confidential information or that the disclosure could prejudice national security. So we have to, that all has to be outlined in the pre-election fiscal update.
Okay, but you don't need to do measure by measure, even though potentially they could be, I mean, these were quite big, some of these measures now. We're in the billions of dollars. They're not sort of little announcements.
So there is not a requirement for budget paper 2 to be produced as part of PFO. To be honest, I don't think it would be feasible for the PFO to reproduce a budget statement 2 That's why I think it hasn't been included in the charter. But it does have to include all of the information, as in all of the financial impacts that are in what would normally be revealed in Budget Paper 2.
Yep. So, Senator, for example, in the MyIFO book, something like Table A2, where we have a list, by portfolio, a measure title, and then an indication of what the cost impact is over the forwards. And a PFO document, Appendix B of that, would look largely the same. So that you can certainly see the title of the measure, and you can see whether that is new spending because the dollars will appear, or whether it was a decision taken but not announced from a previous round, in which case, as with a normal measures table, you will get dashes. Okay. But certainly that information is there. What has tended to happen with the PFO document are to provide greater transparency than just having the measure title is you do get very long footnotes which provide for additional information for clarification of which round the decision was a previous round detimnia or any other particular feature associated with that measure, so that there is at least some additional information in relation to each of those measures.
Right.
We would expect it to be exactly the same as it was for your the PFO that was in 2022, which I think are online. They're all there, so you can see them. It would be exactly the same.
So if the information is largely in the footnotes, then there is less transparency than unless a budget is held. Yeah? I mean, that doesn't sound like a PFO with footnotes, doesn't sound like the details that would be in an economic and fiscal statement.
I think it's produced in accordance
with billions of dollars
the
of spending,
law and is exactly the same as previous PFOs. That's what you will find.
But previous PFOs have occurred after a budget, and potentially we're going to go to this election without a budget.
You've got a lot of what ifs and whats. We are
so
working on a 25th
of
March budget.
Then maybe let's do it a different way, because obviously previous PFOs haven't contained billions of dollars in spending, and potentially this one will. Can we potentially ask you then, Minister, if the former government's statements in July 22 included measure descriptions, do you think that should you then deliver a statement before PFO, could you also then undertake to do detailed measure descriptions?
Well, we're doing a budget on the 25th of March.
Yep. I suppose
so that's
all I'm asking you is, if you don't do a budget, and you said it's not your choice, it's somebody else's potentially, you don't know whether you're going to end up doing a statement or not. If you do, can you undertake to do those detailed measure descriptions?
Well, we're working towards a budget, and then any other decision that's taken, which hasn't been made yet, will be done in accordance with, the arrangements that are in place, including with PFO, with the Charter of Budget Honesty.
I suppose, but this is the problem. The Charter of Budget Honesty doesn't necessarily apply to a statement. You've said you don't know whether you're going to deliver a statement because it's not your decision to make.
No, what I'm saying is we are working on the budget on the 25th of March.
Yep.
That is what I am working on.
Yep.
That will have everything that you are interested in.
Yep, exactly.
And you're asking me a what if, which I am not in a position to answer. A what if, a hypothetical, I'm telling you what I am working on.
Mm-hmm. But
Senator
let's also be
I'll need to rotate the call and pass it to Senator David Pocock shortly.
I am working.
If you do,
working on a budget.
Can you commit to giving us detailed measure descriptions? Because I don't think that's unreasonable. I don't think it's unreasonable for Australian people. There's billions of dollars.
You're creating something that is not part of what I'm doing at the moment. What I'm doing at the moment is working on a budget.
Yep.
That is what we're working towards.
So you should have all the information at your fingertips, and it shouldn't be that hard. Why would you not?
I've answered the question, Chair. I don't know where this is. I'm not saying anything other than we're working on a budget.
Just for transparency's sake.
I'm going to pass the call on now to Senator David Pocock.
Thanks for your time this afternoon. I've got some questions about procurement. Over 2 years ago, I referred an inquiry named Supporting the Development of Sovereign Capability in the Australian Tech Sector to the FPA References Committee. And I thank all the committee for their work on that report, which was tabled in June last year. And the first recommendation of the report, which had multi-partisan support, reads as follows. The committee recommends that the Australian Government develop a clear and operational definition of sovereign capability as part of the broader Future Made in Australia agenda that can be used to inform future procurement decisions. I was interested in what progress has been made on that recommendation.
Yes, well, we've finalised a definition of an Australian business. It's across Ed Husick and my responsibilities, and we will be announcing that shortly, and we've consulted heavily with the tech sector and others in finalising that definition.
Right, thank you. And not wanting to go into hypotheticals, but will that be announced before the election?
I'm hoping it can be finalised. Ed and I were talking on the weekend, so we're hoping it can be finalised in a matter of days.
And will that become a reg, or how does that get
yes,
added to the CPRs?
At the next change of the CPRs, we'll add the Australian business definition into it. It'll be used for reporting purposes until that point.
There's no way to update before the 1st of July?
The CPRs do take a little bit of time to update, Senator, so I think, and we only updated July last year, so it's not something that we're planning. We will use the Australian business definition to strengthen the definition of an SME moving forward.
So how long after the Minister announced it will that be communicated to heads of departments and relevant officials?
I think we would communicate where we've landed immediately. And then, as Mr Dank said, then we would look to making the necessary changes to the procurement rules to lock it in. But having announced it, it will already be something that can be referenced and taken into account in a number of processes.
And what happens with something like that is agreed to and announced if there's a change of government and election with the CPRs?
Hard to say.
I mean, the CPRs are, so they belong to the government. So before we would release a new set of CPRs, we would get the endorsement of the relevant minister, and they would be, so
they'd have to sign up to it, basically.
Okay. And Minister, can you give us any more of a sort of timeline than Sunish?
It's pretty narrow. Like, we really are. I wanted to see if we could get it out in February, but I do know that Minister Husick and I want to do it together, and I'm in estimates all week, which presents some challenges. But the discussions I've had with industry have been to try and resolve it by the end of February.
Okay, thank you very much. The second recommendation of the inquiry was that the Australian Government consider, and I'll quote, reviewing the Commonwealth procurement rules with a view to ensure that official procurement guidance to officials is aligned with the broader Future Made in Australia package. I'm interested what progress has happened on that one.
So I don't believe the government's responded to the committee report yet, Senator, so I think it's still under consideration.
Has any work been undertaken to try and create more of a level playing field for Australian firms, in particular SMEs?
I think we've done a lot of work over the last couple of years in SMEs to strengthen the ability for SMEs to compete. Recently, we changed some of the rules around our Management Advisory Services panel and People panel to mandate that an SME must be approached for every quote. The government increased the SME targets this financial year to strengthen the procurement going through the SMEs. And I think Minister McCarthy also announced some changes to Indigenous procurement policy, which also strengthens the work going to SMEs.
Okay, thank you. That's good. That's good to hear. I guess I'm still hearing from SMEs that they don't feel like it's moving fast enough. And if the government hasn't responded to this Senate committee report, how come you've moved on one of the recommendations but not the other?
Well, we were doing it anyway. I mean, didn't just come up through a Senate committee report. Obviously, we look at that report, but this had been, we went to the election with the Buy Australian plan. We'd worked with industry and opposition about what they'd like to see as part of leveraging the Commonwealth procurement's powers. And so since day one, we've been, I think one of the first things I signed was some amendments to the Commonwealth procurement rules. And we've been going through it bit by bit, including across portfolio. So I think the response to the Senate committee report, I think, might be on my desk now, like in one of my briefs, because I think I saw it, but I knew I had to read it carefully. So I think we should have that finished pretty soon. But this work, whilst we'll look at the Senate committee report, it has been ongoing anyway. So there have been, as other witnesses have said, we've done a bit in the small business sector, working across, Minister Plibersek, Minister McCarthy, Minister Husick, to make sure we're doing everything we can to, leverage. I think the issue will always going to be, even when we've done all this, if people don't get or don't secure work, that they'll feel that nothing's changed. I mean, that's always, it's always going to be a bit of an issue in procurement. But hopefully, my goal is to not choose who wins work, but to make it fairer and a more level playing field. And I think all of the different measures do go a long way to doing that.
Thanks, Minister. That's certainly what I'm hearing is people just want that level playing field. I understand you can't. Some people won't be happy. But one of the other things that gets raised with me by businesses in the ACT who are going for government procurement is that how you're meant to compete with a multinational that doesn't pay tax when you're paying 30% tax. You look at, say, Microsoft, and I've asked plenty of questions about Microsoft's procurement. They're paying 1.9% tax. How is any tech company that maybe is doing AI tools or anything meant to compete with a company like that? I'm interested in what's being done in that space. Well, and why are companies that don't pay tax getting our taxpayer money?
Senator, I don't think I can't comment on, and don't want to sort of comment on companies that are or aren't paying tax.
Why is that?
I mean, what I would observe is that a couple of things. One is it is clearly the case that lots of companies are including Australian companies, particularly SMEs, are succeeding in getting Commonwealth work. The number of contracts each year that goes to small businesses is quite substantial, and the volume of, both in terms of the volume of contracts and even in the value of contracts. So it's not the case that that there aren't firms that are very capable of competing and winning work with the government. I'd also say, though, that one of the other things we have been doing, and I think this goes a little bit to your previous question, is we have been looking and doing some work to review, and I think we've said in previous estimates we're hoping to come out with some further guidance soon on how to take account of the expectation that people consider broader contributions to the Australian economy as part of the procurement exercise. That's work that we have well underway, and we would hope to be able to publish some further guidance on that soon, which will, I think, assist in levelling or explaining how the playing field works to people to give them a better prospect of competing. The final thing, I think the final thing I would say is in terms of our expectations of anyone supplying to the Commonwealth, when you look at all the requirements in the procurement rules as well as the broader expectations set out now in things like the Supplier Code of Conduct, it is an expectation that companies are complying with appropriate and necessary laws of the Commonwealth. So, and that's sort of a bar that, that's kind of part of the level playing field. That people are complying with the law as it stands in Australia.
So maybe if it's just complying with the law, it's a question for the Minister. Minister, what do I say to a Canberra business that's competing with a company like Microsoft that's paying 1.9% tax and they're paying full freight? How do we?
Well, we've tried to deal with that in a way. Like procurement can't solve how companies structure their tax arrangements.
It could say
I mean, that's a matter into Treasury
it.
and other agencies around how those multinational companies arrange their tax affairs. But we have got the Supplier Code of Conduct now, which we've put in place, which sets minimum standards for ethical behaviour, corporate governance, work health and safety, and all of the requirements suppliers must comply with. I would say to a small business, go to, and I think many of them have in those industry briefings, which we are doing, and the feedback from small business that has been incredibly helpful in terms of understanding what government is seeking and being able to tailor their submissions to that. And the other thing we're looking at as well is putting out a paper on Secure Australian Jobs Code and some of the other requirements that would be in that, which I think again is all about how you use government procurement in a way that promotes, good conditions, fair, ethical, sustainable work practices. And we're happy to look at any other way that we can, work in setting up the procurement arrangements across government, because I strongly believe we're a big purchaser. There's a lot of good that comes with supporting local businesses, and they deliver well for government, but we don't handpick, we don't have people, so we've got to create the environment that it works.
Does the Code of Conduct touch on things like paying tax in Australia rather than...
It does. Yeah.
I think insofar as it goes to the expectation that people are behaving ethically and complying with the laws.
So you can still profit shift as long as it's legal.
Well, I think it goes to an expectation that we're dealing with businesses that are complying with the laws they're expected to comply with in Australia. So to that extent, yes, it does.
And on your point earlier, you sort of touched on retained economic benefit. Minister, this is something that I hear a lot about in terms of procurement, tens of billions of dollars. Why on earth are we giving it to companies that say, thank you very much, we're going to take this, make a lot of money, but we're going to pay our taxes somewhere else where we don't have to pay as much, versus a local company that's bidding for the same work, is employing Australians, paying tax here. How advanced is the thinking around actually trying to bring in, rather than just purely value for money, retained economic benefit?
Well, we have got the broader benefits to the Australian economy, where we've lowered the threshold from 4 million to 1 million, and that by lowering that threshold, and that one does require consideration of broader benefits, and Department of Finance is providing agencies, I think, with advice around, how to implement that or to understand that, because I think it is a bit often, it is, I know it's a difficult, it's hard in a procurement process to measure broader economic benefit, but we have put that into the procurement rules and lowered the threshold.
And we're trying to work to help agencies factor that in as they work through what will, I think, remain a very central part of any procurement framework, which is going to be value for money for the Australian taxpayer. So we are working on the guidance on that piece to work so that the broader economic benefits question can be part of that consideration.
So I guess on that point, value to the Australian taxpayer would also include tax that is then coming back from that company. That's surely an important part of it. If 1.9%, I don't know how much Microsoft cop of government money or taxpayer money, but I'd say it's a fair bit. Then to pay 1.9% tax, that's some pretty creative accounting. I understand they're not probably breaking any rules, but I certainly hear a lot from people who are very concerned that a company can get away with that. But I understand that's not your remit. I just had one other question. During supplementary budget estimates in November last year, Senator McGrath asked questions in relation to the status of major projects under DTA. The response on notice reference F040 was that DTA would provide an annual report on major digital projects, to quote, ahead of the 2024-25 additional Senate estimates hearings. I'm just interested if that report has been provided.
So
you'd have to ask the DTA.
They're coming tonight.
They're coming tonight.
Yeah, but I don't want to ask them when they are appearing. I'm just interested if you know that.
Oh, so I don't know. We can follow up in a break and just alert them to your interest in that report. I personally don't know whether they have released that report.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Rennick.
Hey, hi guys. I'm just following up on the question earlier this morning that I asked about this report that was prepared by the Finance Department. I'm not sure if you were here when I raised it the first time, Department of Finance. Independent investigation into alleged inappropriate workplace behaviours as reported by an informant on Channel 10. It touched on staffers engaging in sexual intercourse or interactions in the APH prayer room, and ministers had staffers assist in the procurement of male escorts or sex workers that were arranged to attend Australian Parliament House for the purpose of engaging in sexual intercourse or interactions. My question is, there's been a lot of discussion about parliamentary behaviour today. How do we go about getting this looked into further and holding these people to account?
Senator, so first of all, Finance's responsibilities in relation to members of Parliament and their staff is under Outcome 3, and I had my staff here last night to deal with questions on Outcome 3. But I think that, so there's been a machinery of government change, and responsibility for parliamentary behaviour has moved from the Department of Finance to the Parliamentary Workplace Support Service. So they are responsible for managing conduct. They take concerns about bullying and about behaviour and manage that. Now, the PWSS, again, I hate to say this, but they appeared last night as well. So we're not, we're not responsible for those. We don't have responsibility for that work anymore. It now sits with the Parliamentary Workplace Support Service.
Is this sort of behaviour egregious to the extent that it's criminal behaviour, do you think?
Senator, I can't comment on that. I mean, it you know, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of that, from memory, a lot of the issues you raised sort of did form part of the work that was done by Kate Jenkins in Set the Standard, like where she, you know, and so part of the response to that has been all the efforts to clean up this workplace and make it a better place for people to work.
Yep.
And understand their responsibilities, and also have a place where people can make complaints and have them investigated. So it was sort of directly in response to some of those and other issues.
Right, okay, thank you. Cheers.
Thank you. Senator Hume.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to go back to the Treasurer's statement that $5.5 billion for debitors is not much for election commitments. He actually said that, and I'm sorry, I had the quote, but I didn't have the source. It was in the press conference that he did with you, Minister, immediately after MyEFO. So just knowing that, and knowing now that a number of those announcements that have been made, things like part of the health announcement, Bruce Highway, 15th Avenue that we were talking about before, CFC, some of those things are coming from the contingency reserve. They're not coming from debitors. I am hoping that not only can I get a list, as I have asked for, of the decisions taken but not yet announced items, but also that I can get announcements that have come out of the contingency reserve. In fact, how much, can you just let me know, how much is the contingency reserve in total in the budget, less the conservative bias allowance?
So, Senator, the contingency reserve in the 24-25 MyEFO, which for a MyEFO is over 4 years, so that's 38,573. The conservative bias allowance, as per the publication, is 17,834.
17 billion.
17 billion, sorry, yep. 834, so around 21 billion.
Around 21 billion. Okay. Yep. So if there is a list of items that are decisions taken but not yet announced that have been announced now, can we also have a list of those items that have been announced that are coming out of the contingency reserve but not to Bidness?
So, Senator, those ones will be published in the budget.
Well, why not now? They've been announced.
Because we will publish those formal decisions in the budget.
Because that's when they get published. So they've been announced and then they get published at the next update.
But the items that are decisions taken but not yet announced, you've agreed to publish those. You've agreed to give me those. Why can't you just give me the ones that are in the contingency reserve as well? Because there's a second bucket that we didn't realise existed.
Well, that's not my fault that you don't understand about the contingency reserve.
No, I'm not saying I don't understand. I'm just saying that I didn't expect that
money
when the Treasurer said that there was $5.4 billion that was already provisioned in the mid-year budget update, everyone just assumed that that was in the decisions taken but not yet announced. We've now discovered that it's not. It's in the contingency reserve, most of it. So why can't you just publish the decisions that have been announced that are in the contingency reserve?
But you do know the decisions taken but not announced are in the contingency reserve?
Yes, I absolutely do. And we've asked for a list of those. And you've said, yeah, you can provide me that list, which you've done before.
Yes.
But there are more announcements, and they're in the contingency reserve.
Well, they're... and
so why not publish those?
This is sort of standard budgeting. There has been no difference to the way that you would have budgeted.
Why can't you then just, if you've already announced them, you've already said how much they cost?
They will be published in the next budget.
Yep.
Which is on the 25th of March.
But you've said, what is the difference?
Like, you've already accepted this. You've come in and said you support the Medicare announcement, apparently.
But it doesn't matter. I would like to know
You'd like to know what you've agreed to.
No, I'd like to know what the profiling is that you've announced. I'd like to know where it's come from.
Well, you didn't before you accepted it.
Well, I'd be interested to know where it's come from. I mean, this is the thing. It looks like you're hiding stuff, Minister. Why are you doing that?
How could we hide something when it was announced on a stage
because the
in
Treasurer
Tasmania
has said
on the weekend?
That it was provisioned
Hardly hiding. If it was hiding, we're not doing a very good job of it. And then if we are hiding it, you've already backed it in.
So $5.4 billion of the $8.5 billion that we've announced today, we have already provisioned for in the mid-year budget update. We've just discovered that, yes, it's provided for, but not in decisions taken but not yet announced. It's in the CR.
Because, yes.
And there's a whole series of other things that you've announced that are in the CR, not in decisions taken but not yet announced.
We've explained why a provision was made.
So why not just tell us where they are and how much they are and what the profiling is? What's in the medium term? What's in the short term?
Well, all of that will be published in the budget, Senator Hume.
Why not just say it now? You've already announced them.
Well, because we haven't released the budget.
But you've announced them.
So that's when it happens. That actually is on the 25th of March.
Have you not decided yet?
On the 25th, well, we're finalising the budget. So on the 25th of March, all of that information will become available. In the meantime, we are here for my EFO estimates and we are being as helpful as we can, answering your questions and providing you with information.
Okay. So if you don't get to a budget, and as you said, it's not your decision, and when I said perhaps there's going to be an economic and fiscal update and you said, well, we're working on a budget, but let's face it, the Secretary wasn't entirely clear or paused before she said that that was not a possibility or potentially a possibility. Why not just do it now? Because you've said that you won't itemise. You won't have specific items in an economic and...
Well, that's not true. That's not true.
We just said that.
Verbaling evidence that is given. No. Just go online and have a look at the PFO that in 2022 and you'll see how individualised
But I don't ask about PFO.
Well, you just said you're not going to do...
No, you said you're not going to, but I said to you, if you do, can you commit to individual items so that we can see the profiling, so that we can understand what it is that you're going to announce?
We're doing a budget and that will be clear.
Okay, we will see. As you said, not your decision.
Well, it's the Prime Minister who calls an election, and that's pretty standard as well.
So unless there is a budget, what you're saying is that there's no transparency over billions of dollars.
No, that's what you're saying. That's not what I'm saying.
Because PFO is only going to contain footnotes.
Well, I think that's an unfair characterisation of PFO. PFO will be handed down in accordance with the law.
So PFO provides a lot of detail. If you have a look at with the contents of previous PFOs, they provide both the...
you might be happy with footnotes, Senator Pocock, but I think that probably the rest of us would like a little more detail.
So, Senator, the footnotes are in some... I mean, they're not as long as a full measure description, but they do contain the key information in relation to the funding over the however many years it's being allocated. It will indicate whether the cost of the measure is being met from within existing resources or was included as a decision taken but not yet announced, and it will specify which economic update that related to. And if there's other caveats, it'll make references to if there's a revenue component, it will cross-reference. So some of those footnotes, I mean, they are 3 or 4 lines long, with a view to giving enough understanding for the reader of the table of the information in relation to that measure.
Okay, so you can't give me an indication of what you've drawn down on or committed to out of the contingency reserve since MyFO, other than the debitures which you are going to give me?
Yes.
For any reason other than we just won't?
I mean, Senator, we would normally publish those as part of a budget. There's also sometimes where some of the decision has been made in a previous round. Well, not the decision, but there's been a provision made, and then that is varied, and so that there will be some components which is new, some which have already been provisioned for. We would then normally make that clear when we publish the profile for the measure in the budget book.
All right. MyFO on page 5 says this MyFO includes $8.8 billion in unavoidable policy decisions, and these are listed on page 7, and they include things like support for frontline legal assistance, new and amended pharmaceutical benefits listings, extending terminating funding for NDIS or NDIA and the NDIS Quality Safeguard Commission, preparing protecting Australians against avian influenza, funding infrastructure project cost pressures, and extending terminating health and aged care programs. I'm wondering if you can provide a breakdown of the $8.8 billion across the 7 items.
So, Senator, there are obviously more than just those. I think there's a list there. There's also, I think, a longer list on page 56, which has some additional items. As we discussed at the last estimates, obviously with some of these, the full amount of the measure is counted as unavoidable, and then as we discussed at the last estimates, there are also then some measures which will have components that are considered to be unavoidable. I mean, I can certainly give you some of the numbers, but perhaps not all of them. If you could take it on notice, we can probably pull something together of the major ones.
Yeah, because if they're terminating and extending them as unavoidable, then theoretically they should be in the budget, shouldn't they? They should be extended in the budget.
So, Senator, with some of these...
Well, they terminate at different times.
They terminate at different times. So with some of these, a decision will be made in relation to a terminating measure, even though it may not terminate until 30 June 2025, particularly if that funding is flowing, for example, to a community organisation or a body that would need to give some certainty to their staff. Terminating measures will often be considered in a MyFO, so that there is certainty of funding flowing from the in the following financial year for some of those organisations. And then, of course, we've got other things in there like PBS listings, as you say, the avian influenza. There was also funding for AEMO to uplift its core digital systems.
So each of the terminating measures that have gone into the 8.8 billion have been extended out a different number of years?
Depending.
Yes.
Yeah. So 2.5 billion for the pharmaceutical benefits scheme listings.
Until when?
That's on page 263, I'm told. So that should be accounted for in the measure descriptions.
Can I just...
So that's over
4.
Yes.
But do you want me to keep going?
Yeah, I just want to be very clear, because when you came to government, you accused the former government of leaving these fiscal cliffs, these terminating measures.
Yeah.
But if you extend these measures again, doesn't that simply set up another unavoidable decision down the track? Doesn't that sort of just artificially inflate the budget after the date of termination?
Well, if you take the National Legal Assistance Program, for example, that is an ongoing... Community legal services are an ongoing program.
So that has just...
But they had no money.
So that's been budgeted for now?
It's been budgeted for in an ongoing sense. So as we've been going through...
So what about these ones?
As we've been going through, we've been either... if they are genuinely ongoing and they, we recognise it's an ongoing cost, we have been aiming to deal with that over the, and provide funding in an ongoing sense. There are some areas where we've extended it for 2 years or another year whilst an evaluation is underway to determine whether or not it's delivering what we wanted to do
or what it's meant to do. Is that the health and aged care program?
Some of those are, but some in health and aged care are ongoing, and so they've been dealt with. Like the COVID support, much of that's not ongoing, and so I think, in aged care, for example, where we have been looking at that year by year about what's required to make sure that it's meeting the program's objectives. In the area of providing staffing supplementation, like in Services Australia, we've dealt with them to give them funding to deal with the backlog, and then are doing a piece of work about what the ongoing requirements are for that agency to be resourced properly. So, it's a range of, every decision is taken, mindful of pressures on the budget, what we're trying to deliver in terms of the outcome. So in the legal assistance one, for example, we've now given community legal services ongoing confidence that their funding is locked in, whereas it was just going to end. And in others where it is more time limited, we've either stopped, we have terminated some of those terminating programs or continued them on whilst further work's done.
There was, on page 68, my info states that their policy decisions have increased payments by 19.1 billion over the forwards, and notes that receipts are up by 20.4 billion over the forwards. That's on page 62. So government is essentially spending its revenue uplift, is that right?
Sorry, I'm just trying to find the bit that you're reading from.
Payments up by 19.1, receipts up by 20.4, page 68 and 62.
Well, I think in terms of revenue overall, we have banked, I think it was upwards of 84% of revenue upgrades to the bottom line to pay down debt. But I'm just trying to compare what you are comparing. I can see the 19.1. But if you can see some of those payments that we have approved in in my EFO were to deal with the early childhood education and care workforce.
Yep.
Medicines, making sure that NDIS is on track.
So essentially, but you've spent nearly all of the revenue uplifts at 19.1 compared to.
Well, no, that's not true. We've had a $200 billion improvement in the budget.
So how much?
Since a $200 billion nominal improvement in the budget since we came to government. We have banked the vast majority of that revenue, which has allowed us to pay down debt in the order of $170 billion. We've lowered the Liberal debt that we inherited, and that has significantly lowered the interest payments on that debt, which is one of the fastest growing programs across government. So no, I do not accept that.
So policy decisions have increased payments by $19.1 billion over the forward estimates, according to my info. And it says receipts are up by $20.4 billion over the estimates. It's kind of the policy decisions you've made have chewed up all of that, have they not? And at the same time in my info, the deficits got bigger, didn't they?
As I said, we've seen a significant improvement in the UCB since we've came to government, and perhaps we could work through these payments that we've made in my EFO to find out what you think are wasteful. Is it the early childhood education and care pay
I just wanted to ask some very basic questions about some line items.
You're out every day saying that that these investments are wasteful.
You don't need to be embarrassed.
Spending.
If something that you want to nail your colours to the mast. Did deficits get bigger in the MyEFO?
I'm absolutely not embarrassed, because I know that we've made responsible decisions about areas that have not been dealt with for a long time.
Sorry.
By your government, when you were in power, you pretended that none of this mattered.
In MyEFO, did deficits get bigger,
You
Minister?
pretended that none of this mattered.
Did
early education
deficits get bigger in MyEFO? You can keep answering other questions, but this is the one I'm asking.
Help for the NDIS.
Did deficits get bigger
funding for community
in MyEFO?
legal services. This is all investments that matter.
You're answering questions that I didn't ask. In MyEFO, did deficits get bigger?
We saw improvements in this financial year in MyEFO. And yeah, I mean, the Treasurer and I have not pretended that there isn't pressure on the forward estimates on the budget.
So that's
there
yes.
are the care economy investments that we need to make, and in fact investments that should have been made a decade
Policy
ago
decisions
that never were,
are causing the deficits to get bigger. Is that what you're telling me?
There is pressure on the budget. There's pressure from Defence, aged care, NDIS, dealing with the Liberal debt we inherited, and the health system. They are all pressures on the budget.
So $46.9 billion is bigger than $42.8 billion. That's 2025-26. $38.4 billion is bigger than $26.7 billion. That's 26-27. Deficits in MyEFO got bigger. Is that right?
We have seen significant improvements from PFO. We have improved the budget bottom line, I think, in every budget update since PFO. We've done that through assessing the spending, where it goes, making sure it's high quality, making sure that those areas that were neglected and under-resourced for too long are being dealt with, and providing a very honest assessment of the pressures on the budget, which is something that I don't think the former government did.
Again, I mean, I keep asking questions and you just
I've
answer a
answered
different... Well, no, you answer a different one. At MyEFO, did your deficits get bigger?
I've answered your question.
Is the answer yes? Because I didn't hear yes.
Well, I've answered the budget turnaround that we have overseen, the lowering of debt, Liberal debt that we inherited. We have lowered that by $170 billion.
I understand the talking points, Minister. I hear them all the time.
It's not a talking point, it's a fact, Senator Hume.
But I'm asking a different question.
And we've lowered interest payments on that debt in the order of $80 billion.
I understand this.
Can you imagine how much that could support in the NDIS, in aged care, in health care? That's what we've been doing. Every single budget, we've found savings, we have reprioritised, we have cleaned up a mess, we have lowered debt, we've lowered interest payments on that debt, and we will continue to do that. That is our approach.
Points, but I'm asking you one question, which is, at MyEFO, did the deficits that you have forecast get bigger?
Senator Hume, I need to rotate the call.
I know, but I really need
now.
an answer to this one.
Well, you've got
Chair.
the forward
You've been on the
estimates,
same
you keep reading them
topic
out.
for some
Are you
time.
just embarrassed? Are you too embarrassed
So
to answer the question?
At PFO, in 22-23, we inherited a deficit of $78 billion,
Minister, that's not what I'm
and we
asking you.
delivered a $22 billion surplus. Two surpluses.
From
the
your
first
own
surpluses,
estimates.
back to back.
Did
for the
your
last
deficits get
15
bigger?
years. There was a slight deterioration in 25-26 as we dealt with some of those, again, measures that you have failed to deal with over your time in government. And then we continue to see improvement across the forward estimates. There has been a $200 billion turnaround, improvement that is, in the budget since we came to office.
Sorry. This is your MyFO. It's table 1.2.
I've answered the question.
No, you
weren't listening
haven't.
to my answer. Yeah,
You've actually
I
answered
have.
every other question.
No, I answered it just then.
So, on table 1.2, under budget aggregates, has MyEFO forecast higher budget deficits, higher underlying cash balances than the previous budget?
Go and have a look at the transcript, Senator Hume. I've answered your question.
Senator Pocock.
Wow.
I'd like to go to the audit of employment. In May 2024 estimates, the Department of Finance said it would be doing another audit of employment in the second half of the year, and that would be available early next year, so that would have been second half of 2024. When can we expect to see the audit of employment for 2022-23?
That's great.
Yep.
Thank you, Senator. Paul Fitzner, First Assistant Secretary, Budget Group. So yes, as you said, the government announced in May last year that we would undertake a second audit of employment. That is underway, and we're expecting to have that done in the first half of 2025.
First half of 2025. So you don't expect to release it before an election? Or can you give me any estimate of it in relation to the time of year it might become available?
So that would normally be a decision of the government as to the timing of the release.
So before the end of June, you're saying? First half of the year?
I think that's what we were tracking towards anyway.
Okay.
It's a piece of work. It hasn't, I don't believe I've seen it yet, Senator Pocock.
It must be close to being finished though. How much was spent on external labour in total, and what's the estimated external labour force employed in 2022-23?
So I don't have that information at the moment, Senator. We have conducted a number of the data collection activities that's happening across the Commonwealth. We don't yet have that in aggregated figures, as the Minister indicated. We haven't yet had the opportunity to present that to her.
So could you provide it on notice when you've got it?
We can take on notice and look what we're in position to provide you.
Thank you. If I can go now to diversity, equity and inclusion issues in relation to Accenture. Accenture has scrapped its global diversity, equity and inclusion hiring practices to comply with an executive order by President Trump. Meanwhile, the Australian operations, we understand from public reporting of Deloitte, PwC, EY and KPMG, have reaffirmed their commitments to diversity targets. Will Accenture's decision to drop DEI hiring practices, Minister, violate any requirements in the Commonwealth's procurement rules?
Sorry, can you just begin the
yeah, so
front
Accenture has dumped DEI.
Yeah. Oh, yes, yeah.
And all the other consultants, large ones, have signed up, indicated their commitment. Will this violate procurement rules? I'm thinking of your earlier answers from the panel to Senator Pocock about ethical, good governance and so on.
Yeah, well, there's certain laws here, like that come to mind, including the Workplace Gender Equality Agency's requirements, and I think others, like the Sex Discrimination Act and other pieces of statute, which, you know, people need to follow Australian law. We wouldn't be seeking to change or seeking to exempt people from those requirements, I think.
So what will be the implications for Essentia if you're not
Well, they'll have to maintain compliance with Australian law.
Okay. So if they don't maintain compliance and they stick with their international decision to not have any further DEI practices in order to stay sweet with Trump, will it be harder or impossible indeed for them to have contracts with you as a government?
I think it's a bit hard for us to comment on a suggestion that a company is not going to comply with Australian law. So we would require them to comply with Australian law. Now, that doesn't necessarily. So in the Supplier Code of Conduct, correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, we don't have a particular requirement around specific DEI things that someone has to sign up to. But so I think that's what we would have to look at it in its totality. We'd have to look at what the domestic arm of Accenture was doing. We would be very concerned if they were not complying with Australian law.
Wouldn't it fail the wordings that you used earlier about, I don't have them at the top of at my fingertips, but they went to equity, to good governance, to a decent practice as employers. Giving up equity inclusion would seem to breach that in my mind. That's meant to be, a critical category of ethical practice in an Australian company.
I think, Senator, it is a bit too hypothetical for us to work through. As various witnesses and Minister have said, our expectations will not have changed. Our expectations that businesses supplying the Commonwealth continue to support diversity won't have changed. How business demonstrates that they can meet that is something that we will continue to look for.
So, are you monitoring Essentia, who are a major contractor to the federal government?
Senator, we're not monitoring. No, we're not monitoring the practices.
So, what does the meaning of a code of conduct if you have a major contractor who has clearly stated they are giving it up, DEI, in the shadow of Trump? Does that mean nothing?
No, I'm not saying it means nothing, Senator. What I'm saying is that when faced with a situation of whether we or anyone across the Commonwealth is looking to work with Accenture, it will continue to be important that they are able to demonstrate that they are able to support diversity.
And can you see that in exactly the same character as Senator Pocock's comments about a level playing field, that a bunch of contractors and consultants are attending carefully to their DEI obligations, which they consider an ethical baseline for themselves as enterprises? If Essentia walks away, that creates a real significant difference in that playing field, does it not?
Senator, I think again we're in a territory where it is hard to hypothetically know, frankly, what we will see, what might look different to us when we're looking to work with or consider working with Accenture versus any other supplier. It's hard to see what difference or how they would approach things differently in Australia on the back of what they have announced in the US. It's almost impossible for me to really speculate on that.
Will you look at it closely?
It's the sort of thing we will certainly look at closely in the context of procurement decisions.
Thank you. Thanks, Fiona. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Hume.
Thank you. I just want to ask quickly on efficiency dividends. I asked a question on notice back in April 2023 about efficiency dividend, the current rate. It was 1% over the forwards and ongoing, with a number of full and partial exemptions. I just want to know if that is reflected in the most recent budget update.
Yes.
It is. Thanks. And the full and partial exemptions, has that changed since then? I've got the list of them in front of me if you need them.
You might have to take that on notice. I think there might have been some small changes since then, but happy to take that on notice.
If rather than taking it on notice, is there anything that you can provide me today, along with that list of debitures, the payments from debitures? That would be very helpful. We'd like to table that today to know.
Let's see what we can do.
What the changes to the exemptions, full and partial.
Because you've got to find your $24 billion in cuts to the public service from somewhere,
well, thanks
right?
for the commentary, but maybe you can tell us what the changes to the partial and full exemptions are. Maybe you can tell us. Do you know off the top of your head?
Well, they'd be very minor.
It's your efficiency dividend.
Well,
do you know who it applies to or
so
not?
the big exemptions would continue, which are defence and national security agencies. I think there was some partial exemption for some of the smaller cultural bodies and smaller agencies that would find 1% difficult, but I don't think that
has
has
changes,
changed.
what was the criteria to giving new agencies a full or partial exemption?
Well, we haven't answered that. We haven't said there was new agencies that were given things. There may have been some modest change. We'll come back on that.
Do you know what they are off the top of your head? I mean, you must have made a decision on this.
Yeah, well, I'm not going to say exactly. I can't recall. I deal with a lot of decisions. We have some broad exemptions, full exemptions, as I said, for the Defence Force or the defence portfolio sides, social, national security, and then there's a range of partial exemptions, which I believe were in place from when you were in government as well.
But they weren't when you first announced an efficiency dividend, and obviously there are some agencies now that
we haven't announced. We haven't announced an efficiency dividend. We have continued with the efficiency dividend you had in place.
Yeah, and that's fine. But you also gave some agencies full or partial exemptions, which again haven't got a problem with at all. You just said that those full or partial exemptions apply to other agencies, and you're going to come back to me on what they were. But you know, you can make sort of snide remarks on the way through, Minister, but you applied an efficiency dividend to agencies that weren't expecting to have an efficiency dividend applied to them, and you've done that sometime between 2023 and now.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, if the number of entities that are fully exempt or partially exempt has changed, I would like to know why. That's a big decision to make, to say it doesn't apply anymore, or it does or it doesn't. I know, but you just made a sort of smart-ass remark, and I just wanted to say, well, that smart-ass remark applies to agencies that then have to make cuts or not cuts.
Your leader is saying he will cut $24 billion from the public service.
This is your budget and your efficiency dividend and your choice of agencies which it should and shouldn't apply to.
And it will mean reduced
and you can make all these smart-ass
going back to robo-debt era.
They're your decisions, and that's what I would like to know.
So we have an efficiency dividend in place. There are some exemptions, either full or partial. I think I can't recall if there was a minor change. There may have been, which Ms. Patterson is going to, is happy to provide you with the detail of that.
Just off the top of your head, is one of those cultural institutions...
It's not really an off the top of your head kind of vibe, Senator Estimates,
what about Creative Australia?
So how about we do it on notice?
Creative Australia get a partial or full exemption?
I can't recall.
So, Senator,
they may.
Probably we'll just come back on notice. I'm pretty sure that there has been one slight change on efficiency dividend for a small agency, or the percentage that we of their departmental expenses that were impacted. But I've just asked the team to check that, and we'll come back to you on notice. And then separately, in relation to the external labour save, there was a different set there, so we largely applied the external labour save to the agencies that had already had an exemption or partial exemption from an efficiency dividend, and then some additional agencies in relation to their supplier expenses, and that's where the national collecting institutions and others.
Terrific. So I wanted to ask you about that. You did say that you provided me with that new profile of the measure of savings from external labour extension by portfolio in question on notice 39, I think it was, which I have somewhere in here. And that provides the amount of departmental funding for each portfolio that has been reduced by. So are any agencies or departments exempt from the administrative funding reductions set out in that question on notice by portfolio?
Yes, Senator.
Yes, there are.
Yep.
And which departments and agencies are they full or partial reductions?
Okay, so Senator, they obviously automatically agencies that are exempt from the ongoing efficiency dividend, including partial exemptions, they are exempt. They're excluded from there. And then, as the Minister referenced, some of the security agencies are included. The national collecting institutions, I think there's 9 of those. High Court, ANAO, Domestic Family and Sexual Violence Commission, the NAC, the Administrative Review Tribunal, IIP Australia, and the parliamentary departments.
Okay, and how do the figures in the response that you've provided marry up with the updated strategic commission? the Strategic Commission framework, sorry, I should say, Strategic Commission framework, because that has a list of target saves by each department and agency on page 7.
Senator, I don't have the APSC Strategic Commissioning framework.
Okay.
I mean, they're separate, yeah, and it is focused on what is considered core work. APSC would obviously be able to provide more detail, but it is focused on what core work of the public service should be being delivered by the APS.
Okay, so
ours is
different.
taking a component of the supplier expenses, and as we've been through in previous estimates, taking a save from that and applying that to departments. So that we essentially take the money before we give them their departmental expenses, and then they are to give effect to the external labour save. So they, as Ms Wilkinson indicated, they are sort of two separate exercises. Obviously, we are aware of the APSC's work, both in terms of our employment audit, and also largely in relation to our employment audit.
Okay. All right. Minister, in media and other forum, you've been very clear that you have no intention of reducing the number of public servants. I'm assuming that's a fair characterisation. You've reiterated it today.
I think the comments I've made in the media is the ASL that's accounted for in the budget, I think, is a reasonable level of resourcing for the public service. I think we've dealt with all of the big areas of need that when we came to government and what we inherited, and we've systematically gone around and done various reviews and assessments, and I believe that we are resourcing the APS appropriately.
Okay, so
and that's all
you are not
outlined in the
proposing
budget.
to reduce the public service from current levels, is that correct?
Look, there may be some movement because some programs are, some investments are for time-limited periods, so you may see things move around a little.
That's not lazy, arrogant and reckless?
Well,
that was your annual statement on APS reform.
Well, I would say cutting 36,000 jobs from the public service is lazy, arrogant and reckless.
Right, so you have no plans at all to reduce the public service?
Well, that's a different question. So stop, you've asked me, my comments when I was making them then were about your daily threat to sack 36,000 people from the public service. And I stand by that, and I think if you do that, you will have to employ contractors, consultants, and you will go back to eras of robo-debt. And it was more expensive, frankly, because you just had this shadow workforce. So we have resourced the APS appropriately. I think we've rebuilt its integrity, which is something that you've focused a lot on this morning. I think the public service is well resourced to do the job that we are asking it to do. It's a more complex job than has ever existed, whether it be outward looking into national security and defence or inward through areas like NDIS and Services Australia. And we need to resource it.
Okay.
On a per capita basis, it is smaller now than it was in 2006.
I don't know whether
that
that's
is the
a
reality.
particularly good
it's,
rule of thumb. And if that's your fiscal guardrail, it's an interesting one. But anyway, can I just go back to the question?
I am going to respond to that. Well, in 2006 was Prime Minister Howard's public service levels, and your government always made a point of saying you wanted to keep public service numbers at 2006 levels. Now, what I'm saying is that if we look at it on a per capita basis, the public service now is smaller than it was in 2006, and it has a stack more responsibilities than it's ever had before. It is more complex, more difficult. There are more demands on it. Well, I understand you want to talk over the top of me, Senator Hume. I understand that. I would be embarrassed too if I was Minister for the Public Service and having to go around...
Minister for the Public Service.
Well, what you are, having to go around and say that you are going to sack 36,000 public servants and demean the job that they do every day.
Minister, Senator, I have a point of order before me. Senator Sheldon.
Oh, my heavens. Okay, so...
I know that... I have a point of order, thanks very much. I know the opposition has something to hide, but can you let Minister Gallagher answer the question completely?
She's answering a different question, Senator.
I know the opposition has something to hide. They just want to hear the truth.
We are due to go, Senator. Senators.
Morning with Stella.
You just walk in here and.
Senators,
I know you've been obsessed with not hearing what other people have got to say, but maybe you sit back and have a listen.
Senators,
we just want answers to the questions we ask, not questions that the government makes up.
Senators.
The minister is answering the question.
We're going to go to the afternoon tea break now, and we will return in 15 minutes. Thank you. from our afternoon tea break. And Senator Hume, you have the call.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, you said before the break that there would potentially be minor fluctuations in the size of the public service, but you felt that it was about right-sized now. So can you confirm that you will not then be reducing the number of public servants by 20,000 out to 29?
Yes, well, that's certainly not the intention. I mean, they're your figures, not mine.
So, thank you. And then the government has taken decisions to ensure that the public service stays at about this right-sized level. Is that right?
Well, as outlined in the budget papers.
Well, interestingly, you should say that. So, Secretary, are you aware of the arrangement of the provision of information to the Parliamentary Budget Office to inform costings?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. You'd also be aware that in order to ensure that those costings are accurate, your department often provides the underlying assumptions from the budget to ensure that anything that the PBO does is as precise as it can be.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what is the underlying assumption of the ASL over the next 4 years?
So those figures are not published. What is published in the budget is the forecasts over the next 4 years of departmental expenses and wages and salaries and supplier expenses.
So the PBO's estimate of the government's baseline, based on information provided by your department, is now publicly available. And it shows a reduction in 20,000 public servants over the next 4 years, following the 1st of July 2025. So is that baseline wrong?
So my read of the PBO costing is that it's a hypothetical exercise, which is, what would be if we assumed. Actually, I don't have it in front of me. I'm sorry, Senator. But there were assumptions about sort of in real terms what the level.
So the
sorry,
assumptions,
thanks, Ms. Patterson.
So the PBO made its own assumptions in order to determine what those what the ASL might look like over the forward years. Because as Ms. Wilkins has indicated, we publish obviously in the current year and the forward year, but not beyond that. So the PBO has a methodology where they took the total cost of public services as a share of GDP over the forward estimates. Then the deflated ASL is then held constant over the medium term. So, and then they obviously then looked at the distribution of staff across classifications and maintained the level in ASL that would occur as specified, regardless of any impact on services and delivery. So they made a series of assumptions to determine what they thought would happen to ASL over that period.
And how would your assumptions then differ from that?
So ours are less assumptions, more that we do collect data, but we only publish and interrogate and verify the current year and the forward year. Any data we get from agencies for those other years is useful for us just in a general sense, but we don't interrogate that data. So the veracity of that data is not obviously as robust as what we would publish in budget paper 4.
So the ASL estimates, which are in PAYS and in budget paper 4, are bottom-up calculations from entities of what they expect their average ASL to be in the either the actual year or in the first year of the forecasts, based on their internal assumptions about how they're going to acquit their departmental expenses.
So I think you know what I'm getting at here. Assuming there are no significant cuts to the public service over the next 4 years, the PBO has estimated that the budget will then require an additional $11 billion in funding. And this is because public sector pay flatlines over the 4 years in the forwards in MyEFO. So perhaps you could explain that to me.
Well, it's the same methodology that was forecast under your government in terms of wages and salaries. I would note that you had a policy about private sector WPI being linked to APS wages, but you didn't fund that going forward, so I just make that note. We index the departments. They are required to meet their wages from within their departments, departmental appropriations. Nothing has changed. I mean, this reflects the staffing allocations as outlined in the budget paper.
So, Minister, you also agreed to an 11% pay increase for public servants.
So, yes, and that is met from the indexation. And I would say
so that's reflected in the budget.
Well, I think it was 11.3 or 11.5.
I think it was 11.2 for some and 11.4 for others. So I'm just wondering if that was reflected in the budget.
Yeah, that's reflected. It's exactly the same methodologies have been employed under your government as are being reported for us.
Yeah, I understand that, but we didn't have that massive increase in public servants that you have had. And that doesn't seem to be reflected in the MyEFO figures. So if you know you're not going to reduce the public service by 20,000, why have you not provisioned for it?
Provision for what?
The fact that there is an 11% pay rise.
It is factored in and it's reflected in the figures. And departments are expected. We did not supplement agencies over and above indexation arrangements for salaries. They are indexed and they are indexed. I think their indexation arrangements at the moment are tracking just a bit above what the wage outcomes actually were.
So the indexation arrangements are broadly similar to the indexation arrangements that have been in place for some time. There's two different indexation factors which are applied to departmental expenses. It varies by department. It's a weighted average of projections for the wage price index and projections for the consumer price index. And then there's an adjustment in there, as there has been for a long time, for productivity improvements. So the indexation factor is, so the way in which departmental expenses change over time is a function of a combination of indexation of departmental expenses, and I can give you the indexation factors that are applying at the moment if that would be of interest, combined with decisions around terminating measures, and so ons and offs for each department. So
essentially the terminating measures, does that mean that because of terminating measures, there is an expectation that 20,000 public servants will go with the terminating measures, and then if the terminating measures are reinstated, well then those 20,000 public servants will keep their jobs?
So there are decisions that will be taken by governments in the future which will affect departmental expenses, and this is, I mean, from the beginning of time, or from when I've looked back from the earliest time that we have budget estimates, departmental expenses have typically fallen over the forward estimates because there are decisions that future governments will always, or governments will make into the future, which almost always involve additional resources for departments.
So that indexation measure that you referred to, Secretary, has that changed in line with the pay increase?
No, the indexation factor, it's a function of, as I say, a weighted average of the wage price index and the consumer price index adjusted for the economy-wide productivity factor. So in 23-24, for example, WCI 6, which is the one that places a higher weight on inflation, increases by 5.5%, and then in 24-5 it increases by 3.5%, in 25-6 by 2.5%.
So there's essentially an unfunded pay rise in the budget?
No. Agencies have always been expected to meet the costs of running their departments through the departmental allocation, which is why they are indexed. Because a large part of their increase in costs would be pay rises. So that is, indexation essentially meets that.
So that's why you're relying on terminating measures to deliver a flat-line forecast for public sector wages.
Well, there are a range of ons and offs through the forward estimates, and if you look at the budget papers, we're very clear where those programs are being funded for 1 year or 2 year or 4 years, or in an ongoing sense. It's usually in the measure description, or it's clear from the tables.
So those terminating measures with the ons and offs, there's about 20,000 ASL that are involved.
I don't know where you get your 20,000
well, the PBO
from.
Gave it to us.
That's...
And they did it based on finance's assumptions.
Well, I think you heard from Ms Patterson that they had their own assumptions, which they applied. So I'm not... That's your number.
It's PBO's number. It's not my number.
Well, it's a number that PBO have given you based on a request you made of them. What I'm saying is the budget. What I am saying is the budget papers clearly outline the decisions the government has taken, and those are reflected in departmental costs.
So how can departments not receive more funds, yet still provide an agreed increase in salary, unless they reduce staff levels, which you, Minister, have ruled out? It's got to be one or the other, surely.
Well, they get indexed.
But the indexing doesn't make up for 11% pay rise.
Well, it does actually. At the moment, it's kind of tracking. Well, virtually does. Yes, I don't mind if there's an inbuilt efficiency element to that, but the arrangements are basically tracking at, I think, the last I saw, or around the pay increase. Is that correct?
So,
sort of. Or just below?
It's below, but it's below because governments have always expected the public service to find efficiencies. So that's why there's always been, both a productivity factor which has applied within the indexation arrangements, and on top of that, there's typically been an efficiency dividend. So both of those are long-standing practices that governments have applied in order to, frankly, put pressure on the public service to continue to think about how services can be provided more efficiently over time. That is correct.
Okay, so Secretary, you're going to be signing off on PFO pretty soon.
Yep.
And when you do, you're going to need to take into account the government's stated policy of no reduction to the public service. Are you going to be able to do that using those forecasts in MyFO?
So, Senator, PFO will present what the budget implications of the government's commitments are. We will not take decisions that... we will not reflect in PFO an assumption about what we think decisions are that the government's going to take down the track.
For example... you can clarify that right now.
No,
Minister, you've just said that you will not be reducing the public service by 20,000. That's a decision that your government is making, is that correct?
Well...
you're going to be maintaining the public service.
If I could just answer before I get shouted down.
It was me, it was him.
The budget papers reflect the government's decisions, and that is what is reflected in departmental
So the
expenses.
government's decision is to maintain a public service at its current level.
In accordance with the budget papers.
Yes.
Okay? So read the budget papers. It's
209,000 or so public service.
Okay, Senators, I have a point of order to my left here. Senator Sheldon.
Can I just clarify?
I've got a point of order, thank you very much. Don't talk over me. The answers are trying to be given. Before the Secretary of the Department was trying to give answers, and then the Secretary was cut off. Now the Minister's been cut off. It would be helpful for getting evidence and getting a clear answer to the questions that are being asked. It'd also be helpful for the rest of the committee to hear the questions being asked once the answers have been given.
Thank you, Senator Sheldon. I will return the call to you, Senator Hume, but I would be grateful if you don't speak over each other so that indeed we can listen to the questions and answers.
Okay, so let me ask the question straight. Minister, to summarise, you will not be reducing the public service except for those small potential changes. You won't be reducing the ASL.
We think the public service is appropriately resourced and those decisions are reflected in the budget.
So those minor fluctuations is it?
I reckon, yes, there will be, obviously. It's a big public service. There will be movements around.
Okay. So now
but we do not apologise for resourcing the public service properly, but also looking for efficiencies and looking carefully at where we make additional resources available. And that work is ongoing. And I think we have, over the last 2.5 years, repaired a lot of the damage that you did to the public service.
Yep.
And the only party that's talking about decimating the public service is you, with 36,000 job cuts to hit the public service, which will mean that services will not be able to be delivered. They just won't.
Thank you for the commentary. Now that we know that it is officially the government's position to make no changes to the number of public servants,
Finance
Secretary,
the Finance Secretary has already said that she will reflect the decisions of government in the PFO. I don't know how many times we need to go over this.
Secretary, knowing that is officially now the government's position, will that be reflected in PFO with a very different number to the one that is in MyFO?
I'm not sure I follow your question.
Public sector wages.
So, for example, I mean, unless there was a decision of government, I think the indexation of departmental expenses will be indexed in the same way it has been at MyFO, and which is broadly similar, though slightly different, to how it's been indexed over a longer period of time. So I don't think that would change, and I certainly don't expect that I would change the way in which we are dealing with decisions that have been taken by government, including some which, as we've talked about earlier today, are terminating. So, I mean, so things like, I mean, I think the government has been clear in the budget papers around resourcing for some of the big agencies, like Services Australia and then NDIA, where there has been resourcing that has been provided, in some cases surge resourcing to deal with backlogs, and down the track the government will need to consider what whether there is an ongoing need for surge resourcing, for example, or with the NDIA. I mean, in relation to the NDIS, there are some very significant reforms to that program which are underway, and I think the government's been clear in the budget papers to date that it's not until that next set of reforms are landed that an assessment of whether any supplementation of that resourcing or what the level of supplementation of that resourcing is required. So there are going to be decisions taken by government into the future, and I can't presume in PFO to presume where those decisions will be taken.
But if there are terminating measures, that would then imply that there would be a reduction to the ASL, to the number of public servants. And I think that's my understanding of what's been factored into MyFO. But the Minister has just said that we're not going to change the number of public servants, even if there are terminating measures. We'll have a make-work program.
I have said it reflects the decisions in the budget. Now, if you read the budget papers, you will see that some of those additional resources that you, I might say, are banking on, bankrolling some of your election commitments, are measures that are for 1 or 2 years. We've been very clear. Just read the measure description. I don't know what a surprise that is. And that's to deal with backlogs and to clear those backlogs and then either return to the status quo, or with the work that we're doing around driving efficiencies across government, it may be a different number. But I think for the large part, we are resourcing in line with the decisions taken in the budget are right for the public service at this point in time.
So there'll be no cuts to the public service?
The public service staffing levels reflects decisions in the budget.
Mm-hmm. So there'll be no cut,
they
no
are what they are.
36,000,
no
20,000. We're just going to keep it as it is.
Well, that's
the government's policy.
Your, like, you keep putting this to me. That's your number. I haven't put my hand up for that number. You keep saying it to me.
You created that number.
No, I did not. You keep verbalizing me. I'm saying the decisions about the public service, the size of it, the level of resourcing are reflected in the budget papers. Read the budget papers. It's there for everyone to see.
That's why, it's not just me, other people are questioning it too. The fact that public sector wages have flatlined in the budget doesn't make any sense. And that's why I'm asking the Secretary,
well, I think if you
knowing now that the government's policy is to maintain the public service at
people
the current
haven't read the budget
despite
then.
terminating measures.
Senator Hume, you haven't read the budget.
I absolutely have.
Well, I doubt it, because then you wouldn't be having this confusion with that.
Well, no, I have.
There are ons and offs, a lot of ons and offs. There's 10,000 decisions in the budget that affects each out year. And you have to piece it together. You have to read the measure descriptions and understand how they interrelate to each other.
36,000 new public servants, but public sector wages flatline. That's what the budget says.
I can't help you anymore, Senator Hume. I'm trying, but I can't help you anymore. Read the budget papers.
That's why I'm asking the Secretary, will PFO then be reflective of my EFO, or will PFO be reflective of the budget, of the policy decision that the Minister has made clear?
It will reflect the decisions of government. That's what Ms Wilkinson has been saying.
So it will reflect, PFO will reflect that the ASL level, the public service level, will stay the same.
It will reflect all of the decisions that government makes.
Because otherwise there'd be a big black hole.
My EFO. So it will be. I mean, we will take the same approach that we've taken in my EFO and in previous budgets and in previous PFOs, which is that we will capture what the increase in departmental expenses is on account of indexation, and we will factor in what's happening to terminating programs and the assumptions around efficiency improvements, and all of that will be reflected in the departmental expenses and the wages and salaries lines in the budget.
Okay, thanks. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Chandler.
Thank you very much, Chair. A short tranche of questions hopefully will be quick and relatively painless regarding the Squantum Contract. I know that this sits across a number of different parts of government, but I do note that Finance was somewhat helpful answering some questions at last estimates in relation to this, and I'm sure you will be endeavouring to be just as helpful today. So I'm sure the department is aware, but there are 2 loans in place for the Squantum Contract, and my understanding is that at last estimates, neither of those loans had yet been drawn down. Is that still the case?
I'll just hand over to Mr Webster.
David Webster, First Assistant Secretary. That is my understanding, yes.
Neither of the loans has been drawn down at this point. Why is that the case?
There are conditions precedent which are yet to be met.
In terms of when those conditions are met in relation to the loans, and I'll ask another question about this in relation to the other elements of the contract, what role does Finance have in monitoring whether those conditions have been met? I'm assuming it's up to the department that maintains the contract to come to you and say, this condition has been met, release the funds, but am I correct in that assessment?
The EFA actually monitor the loan, administer the loan. We don't get involved at an operational level in any investments or any loans post doing the deal.
Is there any concern within Finance that there haven't been any drawdowns on the Squantum loans yet?
I think you'd have to direct that to EFA.
Thank you. My understanding is also that at the last estimates, the convertible note that has been issued hasn't yet been converted into equity. Is that still the case at this estimates as well?
That's my understanding, although because the EFA monitor that loan, it's best directed to them.
Sure. I will be having a chat with the EFA later in the week, I'm sure. And again, the convert of that note to equity, why hasn't that occurred yet?
Again, there are conditions that haven't been met.
In the contract, yes. And are you concerned that those conditions in relation to the convertible note haven't been met yet?
You'd have to ask EFA. I'm not that close to the detail.
Yeah. Does the industry department provide you with proactively any information regarding why conditions haven't been met? Do you have a role to play in monitoring? You know, the government has contracted out for a service. That service will cost money. In this case with Squantum, we're just sort of continually kicking that into the long grass. At what point does your department sort of proactively start probing with the relevant department, in this case Industry and Science, and say, where's this at?
There are hundreds of investments and loans which are managed by EFA, the special investment vehicles, etc., etc. We don't routinely get involved in the administration of any of them.
But I should say, from time to time, EFA would come for. So these arrangements are for lots of different loans. These arrangements are managed at arm's length, actually, from all government departments. That's why they're run by the specialist investment vehicles. So people who've got the right expertise to manage these arrangements on a proper commercial basis. From time to time, decisions will come back to government around where individual conditions are up to, and that's when it would then be reconsidered, usually in a budget process around how a particular loan is proceeding. Of course, as Mr Webster said, there are lots and lots of loans which are issued across all of the different specialist investment vehicles, but the higher profile ones are the ones which typically come back to government, and those are often the ones which are run by EFA on the national interest account. So whether it's Mr Webster or Ms Wilkinson who answers this, but that process that you just described, Ms Wilkinson, of a part of government coming back to finance in relation to a contract or to a loan, has that happened at all in relation to the Squantum contract? Not that I'm aware of.
No, not at this stage, Senator, no.
Thank you, Mr Window. What are the conditions that need to be met to draw down on the loans?
I don't know whether we've got the details of those in front of us, Senator. Either EFA or industry might be able to provide those to you. We can take it on notice and see what we can find out, but we just don't have them with us.
Yeah. Thank you. EFA and industry would have that.
Yeah, and they're on
Thursday.
I think industries tomorrow.
And I'm guessing likewise you wouldn't have the conditions that need to be met for the convertible note to be converted into equity in front of you. Does the department do any risk assessment around contracts across government, and has that risk assessment or the risk profile of the Squantum contracts changed at all in the last couple of years?
I don't think anything's changed. We don't do a sort of a risk tracking across the investments of all the specialist investment vehicles. I mean, we do keep an eye on them and talk to them from time to time, so we sort of understand from them how they see the risks around their various portfolios of investment.
When was the last time you dealt with EFA around any concerns in relation to the Squantum contract?
Well, Senator, I don't think I haven't dealt with EFA and had any discussion about concerns in relation to Squantum.
So at this point in time, it would be fair to say that Department of Finance has no concerns about the fact that we haven't had drawdown on any of the loans in relation to the Squantum contract, and we haven't converted the note to equity yet. Yeah,
correct, Senator. We've got no reason to be not aware of any concerns at this point. Progress against those conditions and progress towards those conditions is something we're not tracking on a daily basis. I suspect if there were major concerns with, as the Secretary says, with a significant investment and investment with this sort of profile, then I suspect we might have heard something, but at this point, no, we have not had any concerns expressed or had any concerns expressed.
That's all from me, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you. Senator Hume.
Chair, I want to ask some questions about page 294 to 295 in my info, the National Disability Insurance Scheme reform measure. Can you confirm for me that MyEFO contains an $18.5 million over 3 years from 24-25 through to 26-27 for design and consultation work for the implementation of foundational supports?
18.5 million I have.
18.5? Did I say 18.5? Yes?
I thought you said 18.3.
Sorry.
Yeah, 18.5 over 3 years. Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Are there any other expenses for foundational supports that are contained in the estimates anywhere that I haven't been able to find?
Senator, I think the only thing I can refer you to on foundational supports, I think it's budget paper 1 from the 24-25-6 budget.
Mm-hmm.
On page 2, just trying to make sure it's the right one. Where's the reference to national partnerships?
BP1.
To BP1. Was it in 23-24? Yes. So page 225.
225 of BP1.
Yep, BP1 225. That the contingency reserve includes a provision to reflect the outcomes of the December 2023 National Cabinet meeting.
Right.
Where there was discussions obviously around the National Health Reform Agreement and foundational supports.
Okay. So there's no money actually provisioned for the actual cost of the foundational supports. There's money provisioned for the design and consultation work. Is that correct?
No. So the design and consultation work is that 18.5 is a measure.
Yep.
So that has been provided to DSS, NDIA to do that work. But in the 24-25 budget, the government has called out that in the contingency reserve there is a provision to reflect the outcomes of that National Cabinet meeting in December 2023.
Right, so the National Cabinet meeting in 2023, what were the recommendations of that National Cabinet that required the provisioning in the CR?
So they were the commitments around a new 5-year health agreement at the time, and in return the agreement to I think I don't have the precise details in front of me, but in relation to the foundational supports would be delivered through existing government services where appropriate and phased in, and funding would be agreed through an FFA with additional costs split 50-50.
Okay.
So essentially that provision is just giving effect to a provision that reflects that those commitments were made to the states and territories.
Right, okay, all right. Thank you for that. Okay. I want to ask some questions about Rex Airlines and that decision. The 2 announcements by the government to provide funding to Rex. Make sure I've got the right people at the table. So the original 80 million in financing in November 2024, and then the further 50 million to purchase Rex's debt. So prior to the decision in November to provide the 50 million, did the Department of Finance provide any formal advice to the Minister? Or did Treasury provide that advice?
Oh no, we provided advice through the budget process. Yes. There was a series of discussions.
Yeah. Okay. Well, the decision obviously now is public, so is that advice that can be provided?
We don't usually release advice to ministers. You've got the public decision, but you can ask finance questions.
Okay, well, I will. Then prior to that decision in February to provide the 80 million in financing, did the Department of Finance provide formal advice to the Minister as well?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So what's the status of the announced funds? What funds or what loans or what other support's been provided to the administrators?
Well, Senator, it's you've indicated the 2 announcements of the 80 and the 50. The only additional support directly provided at this point was the initial the first announcement, which was a guarantee with respect to flight bookings, and at this point, in terms of sort of status, I can say that the guarantee with respect to flight bookings, I don't think has been called on at all. And in terms of the...
So which one hasn't been called on, did you say?
The guarantee that was issued originally prior to the 80 million decision. And with respect to the 80 million decision, I think as my information is at this point, the administrators have drawn about 25 million of that.
Okay. Is there a chance we could get a timeline of what's been allocated and what's been drawn down upon and when? Is that possible?
I'd have to take that on notice, Senator, to see what we could get. I mean, it's this, the Department of Infrastructure may be better placed to answer that, just because they're the ones in the direct dealings with the administrator.
So are there any outstanding elements of the 130 million?
Well, there is the fact that the 80 million has not yet been fully drawn down.
So is there a scheduled date for that to be drawn down?
I'm not sure, Senator. I'll see. Is there a...
Yeah, Cameron Jose, Assistant Secretary of Commercial Group. So I guess the administrators will use funds and draw on the funds as they need to continue flying throughout the administration period. And they tend to do that periodically when, I guess, their funding meets a level where they need additional funds to keep flying and operating the business.
What are the interactions that the government has with the administrators?
We meet daily with the administrator, the Department of Infrastructure, and as well as the Department of Finance.
Daily?
Yep.
Okay. And what about the political level? Who's the main contact? Is it the Minister's office or is it the Minister for Transport?
With the administrator, Senator.
Yeah.
I'm not sure whether there is any direct contact other than between the officials from infrastructure and finance with the administrator.
Is finance or transport the main departmental level contact?
The lead agency is the infrastructure
lead
department.
agency infrastructure.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, all right. So the lead minister would be infrastructure too?
Catherine.
That's right. All right. Have any assurances at all been given by the government to the administrators that it will acquire REX if a buyer isn't found?
The only statements to that effect, Senator, are the ones made in the government's announcement, I think, of about the 12th of February.
Okay, so it's a public announcement as opposed to an assurance to the administrator?
Absolutely.
That's right.
Okay. So
We would like to see a successful sale of REX Airlines.
What sort of support is the government looking at providing the shortlisted bidders for REX?
Well, I think, Senator, that's been quite intentionally hasn't been specified because the nature of the support that may be required will depend a little bit on the nature of the bidders that come forward and the circumstances and the approach they wish to take to a potential purchase of the airline. So we are open to discussions with potential bidders, but haven't attempted to specify what that support might look like.
Has the government indicated any preference to a particular type of bidder?
No.
No, a credible bidder is all we have.
Sorry, say that again.
We've simply, I think the language that has been used is we're looking for credible bidders.
A credible bidder. So a foreign bidder would be fine. A foreign stated-owned enterprise, as long as they met FIRB requirements.
Subject to usual requirements, Senator. We haven't set any expectations of that kind.
Okay. So with regard to the administration sale process, what do bidders need to demonstrate to be able to get that preferred bidder status?
Well, I think that will be, in a sense, that will be a process that in the first instance, Mr. Jose may be able to add to this, but in a sense the first instance will be a series of sort of initial non-binding offers coming in which the administrator will consider, and then we will be in discussions, understand in a sense who the administrator thinks are worth pursuing as potential purchasers, and then at some point after that then discussions and negotiations may commence with government to work with those potential bidders. But the first piece The first piece will be a process that's run through the administrator.
Right. So the first assessment of bids then doesn't involve finance, or does involve finance, or does it involve the administrators?
It will involve the administrators, and I suspect we won't be directly involved in that process.
Okay. Will finance then have a role in having to determine the capability, or you said a credible bidder? Does finance have a say in what a credible bidder looks like? Do you need to have former experience running an airline, for instance?
Oh, I think, Senator, we, in a sense, as part of the due diligence that we finance, or in a sense the government, so it'll be finance and infrastructure together, we will do due diligence to make sure that we are providing that the support that is being sought, or that we're willing to provide, is indeed the minimum necessary support for the bidder, and we'll be doing due diligence to make sure we are confident that the bidder is a serious prospect. Okay. So that will be sort of part of the normal due diligence done before the decision making of government on a final support package.
And I mean, I think as Mr. Joseph has explained, I mean, we work on these things very much in partnership with the lead agency. In many ways, I think the way to think about the finance role is probably more on the sort of commercial aspects of the arrangements. If you like, that's the common thing that we can, and that's the expertise we can bring to a lot of these different decisions, as opposed to, and we would leave other policy, other elements would be more led by the other agency, but but we work closely on these things.
Do you think that the government's assurances that it will acquire RECs if a buyer isn't found has compromised those commercial elements? I mean, why would the administrator, what's the incentive for the administrator to actually find a buyer?
The government's been very clear that their preference is that, that a credible buyer is found for RECs.
I might just add, the government's also been clear it won't participate in that sale process, and so the administrators are there to maximise value for creditors as part of the process. And to do that is to have a competitive sale process, and that's the process they're going through now. I guess if the Commonwealth was there, as they've said, and as a buyer of last resort, that's not where the administrator is incentivised to be. They're there to optimise the value and maximise the value for their creditors, which is through a competitive sale process.
When you've got an administrator in a circumstance like that, do they have some sort of incentive payment to find a buyer? Or does it, I mean, they'll just get paid a fee no matter what? Yeah?
Yeah, so I might just add, so Hugh and Lockie, the administrator's advisor, they would operate through a success fee through any usual administration process to find a buyer, but the administrator is paid for their services.
Just by fee though, there's no success fee, it's just a fee? Yeah? Yeah, okay.
I guess it's kind of reputational, right?
Yeah, they've got to be able to.
Yeah. There's also partly the bidders are incentivised. If they want to buy the business, they will want to get in before, while the sales process is running. So it's more the bidder motivation than the administrator motivation.
What's the time frame that we're looking at for this process? When do we find out whether there is a credible bidder or not?
Yeah, so the initial phase, I guess, of the sale process commenced last week. That sort of is just an initial questionnaire, and it's sort of a teaser document that the administrator releases. Then the next phase is, I guess, the submission of non-binding indicative offers, and that is expected around the end of sort of May. And these are indicative timeframes, so obviously it's up to the administrator and their advisors to run the sale process, but this is what they're sort of working towards. And then with final, I guess, binding bids are due towards the end of May.
End of May.
Mid to late, sorry.
Mid to late May. So what's the government's strategy then if there is no buyer that emerges? So for instance, does the government negotiate with the administrator on a price if it's already agreed to purchase the asset? Haven't we kind of shown our hand a little early there?
Well, we haven't shown our hand in terms of any indication of what we'd be willing to pay, Senator. I mean, in a sense, there's a series of, in a sense, first step will be a series of government decisions to be made about how we might approach that. What, you know, there's a degree of due diligence and decisions that the government would need to make about what it might be prepared to pay to buy that airline if we get to that last resort scenario. And those are decisions that won't, you know, we're not looking to take to government until we get to that point. So we just haven't really, we're not at that point, I suppose, Senator.
Okay. So having had the announcement from government that we will be the buyer of last resort, where does this potentially appear in the budget? Is it in the statement of risks?
It will. That's correct. It will be in the statement of risks. Yep.
Okay. If the government acquired Rex, would it consider capital upgrades to the Rex fleet?
No, Senator, I think...
Hypothetical. We're not there.
I understand that the fleet is ageing. I'm not entirely sure that from all reports, the airline won't be able to function without upgrades. What's the point of buying an airline that can't function?
Senator, it's a matter that, as the Minister says, we're not there yet. It's not a. It's a matter that. I mean, I think it's on the public record that it has got an ageing fleet. That would be one of the things that would need to be thought about, but we're not there at this point.
Do you think Rex's ageing fleet was something that was well understood before the announcement that we would be the buyer of last resort was made?
The state of the Rex fleet's been well understood for some time. So yes.
I mean, our position is we would like a successful sale. We've made it clear that we would like to see that and work with the administrator to deliver that, and that's to ensure that we can keep those important regional routes flying across the country. They, you know, at the end of the day, we're focused on how to deliver the outcome that people living in the areas where Rex is and can be the only transport available, that those options are continued. And we thought it was important to send that message, both to people who rely on it, but also to people that might be interested in purchasing the airline.
Minister, if the government purchases an airline or purchases Rex, do you anticipate that it will remain in government ownership indefinitely?
Well, there are a lot of ifs there, and we are not at that point. We are seeking to have a successful sale process, a second sale process. It is not unusual in the aviation industry, when you look around the world, to see governments supporting, you know, elements of airline travel across the country. And in this instance, we want to make sure we are keeping those regional flights going, and we're looking to work with anyone who would like to, or a credible purchaser of that airline.
So it is, as you've said, vital infrastructure, particularly for those in regional communities, which is why the government would step in. If that is the case, why would it differ from, say, NBN, which is also vital infrastructure, particularly for people from regional communities? Why would it not then permanently remain in government hands?
Well, I mean, that's a significant government decision that has not been made. The decision we have made is to support a second sale process, but make it clear the Commonwealth is prepared to work with the administrator and potential buyers on seeing that successful sale process be complete. That is the only decision that we have made to date.
So my understanding is about 43 or so other regional airlines. I'm wondering whether you've had any representations from other regional airlines for support.
Not me directly. I think Department of Infrastructure are probably the best place to answer that question.
Senator, we've had no approaches from other regional airlines.
All right. Is there any policy alternatives the government's considered to ensure a sustainable regional aviation sector in Australia, or is it just Rex that we're looking at?
I think that's really a question for the Department of Infrastructure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Has the government evaluated the impact of a government-owned regional airline on the broader regional airline industry?
Again, Senator, I think we're getting ahead of ourselves, although because we haven't sort of got to that point. The thing I would observe is that what the intention is to maintain REX to be able to support the communities it is uniquely placed to support at this point in time. So in that sense, it's sort of, I guess, the general policy position is REX operating as it currently does, as opposed to a sort of change in how it fits into the Australian aviation market.
Until May, which is kind of D-Day, and that point in time, government's got to make a decision.
But my point, Senator, was only that to the extent the reason that the sort of stated reason from the government for being supporting REX and supporting a successful sale process and, if necessary, being a buyer of last resort is to maintain REX delivering the sorts of services it uniquely delivers at the moment, not to dramatically change what it does in the aviation market in Australia.
Okay. Chair, I have more questions, but not on this topic, unless if you would like to remove the call.
I'm pretty sure that no one else is seeking the call, Senator Hume, so
okay.
You're welcome to push on.
Thank you. I've got some questions about the new Green Iron Investment Fund and Whyalla in particular. So the GFG Steel Works at Whyalla obviously was put into administration last week by an act of the South Australian Parliament. Minister, have you or your office engaged with the South Australian Premier's Office or the South Australian Treasurer's Office prior to the steelworks being put into administration?
Myself, I haven't, but I've certainly been part of discussions across government, and I know the Treasurer and the PM obviously were engaging with the South Australian Government.
Okay. Did the department share any advice with its state counterparts about the ongoing and obviously deteriorating situation in Whyalla and potentially what interventions could be sought or should be sought?
Sorry, did the department, did we share information that we had?
Yep. Did you have any, did those departments share any information with you?
Did we meet,
yes, South Australian departments.
Yes, did we meet with others in relation to this, both other departments in the Commonwealth and with South Australia? Yes.
In anticipation of the announcement?
Ahead of the announcement,
yes. Okay. So for the department, then, did you have any discussions around potential funding prior to that announcement? Alternatives, funding alternatives?
Yes. There were a series of discussions, including, within government around support for Whyalla.
And how long has that been going on for?
So, do we have a timeline? Has someone got a timeline with them? I mean, there have
if you've got a timeline, I'd love you to table it.
No, I mean, there have been discussions with... So, there have been concerns raised about Whyalla over a significant period of time. So I can't recall exactly when the most recent set of discussions came together. Do you recall?
No.
I mean, there were sort of serious direct discussions relatively recently, Senator, but it is the case that awareness about the situation, the broad situation in Whyalla, I mean, has been well known for some time. Publicly reported about concerns about the operation of the blast furnace, for example, has been occurring over the past 6 months, I would say. And so we have certainly been conscious of that.
Has Finance had any contact with the administrators? The coordinator?
Not to date, Senator.
Okay.
That's, I mean, it's early days. I suspect, and I would expect that we will end up being involved in those conversations. But at this point, because it's early days, it's been led through South Australia.
Right. Did the department receive any requests for financial assistance from the South Australian Government?
So not directly, but there were clearly discussions between the South Australian Government and the Commonwealth Government around support.
So there was no, well, I should probably ask the Minister, there were no requests directly to you, Minister?
Well, there was requests to the Commonwealth Government, of which Finance provides advice on, as you would expect.
Did the South Australian Government approach you directly?
No.
Was there a working group or a steering committee that was monitoring Whyalla and its financial position prior to the announcement?
No. Not a formal working group, but there were a series. I mean, we were involved in discussions, Prime Minister and Cabinet were, the Treasury was, the Department of Industry was. I'm not sure whether there are any others, but we were certainly involved in those discussions, as is usually the case for these sorts of, these sorts of situations.
Okay. As you say, the issues with Whyalla have been known for a long time. There's lots of public commentary around GFG struggling to refinance its debt, service its obligations to creditors, and attempts to secure alternative funding have been difficult and they've been protracted. So at what point in time did Finance become concerned that the operations would become unviable?
It's not a matter for Finance to be
but there was just that discussion about a sort of informal working group.
No, we didn't say there was an informal working group. Again, let's just be clear. There have been discussions across government which have involved different departments, of which Finance has been one of them. So I think if you read the newspapers, you will have seen that for some months there has been speculation about what has been going on at Whyalla, and obviously that is something that the government would be interested in, and the Minister responsible has been Minister Husick. So he has been leading on behalf of the Commonwealth.
Okay.
But as the Secretary said, and as a part of that, there would have been a series, agencies have been talking.
Yep.
But there's nothing that is sort of, we haven't had a formal working group.
Right, so it was a creeping assumption that it was becoming increasingly unviable, as opposed to we're very concerned that it is unviable, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, and I don't think it was a question of viability. Well, I suppose there were concerns about Whyalla. The Commonwealth was aware of those. The Industry Department was the lead department, and Finance, amongst other agencies, have been therefore involved in discussions with them over a period of time.
Okay. So on the 20th of February, the government announced a 3-stage package to save the Whyalla Steel Works. It had 3 components: on-the-ground support of $100 million, including creditor and assistance payments, infrastructure upgrades, job and matching skills hub; stabilising the steelworks for $384 million, which was state and federal co-investment to fund Whyalla Steelworks operation during administration; and then investing in the steelworks' future, $1.9 billion. Now, this indicated that $1.9 billion was that so governments can work with a new owner to invest in the upgrades and the new infrastructure. For the committee's understanding, for each component of this package, what's the exact value of the Commonwealth's contribution, and what's the contribution from the South Australian Government?
So, Senator, a heads of agreement has been signed with South Australia, which I think has been reported in the media. Our understanding is that discussions are still underway with South Australia on a FFA with them, which will clarify the final split of funding. I think, as has been indicated in statements by the Prime Minister and Premier Malinowskis, certainly for the administration, which is the 384, that is a co-investment from both parties, from both governments.
50-50 co-investment, yeah.
That is our understanding, is a co-investment. In relation to the on-the-ground support, there will be, we understand, a co-contribution to the $50 million creditor assistance.
Again, 50-50, so 25 each?
Senator, I don't know that that's still being resolved. I certainly don't have that information, but certainly a co-contribution to the creditor assistance payments, and also a co-contribution to the $6 million jobs matching and skills hub, which is part of that $100 million. Then in relation to...
Infrastructure upgrades? So there's 32.6 million there as part of that.
Yeah, and the infrastructure upgrades. So I'm aware that in terms of Commonwealth contributions to that, that includes, I think as is indicated in a document that the South Australian Government have put out, that includes the 16.2 million for infrastructure upgrades at Whyalla Airport, which was announced in the 24-25 MYEFO.
That sounds like literally half the infrastructure upgrades.
And there's also some funding that is flowed from an existing grants program in the infrastructure portfolio of 3.1 million.
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
So there is some funding there that has already been, in a sense, that is Commonwealth funding that has already been.
Okay.
Provided,
So that 100 million, we don't know if decision.
Got the final split on the 50.
Of the final split
for the 50 and on the 6 million. And then obviously I've just spelt out our understanding of what our contribution is to the 32.6 infrastructure upgrades.
Okay, and then the 1.9 billion on investing in the steelworks future.
So that understanding is there is the up to 500 million earmarked from the Green Iron Investment Fund, from the 1 billion fund that was announced by the Prime Minister on the 20th of February. There is then a contribution from the South Australian Government, in which I think the Premier Malinowskis has referred to as their sort of repurposing of their hydrogen jobs plan funding. I don't have the precise figure for that. And then the delta then is would be additional financing. But at this point, the form that would take is not known. That will need to be worked through following the work of the administrator and obviously discussions with any future owner.
Okay. So were any of these elements in the decisions taken but not yet announced?
Yes, Senator. So the Green Iron Investment Fund was a decision taken but not yet announced from the 24-25 MYEFO.
Right. How much was that, sorry? Can you remember?
It's 1 billion.
1 billion?
Yes.
Okay. And the profiling for that?
So
it's just a fund, so it's all in 1 year? It's over
no.
The forwards,
so in a sense, it's capital grants, and so and obviously that will be there'll be the up to 500 for Whyalla, and with the other available for another possible proponent. The profile for that obviously will also partly depend on the time frame for utilisation of that fund.
So there's a potential medium-term impact then?
Likely, yes. Yeah. So I mean, we will publish the we'll indicate what dollars will be in the forwards, and then what will be in the longer term when we publish the measure in the 25-26 budget.
Right.
Yeah.
So if you're not entirely sure where the financing is coming from, how did 1.9 billion appear?
It's a commitment.
That is a commitment
it's a commitment to give certainty.
For example, whether that funding comes through grants or loans or equity, it's too early to indicate the source of that at this point, because it will depend on the work undertaken by the administrator, and obviously then discussions with a new buyer about what assistance might be suitable to support the transition of that blast furnace and other infrastructure at the steelworks.
Okay. The Green Iron Investment Fund that supports the longer term transformation, you said 500 million is earmarked to support the steelworks transformation, but 500 million is open to applicants right around the country and accessible for both existing facilities and greenfields projects. So can you confirm if one or both of these components will be funded through the Future Made in Australia Innovation Fund in ARENA?
So that, Senator, I might get that is a separate thing. So in the 24-25 budget, I think it's 1.7 billion was allocated to that investment fund. And an announcement in relation to the first allocation of that component was made by the Prime Minister last week. It is also 500 million, but it's a different 500 million.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Just on that, investing in Steelworks speech, the 1.9 billion, and you were saying that because you're not entirely sure where the finance is coming from, what component's going to be grants, what's going to be equity, what's going to be loans.
Yep. It'll depend on essentially the vehicle that comes out of the administration process.
Okay, so how do you budget for that?
Well, it'll be accounted for.
So, Senator, likely with that component, because it is something that we can't determine exactly what its form will be. We would certainly look to reflect something like that in the statement of risks in the budget papers. So the other components, things like the funding towards the administration, that is a clear decision of government that we will be providing funding to the South Australian government for the administration process.
Right.
We would crystallise that in a measure in the budget, but our additional contribution to the 1.9, separate to the Green Iron Investment Fund, we would likely deal with that through statement of risk. So it is clear that there is
statement of risk. Okay. So the 24-25 budget allocated 1.7 billion for the Future Made in Australia Innovation Fund. Has the government allocated additional funding to that fund?
No, Senator. So there was an announcement, and then there's sort of streams to which that will be allocated.
Yep, that's right. The 500 million was the first
stream to be announced of that. So 500 of that 1.7.
Right. Okay. Has the government taken any equity in GFG, the Steelworks, or any of the other assets that are owned by Mr. Gupta?
No, Senator.
No. Okay. Is the department's work or advice or input related just solely to the Steelworks operation, or is there also monitoring or inputs regarding GFG's wider operations?
Certainly awareness and understanding, and I suppose you could call it monitoring of the broader operations.
So what about Liberty, Primary Metals, Australasia, or Infrabuild?
So, Senator, yeah, I mean, we're aware of a range of related entities, and we're certainly, and so if, to that extent, are we monitoring them? I guess the answer is yes, but the particular focus following the decision and it moves by South Australia to put One Steel into administration had been around the One Steel business.
Okay, so GFG's other assets, are you confident that they are financially viable? Are they going to be exposed? Well, I suppose the question is,
the commitment
are
from
they
government
exposed in any way?
Whyalla.
Are they exposed in any way with the Steelworks going into forced administration? Are there going to be implications?
I don't think we've got any. It's not something that we would expect to have a view on, really, Senator, at this stage.
Okay, but you are providing advice, you said, that includes considerations of those other assets.
We've certainly provided advice which is aware of and has, observed or talked to the fact that there are other parts or related parts to the business.
The advice to me has been almost exclusively on the Steelworks.
Okay.
Yeah.
Outside of direct payments, what support has been offered? Have you offered financing?
Senator, at this point, the only support is the support that Ms Patterson's run through. So in a sense, the support at this point has been for the purposes of administration. And then, as Ms Patterson indicated, there may well be further support that will come through in time, but the form, nature and source of that is, at this point, unknown.
Can we be 100% comfortable that none of the funds that are being announced will go to Mr Gupta's other entities or entities controlled by him?
Yes.
We can be 100% comfortable of that.
We're working through the administrator on
So,
One Steel.
In relation to the long-term stage, where respective governments will work to find and co-invest with a new owner, how has the quantum of $500 million to support the steelworks upgrades and new infrastructure been determined?
In discussions with the South Australian government.
So how have they determined it? I mean, have you been curious as to how they came up with the number?
Well, as I said, it's been in discussions with about between, you know, and this is probably where you're best asking industry about this, because they're the ones that have been dealing with that kind of day-to-day information. But this is our understanding of the support that would be required to ensure that we can, you know, save the steelworks, save the jobs, provide security to the people of Whyalla, including the small businesses that rely on One Steel, and hopefully set it up for a pretty bright future. There's been pretty extensive discussions across government about that.
Okay. I want to ask some questions about specialists. Are you right for me to continue on, Chair?
Senator Hume, you are the only senator seeking the call at this point. I did just thought I might use that as an opportunity to suggest that we try and conclude finance before dinner, and if need be, go to dinner a little late. Yeah. So on that basis.
Okay. So I want to ask some questions about specialist investment vehicles. Obviously, successive governments have established these things, the SIVs, to achieve particular policy objectives. This government's been rather prolific in them, and also in the scale of them. You know, the rewiring the nation of 20 billion, NRF 15, the HAF 10. Further funding for ARENA and for CFC, the numbers of which I don't have in front of me at the moment. But the policy intent aside, there's been a proliferation of these kinds of vehicles. I'm wondering if finance, as the responsible department...
To be fair, most of them existed under, when you look at them, most of them, we have added some new ones, but many of them, most of them existed under your government.
So has finance, as the responsible department, done any work on best practice around establishing and operating and benchmarking these kind of funds?
Yes. And we've funded that work with all of those extra public servants that you want to sack.
What sort of work is it?
Governance and best practice, essentially get best practice approach.
I know that's the question I asked, but I think there's probably a little bit more to it than that.
Yes,
you could describe what that means.
Well, I think, Senator, the significant work that finance has done has moved to establishing really a joint ministerial responsibility for the specialist investment vehicles, not dissimilar to the arrangement that exists with government businesses, where there's a portfolio minister and also the Minister for Finance. In a sense, where the work sort of crystallises is in an RMG, a resource management guide that we are responsible for. I think it's RMG 127 from memory.
RMG
127, which goes to issues around governance, you know, board and corporate governance, roles and responsibilities, etc., of the boards of these entities. Talks to their planning and reporting obligations. Talks to their risk management and risk governance kind of obligations. And I guess the other part of this is working with the specialist investment vehicles to encourage and make sure that they are talking and sharing between themselves to try and coordinate their activities.
I have... I've got Resource Management Guide 127 up in front of me here, but rather than go through it all, can you just give me a little heads up of what the findings are of the work that's been done around best practice in benchmarking for those funds in there?
I'm not sure that the RMG goes to benchmarking as such, but we can give you we can talk to the sorts of things it covers. And I think, as a useful comparator, there is a similar one, for example, in relation to government businesses, which we are also responsible for. But I'll get Mr. Webster and Mr. Photos to give you a sense of the sorts of, a little bit of the detail that RMG covers. Just on the benchmarking piece, we don't do benchmarking as such. Each of the specialist investment vehicles has their own investment mandate that they need to work to. What we are trying to work with them all on is get some consistent approach to reporting so we can get a good complete picture and understanding of the nature of the investments the Commonwealth holds through these vehicles. So we're interested in that consistency of reporting, but it's not so much if by benchmarking you mean the sort of relative performance of them, we're not in that.
Oh no, that's not what I meant. I suppose, but when you're doing best practice work, are you comparing them to each other, or are you comparing them to equivalent vehicles that are run by different jurisdictions?
Probably a bit of both, to be honest, Senator. But I might get Mr Webster and Mr Photos to talk to some of the sorts of things that are in the, or mention some of the sorts of things that we've focused on in the RMG, which then we're looking to, and different SIVs will be at different stages of meeting those requirements, which we've only brought in for them relatively recently.
And different SIVs also have different back office practices. Some of them for example, had been using Sharing Housing Australia's back office to process some of the loans administration, etc. So some of those operational costing benchmarks are difficult given the different sort of stages they are in their life cycles. One of the key sort of snapshot tools we've been using is a quarterly dashboard, which sort of gives information in terms of commitments being entered into, how much has been drawn, how much headroom is within the SIVs, etc. So to give us sort of snapshot of where the funding is at the moment.
So does each SIV have a dashboard, or is it one dashboard for all the SIVs?
It's one dashboard which combines all the SIVs, but typically the graphs in that will be broken down by each individual SIV, so you can see the aggregate. Some are reported in the aggregate, but most of them are available to drill down into the individual SIV level.
Is that dashboard something that can be shared, a screenshot or a snapshot? Can that be tabled?
Notice, Senator. I mean, there's possibly some information that we've got pulled together that we wouldn't want to make available, but we'll see what we can do for you on that.
Okay. Yeah. All right.
I guess I was just saying, in an overarching sense, I think the thing that we've been leading from within finance is making sure that we can provide government with a holistic picture of all of the investments which are being undertaken across all of the across the different specialist investment vehicles, and in particular to get a sense as to whether there are risks that are being managed across. So each of the specialist investment vehicles has to manage risks within their portfolios, but how then do we think about when a couple of different specialist investment vehicles may make decisions to invest in the same project? How do we make sure that in a global sense those risks to the government's balance sheet are being managed appropriately? So that's why we think it's important to have the overarching picture of the investments.
And two of the other attributes that we aggregate on are sectoral and geographic, so we can understand what the aggregate of the SIVs is in a particular geographical sense or a particular sectorial sense, because some of them are playing in there's overlapping in terms of sector investments, for example.
Okay. That the process of benchmarking or the best practice on establishing and operating those funds, have any external consultants been engaged to assist with that?
We have had some external advice in how to help us with how we should best go about thinking about comparisons and, in a sense, a whole lot of the deep work that sits behind coming up with the dashboard to understand how best to do that. That work helped us and looked at the sorts of things that are done that a number of other jurisdictions, international jurisdictions, have done with respect to their various types of investment vehicles. Right. I don't know that but that didn't quite that hasn't given us advice, I don't think, on how to set one up as such.
It was about the best practice. It was about the dashboard.
The best practice.
Who was the consultant that worked on that?
I think we used BCG for that.
It was BCG?
Yeah.
So, Minister, those new public servants couldn't do all the tasks that you wanted them to do.
Well, I've never said that there wouldn't be a consultant.
You just made a snide remark about apparently
but
the brand new public servants were able to do the best marking, best practice.
Well, I can finish. We have been able to increase the amount of ASL working in this very important area because of our investments.
All areas.
Because, well, you might think it's funny to threaten to sack 36,000 people.
No, you were the one that made a joke about new public servants needed to set up these things,
about how many public servants there are.
But there actually are consultants that are working on it too.
Well, again, there is a role for consultants in the public service. We just don't want to use them the way you use them, which was to have a shadow workforce where you hid the real number of people working because you weren't accounting for your ASL.
So I'm not the one that demonised consultants.
I have a point of order on my.
You do it every day. You take great. You take great pleasure.
Senators, I have a point of order on my left. I'm withdrawing the call from both of you, and Tony. Senator Sheldon has the call.
Thank you.
To raise his point of order.
It'd be helpful if we could hear the Minister complete her answer to the question, and then I'm looking forward to hearing the next question from those on the Estimates Committee. So maybe if we can hear the Minister first.
Thank you. It is helpful to be able to hear. Senator Hume and...
Oh, sorry. I thought Senator Sheldon wanted to hear the Minister.
Well, the point I was making was we have supplemented resources in this area because of the important role that advice plays about the funds under management, essentially, the investments. You think it's amusing that there's a consultant that provides additional advice to that. Well, that's for you to explain.
Just supplemented resources. I want to ask some questions about the childcare policy, please. I just want to make sure the right people are at the desk. With regards to the government's childcare announcements in MyEFO, how much of that, if any, was in the decisions taken but not yet announced? Is there another childcare policy?
I'm asking
Is there more to come?
Are you asking about the 3-day guarantee, or are you just reading off questions you don't understand? Well, it's a simple question. Is it about the 3-day guarantee?
And I asked you, is there more to your childcare policy than that?
Well, Senators, there's a lot of different policy elements to childcare. So you can both stop being facetious and narky with each other. Senator Hume, do you have clarification for the Minister in terms of what you mean about your question?
So the government announced childcare policy for MyEFO. Is that correct?
Name tag.
Yeah.
Sorry, Senator, what was your question?
The government announced an enormous childcare policy, and I'm after understanding whether any of that childcare policy was in the DBITNAs, and if so, how much?
So, Senator, the announcements by the government on childcare were actually made in MyEFO and are in the published in the book.
All of them.
On page 239. So that covers the $1 billion Building Early Education Fund.
Yes.
It includes the funding for the changes to the activity test.
Yep.
Also includes some funding to the Department of Education to develop their early education service delivery price, funding to do the upgrades to Services Australia, and it also includes the pay rises for early educators, which is a separate measure on page 238.
So the $500 million in targeted capital grant rounds focused on not-for-profit ECEC providers and state and local governments to establish new services, and there was another $500 million provision for the Commonwealth investment in owning and leasing a portfolio of early childhood education and care centres. The grant process for that, has that already begun?
Senator, I don't think we know. You might.
I think it's still in design.
Might still be in design. That would be a question for Department of Education about where that is up to.
So, all right. So we don't know the time frame for the grants process, or whether it'll be run out of the grants hubs. That's for them, not for you.
Yeah.
Okay. Does Finance have an estimate of how many services each of those two components of the? Goodness me, what an extraordinary acronym. The beef will build.
Building Early Education Fund. Terrible acronym, isn't it?
I don't take that on notice, or Department of Education should have an estimate.
Okay, so what...
Oh, no, I found something on the fact sheet. There you go. Who will benefit? The fund is expected to support around 160 new or expanded ECEC services. Estimated this investment will result in around 12,000 more ECEC places for Australian families. So that's what's in the public domain. Education might be able to provide you with more granularity.
So what role will the Finance Department have for the business case into the Commonwealth owning services?
So I know my commercial colleagues may be of assistance, but yeah, I think finance will be providing advice and working with education on that business case.
But the Department of Education will be responsible for that, so they will be the lead on developing the business case, and we would engage with them either through our commercial expertise or on a budget side as that develops.
Right. And that's because we're now the Commonwealth is going to own services. Is that right?
So it would just, it just would be normal that we would engage with Department of Education on, this sort of the concept.
Yeah, including things like, obviously with the business case, they're likely to, if they do a first pass business case, they will come back to us for advice. If they were going to then be preparing a second pass business case, as we would do with from a budget point of view, as we would often do with large projects.
Okay.
Yeah.
When does that start, did you say? Or did you
so
not say?
The business case will be undertaken over there's funding for 2 years from 24/5, so that will happen over that period.
Oh, business case over 2 years?
Well, this financial year and next financial year.
Yes.
Right, okay. All right. I have some questions about the Medicare announcement over the weekend that we might have touched on before, but let me be very clear. We worked out that, how much did you say, I'm sorry, Ms Patterson, of the Medicare announcement featured as a debit? Just remind me.
So the workforce around 600 million?
600 million,
yeah.
Okay, all right. And the profiling of that over the forwards, that's 600 million?
I don't have that with me, but that will be...
Will you give it to me when you give me that table?
It will be published. So no, the Detimnia table, those profiles are provided... we will give you an indication of what the costs are over the 4 years in the measure description, but because this will be published as a decision taken but not yet announced, it will be dashes.
Okay.
But that funding is over 4 years, and that's 4 years from 25-26 is my understanding.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
So the rest of the 8.5 billion, that profiling won't be clear until the budget?
Until the budget, yes.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yep.
But the 8.5 billion is all over the forwards, or will there be some in the medium term?
It's over the forwards.
Only over the forwards.
Yeah.
Okay.
So both the expanding bulk billing component and the workforce components are funding over 4 years. Yes.
And so is it going to involve any payments in the 24-25 year?
No,
it's from November.
No,
billing starts on 1
So it all starts in November.
Yeah, and the workforce components are all from 25-26.
Right, so there's no new money until November?
November.
Yep. November. Okay. On the Help to Buy program, what are the forward estimates of medium-term funding profiles of that measure?
Okay. So, Senator, I will start, and if it gets more complicated in an accounting sense, I may need to, we'll get someone else to run through, but I think
Help to Buy, I'll just check. Did you say Help to Buy?
Help to Buy.
Oh, Help to Buy,
The
sorry.
housing program,
Not help. Okay, good.
Just noticed we were going to talk about, we can also talk about the help debt reductions.
We can do that later.
Yeah.
Okay.
because I don't have anything on housing in front of me.
Senator Hume, I just flagged that Senator Pocock has indicated she's also seeking the call. When you are ready to take a pause.
Yep, we've got the department until 8:15, so...
Sure.
Senator Nathan Williamson, Deputy Secretary of Finance. We'd have to take that on notice because it's a shared equity scheme administered by Housing Australia. I'm not sure I've got that profile.
Right. Where in the budget papers will I find it?
Sorry, if we can have a moment.
We're just going to have to go back. I think it was a decision of a earlier budget because the legislation has been held in the Senate for a while, so I don't believe it was in the...
Yeah, sorry, Senator, we just don't have that information here. We need to take it on notice.
Okay. Well, if it's a decision for an earlier budget, then that should mean that the forward estimates and the medium-term funding profile are available somewhere, surely?
Yeah, we're just trying...
Yeah, we just don't have that with us here.
Rather than take it on notice, can you find it?
It was an October 2022 budget measure.
Yep, so, okay. Yes. So it's listed as a $5.5 billion measure in the media release. Do you think you could... Rather than taking it on notice, it's available somewhere. Somebody's got it.
So that $5.5 billion it's a shared equity scheme. Yep. There will be administrative costs to Housing Australia and a PDI impact. We'll see if we can find that for you.
Okay. So the funding profile over the forward estimates of the mediums must be somewhere around. And rather than taking it on notice, because I know it's somewhere in the room, if you could find it for me and give it to me.
Senator Hume, it will be in the October 2022 budget.
The medium term too?
Well, it will be reflected.
And if it's in 2022, well then we're a couple of years ahead of that. So I'd be interested to know what it's looking like now.
Officers have agreed to help you, and they have taken it on notice, as is appropriate.
Yep.
But you can't tell them that you want it now. They have taken it on notice. Okay.
Well,
and you have Treasury and Housing Australia tomorrow.
Okay, so if we've got Treasury and Housing Australia tomorrow, do you think, Mr Williamson, we could somehow liaise with Treasury or Finance and Housing tomorrow to make sure that information about the profiling is available to me tomorrow?
I'll speak to the Department of Treasury about this particular question, as I said, because the program is administered by Housing Australia, and I'll ask them to come ready to answer your question.
Okay, terrific. And what about...
I can help you. $324.6 million over 4 from 22-23 to establish the Help to Buy scheme. That's as it was originally profiled in the 22-23 budget.
Yeah.
So that was the original intent. Obviously, the Senate held it up for a little while.
Yep.
And so that may impact on the profiling, I would suggest.
Yep. So if we could get an updated profile, that would be terrific. Thank you.
Well, we've taken it on notice.
The capital contribution profile of that measure, is that different to any other component of that measure? How does that work?
I don't follow your question there.
Well, Help to Buy obviously has a capital contribution component. I'm not entirely sure how that's accounted for, as opposed to, because it's essentially the government is owning part of these houses. So what does that look like?
It's a shared equity arrangement, yes.
Yeah, that's right. So just what does that look like?
So that's a question that's best directed to the Treasury and Housing Australia, and I will pass that on my message to Treasury.
Okay. So Finance won't have to... I suppose I just want to be able to visualise where it's going to be in the budget and what it's going to look like. Where do I find it?
I don't have that information here, Senator. I said I can take it on notice, but I'll also ask the Treasury to come tomorrow to assist with you.
Okay.
with that.
So where's the $5.5 billion? Do you know? I mean, I know we've covered off $348.6 million.
Sorry, Senator, we have taken on notice. We we do endeavour to come to these estimates and provide you with as much assistance as possible, but when a measure was actually decided several budgets ago, we don't have those particular more detailed briefs with us about what the budget treatment is. So we're very happy to endeavour to provide you with an indication of where in the budget papers the capital component would be found.
All right. Is there an assumed return on equity over the medium term for this measure?
Senator, I don't have those details in front of me. I have some references to where the PDI impacts are in the original budget papers, but I don't have that detail in front of me.
Right.
As Mr Williamson said, I think Treasury would be in the best position to assist with those, and we can certainly liaise with them on those details for you.
I can sort of understand why. I mean, I'm assuming you know lenders. You haven't got information about which lenders have signed up to the scheme,
No,
or
that would be for Treasury.
Okay.
It may be it's in the investments line, but I can't be sure. Sorry, Senator. So
Okay.
we'll ask Treasury to come along tomorrow to help you with that.
All right. If you could come back to me on that profiling as soon as possible, that would be great. I will then direct those. I understand.
There are established timeframes for providing information on notice.
Yeah, I know, but that sounds cagey, and it should just be.
It's not cagey.
It should just be available.
No.
I mean, somebody's got it.
No, it's not cagey. It's just these are the arrangements that estimates work under.
I'm trying to be considerate here. I've got a whole series of questions that obviously I won't be asking you because you can't answer them. But this one I would like to have answered, and it does sound like it is a finance issue as opposed to a housing issue. So I don't think it's unreasonable.
I don't think that's the case. I think it's a Treasury and Housing Australia issue, and they'll be able to answer tomorrow.
I just want to know how it's budgeted, Minister. That would have been.
Senator, we are happy to take it on notice.
Thank you.
It's just, as I say, given that this was not in the most recent MyEFO, we just don't have that information to hand.
That's fine.
So, yeah, we'll come back to you.
All right, I want to ask some questions about inappropriate or potentially inappropriate use of Medicare paraphernalia in political advertising.
Is that not the other part of the Department of Finance?
Sorry, what's the question about,
Well,
Senator?
According to the Department of Finance website, the Australian Government Guidelines on Information and Advertising Campaigns by Non-Corporate Commonwealth Entities sits with Finance's remit.
Yeah, so we're just doing a general...
I'm just checking.
Are you
So this is
finished
about-
with budget?
Yep.
Or?
Yep. But that is correct, obviously.
Advertising campaigns, government advertising?
Yep.
Yeah. No, that's fine. I
Yep.
just couldn't quite hear
Yep.
your question.
Senator, while people are coming to the table, I might just check in with you whether you are intending to finish your questions before the dinner break, or if it were to be delayed. 6 o'clock.
Oh, I've probably got 5 minutes worth of questions. I'm sorry, I did forget that Senator Pocock has questions.
No, that's right. We can delay the dinner break if we're confident that we'll be able to release finance.
I can't guarantee that.
All right. Well, do you have an estimation of how long you might need if we were to...
We've got finance till 8, so...
I beg your pardon?
We've got finance till 8:15, I think.
Yes, but if we have finance till 8:15 and we were to hear from finance for another hour now and go to dinner at 7, then you don't actually lose very much time.
I have meetings between 6 and 7.
That's fine. We can break at 6 o'clock sharp. That's why I'm raising the issue now, so we can canvass it.
Chair, I'm happy to throw to Senator Pocock.
Senator Pocock.
Sorry, I didn't mean to bring the advertising guys to the table. I'll do that after.
Thank you. Thanks for that. I'll see how we go. I wanted to follow up with some questions in relation to Whyalla, following on from Senator Hume's questions. I found that very interesting discussion, and I wondered if I could... I think it's Ms Patterson. Yeah, that's fine. Great. Thank you. You went through the $2.4 billion that is the total sum on the table shared. We're not quite sure exactly how, with the state government. Have I understood correct?
The absolute precise details, Senator, still need to be worked through, but obviously I gave an indication of at least the main contributions of the Commonwealth. Yeah.
So there's a kind of envelope of around 2.4 billion with a series of buckets, if I may say, within, some of which are state and federal proportions yet to be determined. And clearly the nature of what the administrator comes up with will affect the outcome. Have I understood you correctly on that?
Particularly, Senator, the sort of 1.9 billion. So I think the immediate support package of 100 million, that's fairly clear. The funding for the administrator, but it's that 1.9, which in particular will depend on the outcomes of the administration process and any discussions that start to be had with a new owner.
So the immediate support of 100 million is to meet current local creditors, for example. Is that correct?
Yeah. So the 100 million includes 50 million creditor assistance payments, which are payments to South Australian businesses with debts to One Steel capped at 5 million, and Whyalla businesses with debts to One Steel of 5,000 or more then can apply for interim payments of up to 50% of the debt, capped at $1 million. There's 3 million support grants of up to 10,000 for small local businesses who have experienced a reduction in their turnover. There's $6 million for Job Matching Skills Hub to help workers and apprentices, and then there's the 32.6 in infrastructure upgrades, which includes, as I went through previously, funding that we've already provided for some upgrades to the Whyalla Airport, as per the material.
And is that 32 million, just to pause on that for a minute, is that money that is government spending into a public asset? How is that funding to be spent?
I might need to take that notice. I don't, like with the Whyalla airport upgrade, which was in the last, which was announced in MyEFO, I need to take a notice who the owners are of the Whyalla airport. I think it might be one of the councils, the council or state government or a local council. Those local airports vary.
I'd look forward to detail on that if possible. I'm curious about where that goes and who ends up with the equity of that 32 million. You talked about administration costs. Is there a figure on the administration costs?
Yes, so that's been publicly reported as 384 million to support administration, with co-contributions from the Commonwealth and the states for
and that includes running the plant for the period that's essential, which may well be, well, we don't know how long. Last time it was 17 months or something, and losing $1 million a day at some stage, it's a very expensive operation, clearly. But then there is in addition to all of that, the 1.9 billion, of which 500 comes from the new green steel. Have I understood that correctly?
Yeah, the Green Iron Investment Fund.
The Green Iron Investment, thank you.
Up to 500 million, yes.
Up to 500 million for that, another 500 million for elsewhere in the steel industry within the country, but 500 million guaranteed for Whyalla, amongst the 1.9 billion for the longer term capability of the plant itself, the actual transition and so on. Does that 1.9 billion include the 600 million from the green hydrogen plant as the South Australian contribution within that?
I don't have the details, Senator, of exactly how much of that. I think it's been reported at around 600 was what the South Australians had committed to the hydrogen jobs plan. I don't know whether it's all of that or a smaller component of that will be allocated across now, as the Premier has indicated.
So a complex package. Some of it is straightforward subsidy or essentially grants to airports and so on, but another proportion which is investment in long-term capability in the plant. So I'm interested in which of those different buckets create possibilities for public equity. I'm not asking you to commit to whether there will be public equity or not, but I'm curious about where the opportunities for purchase of public equity, if that's where the administrator lands, talking to a new investor perhaps, can all of that for example, 500 million from the Green Steel Fund be the opportunity to purchase or to ensure a public equity element within the 1.9 billion?
I think the answer, Senator, is we're not sure yet.
Yeah.
To be honest, I think that the option, I think as we said earlier to Senator Hume, a range of options are available in how support might be given, and knowing exactly what form they take and from where the funding is sourced is at this point, it's too early to tell.
Too early to tell, but I'm not asking you to tell.
No.
I'm asking you to tell me where the potential lies
I mean,
for public equity.
In a sense, it's somewhere in that 1.9.
Yeah.
But
so it could be public equity could be purchased in relation to that 1.9 billion. The possibility exists.
It could, in theory.
In theory.
Perhaps is
yeah.
the way.
Yeah. That's all I'm asking.
Yeah.
Thank you. I just wanted to know which of all of that is possible for a state or federal government to take a stake, and that's the piece. Thank you. I understand that the direct job loss possibility in Whyalla was around the number of 1,100 people. Is that what you are familiar with, a number that you think were the direct number of job losses?
So the Whyalla Steel Works employs 1,100 people directly and another 2,000 through its local value chain.
Yeah. So indirect, another 2,000. So 3,100 overall. This morning we heard the breakdown of the 158,000 public servants across the country. And I think South Australia had 12,000 of those public servants employed in our state, which amounts to 7% of the total public sector population by state. I've been thinking about 1,100 direct jobs here in the steelworks, and then the possibility that we're being hearing talked about publicly of 36,000 public sector jobs disappearing. Now, if we work out 7% of the 36,000 public sector jobs we might lose, we're looking at 2,500 odd jobs gone from a public sector. I just want you to tell me whether my thinking is on the right track here. So we've got, if Whyalla shut, God forbid, and everyone in South Australia is determined that that will not happen, that would be 1,100 jobs directly. But on the other hand, we have a proposition which could cost more than twice that if we had a big cut in the public sector, which we are seeing canvassed. Is my logic there sustainable, I'm asking?
Well, I think on the ASL headcount we have about, it's about between 12 and 13,000 in South Australia. And I think roughly the 36,000 is essentially a 20% cut. So if you take a 20% cut to that, you'd get
2,500. Yeah, something like that. So
that rule of thumb.
I'm just thinking as a South Australian about two disasters, one of which is a whole lot bigger than the other. Loss of steelworks, shocking. Loss of public sector employment, twice the level. And they are both, in terms of apples and apples, they are direct jobs that would be lost. They would have the same multiplier effect across the larger employment labour force as you would expect in both cases. One would be very regionally concentrated, but you're looking at a multiplier of 2 to 1.
Yeah, well, and I imagine it in the big employers in South Australia would be in areas like Services Australia and probably in the area of defence and the ATO. And so they are also outside of sort of Adelaide CBD. They would be spread across the state.
Yeah. Thank you for that. So, I mean, as a South Australian, I find that a very concerning set of comparators. Has the department done any analysis in relation to the possibility that there is no investment partner found?
For Whyalla? For the steelworks?
Yes, going back to Whyalla.
So, I mean, not at this stage. We're at the very early stages of administration. Our professional advice would be that you need to let the administrators do their work. One of the things that the administration process does is it reveals a lot of information about an entity that frankly, it's quite hard to see from the outside. So we really think the important thing to do is to do that work and to then use the expertise, the private sector expertise, combined with our experience to make a judgment down the track about what the best approach is going forward.
There is already a lot of information on the radar about this. KordaMentha, this is the second time they've run this movie at considerable profit. It's not a cheap operation to pay an administrator to do what they're doing, many millions of dollars. Minister, do you have a view about what would lie ahead if... Well, let me first ask about the clear opportunity that exists to make sure the South Australian public and the national public had a seat at the table in the future administration and management of the Whyalla Steel Works in exchange for the $1.9 billion investment we're making?
Well, I think the fact that we are supporting this with the South Australian government means that we are in a very good position to make sure we can protect those investments, but also support the community of Whyalla, which has been really the first thing that the PM and others and Minister Husic were concerned about, which is the jobs and the opportunities that come from keeping One Steel operating. But yes, I mean, I think the fact that we're at the table means we're interested in protecting, you know, the investment that we are providing through the administration, and then what happens next.
So,
does that?
I
just need to check whether you will conclude your questioning in the next couple.
2 minutes.
Well, it really depends on whether Senator Gallagher is going to be available to do that. And okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, the people of Whyalla have watched a billionaire come into town and let them down, and of course they're extremely disappointed about it. I think the arguments around public equity is to make sure that their interests are represented in the future in the form of a share of equity, so that we're at the table to make sure that Steelworks not only is rebuilt but makes the move towards green steel, which we know we need to do in the longer run, and that we aren't in the hands of an entrepreneur, a steel king who doesn't actually have the long-term interests of Whyalla at its heart.
Yeah, I mean, obviously that will be a key priority for us to protect and ensure that those funds, when they do flow, it's a bit difficult right now because we're at the beginning of that, not at the end of it. But obviously the shape that the additional investment takes will be dependent on some of the discussions they've been having now. But, you know, the fact that I think the Commonwealth government's leaned in, the South Australian government leads in, I think sends a message to potential purchasers or whatever vehicle comes out of this that, you know, there's strong support there, particularly in the green steel future.
And I don't hear in what you're saying to me opposition to public equity as being a possible part of that outcome.
It's just difficult to say right now. I mean, we're at, obviously the administrators are doing their job. We're working with the South Australian government. We're prepared to put some pretty significant public funds on the table to ensure the future of Whyalla, but the form that takes is dependent on, you know, a lot of the discussions that have been having now.
Thank you. Thanks for your answers. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. We'll now break for dinner and we will return at 7:10.
Thank you.
And we are back continuing with the Department of Finance. And in reconvening, I remind senators of their obligations under the Behaviour Code for Australian parliamentarians to treat witnesses with dignity, courtesy, fairness and respect. Senator Hume, would you like the call?
Thank you. Yes, please, Chair. Before we left off, the folks that were responsible for the Australian Government guidelines on information and advertising campaigns by non-corporate Commonwealth entities were up at the desk. You thought you got away with it, but I'm afraid I'm calling you back. Thank you all very much. So I've got a copy of these guidelines in front of me, but rather than read them all out, I'm wondering if you can just let me know very briefly what the purpose of those guidelines are.
So, Senator Grant Lovelock, Acting Deputy Secretary, Business Enabling Services. The guidelines provide the framework under which government advertising operates. The two key things there being that there is advertising involved and that it meets the threshold of $250,000.
Okay, so under what circumstances is it permissible for a minister or for a Prime Minister to use any government services logo, like Services Australia or Open Arms or any of those, in public communications, and what circumstances is it not okay?
So, Senator, based on what's described, I don't think that would automatically be captured by the government advertising guidelines. And consistent with the arrangements in place for government campaigns and for advertising, it would be a matter for the accountable authority, so the agency head of the organisation involved, to determine whether it was or wasn't appropriate for those kinds of things to be involved in information dissemination.
Okay, so forgive me, I must be...
brand usage as opposed to government advertising, I think.
Branded usage, that's what I said, sorry. Didn't I? I said brands like Open Arms.
These are people, these are public servants who advise and support the government advertising campaigns.
So I asked about the Australian Government guidelines on information and advertising campaigns by non-corporate Commonwealth
Yes, but brand usage is not an advertising campaign.
Okay, so Principle 3 in those guidelines says, in demonstrating compliance with this principle, considerations include, and the principle is objective and not directed at promoting party political interests. Language used in the campaign is objective language, free of political argument, and campaigns must not try and foster a positive impression of a particular political party or promote party political interests. Campaigns must not mention the party in government by name, directly attack or scorn the views, policies or actions of others, such as policies and opinions of opposition parties or groups, or include party political slogans or images, be designed to influence a public support for a political party, a candidate for election, a minister or a member of parliament, or refer to or link to the websites of politicians or political parties. So that's the guidelines I'm talking about, which are under your purview. Yep.
They refer to advertising campaigns.
Yep.
Okay, so where are we going with this? What's the campaign you're interested in?
So those principles, this is what I'm asking. And also interpretation 11, which I think is on page 4 from memory of, yes, there we go. Interpretation, I think it's actually paragraph 11. These guidelines are a government policy. Entities subject to the guidelines must be able to demonstrate compliance within the 5 overarching principles when planning, developing and implementing publicly funded information and advertising campaigns. The principles require that campaigns are relevant to government responsibilities, presented in an objective and fair, accessible manner, objective and not directed at promoting party political interests, justified and undertaking an efficient, effective and relevant manner, and compliant with legal requirements and procurement policies and procedures. I'm interested to know how the use of the Medicare logo at a Labor political rally complies with Principle 3.
Well, it's not an advertising campaign, which is what the guidelines...
So you reckon it's okay?
Well, I think you are mixing up the role and function of government advertising.
That's all right?
Yeah.
Under finances laws, that's all right?
It's a brand. It's using a brand which is not covered by the guidelines that you just read out, nor is it a publicly funded advertising campaign, which also those guidelines refer to.
What about the Facebook pages or the social media pages of some of the Labor Party candidates and members of Parliament and senators
They're not
that
government
also
advertising
use the
campaigns.
words Medicare, and then next to the words Medicare,
I know the Liberal Party probably
they
has
use
never
the phrase
done
building
anything
Australians'
that
future.
strengthens Medicare, so you've probably never had a reason to use it in any of your
snarky
material.
remark, but there's no need to get bitchy. I just want to know whether this is appropriate, and you're telling me it is. Is that right?
Well, I'm telling you it's not relevant to this
using
part.
the phrase and the logo of Medicare.
Senator Hume.
Well, if I could answer your question rather than making a video, which I'm sure you're making at the moment, is this section does not apply to the event that you are talking about on the weekend. It is not a publicly funded advertising campaign. It is not a public information campaign. And so your questions are not relevant to these officials or this part of finance estimates. If you have a problem with the Medicare brand being used, that is a matter you should ask Services Australia about, because they are the owners of the brand.
What are the consequences, do you think, for using a Commonwealth brand in advertising for a political party?
Senator Hume, this is not the
advertising.
place to put those questions. Well, so I'm going to ask you to
ask Services Australia. My advice, because I think this has been raised in the media, perhaps by you, Senator Hume, is, and the advice that Services Australia, as I understand it, sent to the journalist that asks, the agency is not concerned about legitimate use of its brands, for example, in public discourse or in a descriptive way identifying a program. We have no concerns with the use of Medicare brand in this instant, consistent with the agency's normal brand management practices. It is not misleading, misrepresentative, impersonating the Commonwealth or used in a commercial context.
So is it acceptable?
And I understand that, sorry, if I could just finish, I understand that information was provided to the journalists who had raised this in response to you raising it. But any relevance to government advertising and a public information campaign, which is what these officers deal with, is not relevant.
So is it acceptable then for a public information campaign to use the Medicare logo in a partisan way?
No, it's not, which is why the government information campaigns, as they have related to Medicare, have gone through all of the proper processes, including through the Independent Campaign Committee, and you've seen them on the TV. We've done some there's been a range of Medicare advertising campaigns, and they have met all of the tests and requirements of a public information campaign.
Okay, so it's not okay. That's good. Thank you. That's all I need.
Because that's
fine.
not...
We're done. Quite good. You answered. Thank you. All right. I have one more question about the transition of operating to the SAP cloud-based system. I'm not sure if it's meant for DTA or whether it's meant for finance. I just don't want to get to DTA and realise that it's supposed to be for finance.
So what exactly is it?
I just want to understand the oversight, whether finance has oversight over the whole of government ICT.
That would be DTA.
It is definitely DTA?
That is definitely DTA.
Okay, all right. That's fine. I will save that one for DTA and let you go. I just hope I don't get to DTA and realise it was you guys. But anyway, we'll work it out. Thank you.
Well, Senator Hume, also just to add, if you are going to mislead the answer I just gave, which it seems you are...
No, you answered it perfectly.
No.
That's all good.
I can see what you are going to do here. What you are suggesting does not relate to government information. There are very clear guidelines around that.
You answered it. It's fine, Minister.
No, well, don't you mislead me. Don't you dare misrepresent what I said.
You come in here and make a sledge that you won't make outside against the leader of our party.
Oh, come on.
Then you start trying to warn senators who are asking genuine questions. I mean, seriously, every time you guys get a question you don't want, you go to personal slur. It happens all the time.
Quite within her rights.
Don't be ridiculous.
You know, sit here and put up
to clarify the understanding of what is on the Hansard. All right, so Senator Hume, do you have further questions for the Department of Finance?
That's it, thanks.
Okay. I think that means the department can be released.
Oh, God. Don't have it in you.
And we'll now go to the ASC.
Oh my God, it's unheard of.
That's perfect.
Can't even make your questions last. Only when it's required.
So you prove our point.
Well,
that's all the Labor Party have is throwing mud.
I see. And you talked over
That's right.
I'm just going to suspend while we...
Yeah. Let me answer the question.
Order. We'll recommence our proceedings. We have with us and welcome Mr. Stuart Wiley, CEO and Managing Director, and other officers of the ASC. Do you have an opening statement this evening? Okay, we'll go straight to questions. Senator Hume.
Thank you very much. Good evening. Thank you. I should say congratulations, probably is more appropriate, on the signing of the tasking statement between ASC and BAE and ASA.
Thank you.
I'm wondering whether you can expand for the committee on what the signing of that statement means for the progress of SSN and Orcus.
I'll pass on to Ashley to talk about it. He's got more detail than I do, so Ashley.
So we entered that mobilisation, the first tasking statement, Senator, in December, and that outlines a number of pieces of work over the next 12-month period for ourselves and BAE as the shipbuilder for SSN Orcus, with 9 different groups of work that are being worked on.
Okay. So what are the outcomes and the partnership arrangements that are described in the tasking statement?
So at the moment, there's separate tasking statements, one to ourselves from the ASA and one to BAE separately, but we operate under a common set of contractual arrangements, if that's what you're meaning, Senator.
Yeah, is there anything more specific than that?
And essentially it's a contract that we're both under common terms, but we have separate tasking statements where we're doing joint deliveries because of the commerciality of the arrangements between the ASA and the 2 different organisations.
Okay. When we asked previously at estimates in May for an update on the body of work that was being undertaken on the supply chain readiness and the build timeline, you advised us then that it was very early days. I think that was the quote we used, very early days, and that you'd only been working with BAE for about 6 to 8 weeks at that stage. So perhaps you could give us a bit more of an update now.
On the supply chain, I'm going to ask Alex, you talk about the supply chain, Alex?
you just repeat the question for me?
Yeah, sure. So when we asked for an update just on the general body of work that has been undertaken, but specifically on supply chain readiness and the build timeline, we just wanted an update on where you were, because last estimates, it was probably a bit early for that.
Okay. So we're currently working with the ASA.
Sorry, so what was your name? You're just hiding behind the glasses, so I can't see.
There you go.
Thank you, Mr. Walsh.
Right. We're currently working with the ASA on the defence industry vendor qualification program. That's in the very early stages to look for how we qualify suppliers to meet the requirements of the Virginia class program, sustainment and build. And we are also working on the development of the capability partnerships to support ASC in growing the necessary capability we need to support these programs.
Okay. The statement that was signed, can you tell me about how it lays out the division of work between ASC and BAE?
I'd like to pass that one to Ashley.
Okay.
Yeah. So within, there's a set of deliverables. There's 37 deliverables within the 12 months. All of those are, let's call it jointly managed by ourselves and BAE with effectively collaboration between the teams. So the division of work is essentially 50-50 in terms of how we work together as a team in those 37 deliverables under the 9 different sets of activity, one of which was the supply chain type activity that you've referenced, Senator.
Yep. Okay. So how then does ASC's role, according to that tasking statement, impact on the future of the ASC's workforce? Is it going to change? What are you expecting in terms of growth, size of your workforce?
Yeah, so one of the...
over the timeline of that build.
Yeah, so that's being worked up as one of the tasking statement deliverables at the moment, jointly with BAE, a workforce delivery plan for the build.
So there's supply chain, and then there's workforce, and then there's...
Yeah.
You said there were 9, did you say?
There's 9 different threads or elements of work. So one supply chain, there's a workforce one. So you asked about workforce. So that's currently being worked on by ourselves, ASC and BAE, in terms of that deliverable. But it's early days in terms of that activity and it's how it's proceeding.
And the supply chain component, is that about building a sovereign supply chain as opposed to just a general supply chain?
So it's supply chain generally in terms of the need for what SSN Orcus needs, but obviously it takes into account Australian supply chain as well. A level beyond that would need someone other than me to talk to.
Okay. So is the supply chain development on track, and how do you measure it so far from the build commencement? Thank you.
So I don't have that detail, Senator. That's not something I'm across the desk.
Notice to go specifics. The contract was only signed 3 months ago, and there are a number of steps or procedures we have to do in terms of delivery of those tasking statements. So where we are on that specific one, we'll take that question on notice and give you a sit where we're at.
All right. Well, I might broaden out my question then and ask you if you characterise the SSN Orcus Progress as a whole, or at least ASC's part in it, I suppose, as being on track.
Yeah, look, we believe we're broadly on track. We haven't had a program review on the program. There's one scheduled hopefully for the end of this month, and where we sort of get our first view at where the program sits in a complete manner. But certainly from our internal monitoring of what our role is and what our deliverables, we're broadly on track with where we need to be.
Okay. And what are the risks that you've identified that could potentially delay?
We got anything?
I think the program review that Stuart is talking about will be the first time that balance of information, including risk, comes forward to look at when the team's doing the work. So that's when those issues will come to the fore and be critiqued.
Okay. Sorry, what was the time frame of that?
Well, we're aiming for towards the end of this month.
End of the month?
Yeah, end of March, actually.
End of March?
Yeah.
All right,
so
terrific.
March,
So what's the status of ASC's work to prepare for the arrival of SRF West rotations out of HMAS Stirling in 2027? Have I stolen your thunder there?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Senator Paul Gay, Chief Operating Officer for a multi-class sustainment division. In terms of the Surf West contract, Senator, we are working through that at the moment. Our main objective right now, which we've met, was to supply the people into the US to commence their training. And we are also working on the second version of our workforce plan and our support plan, Senator.
Okay. There was some questioning about ASC's responsibilities at prior estimates, where Mr Wiley characterised the details as being quite high level, so I'm wondering if there is further clarity about ASC's role in sustainment at Surf West.
Our role, sorry, Senator, just in sustainment in general?
Well, yes, I suppose sustainment of this project in particular.
Yeah, okay. So the Orcus program for sustainment is built up into two broad phases. Phase one being Surf West, which is the rotational force for US platforms and astute platforms, so both US and MOD. And so our role there is to primarily send people into the US, Pearl Harbor Navy Shipyard, to train on competencies to work on their platforms under US direction. And as I've just said, we are on track for those training targets right now. Okay. And in terms of phase two, which is the sovereign ready, so the Australian flagged Virginias, our role there is to work on the support plan for that, and we're working our way through that now, Senator.
So the preparations to sustain the US and the UK powered submarines are on track and are on budget?
I would say yes. I would say yes.
Okay. So what are the key risks to ASC being ready and able for Surf West commencement in 2027 to perform that sustainment role? It's beyond it's broader than just ASC, Senator. But from ASC's perspective, we would say that the workforce development, in particular, technologies and skills on the US platform, so they're very different to the support systems of the Collins class. So we have to train those people. So that is a risk. But I'm happy to say that our first tranche of people, we've hit that target. So what was the target?
We were targeting 130 people in the first year, Senator, so we've got 138 people in Pearl Harbor as of today.
138 in Pearl Harbor?
Yeah.
Oh, that's good. I had 100 by January this year, so there we go. You've exceeded what the target was. And tell me about how that training's progressed.
The training's going well. As I've said, we've hit the targets, and the US are leading that training for our people in Pearl Harbor, Senator.
Okay. When will short-term, medium-term and deep cycle maintenance capability be available to US and UK submarines under Surf West? Is it early 2027? Is it late 2027? Is it later?
Senator, I don't have a specific date of that. That would be one for defence, but I believe it's in 2027, Senator.
In 2027?
Yeah.
Okay. Are there any infrastructure gaps or requirements at HMAS Stirling and Henderson that need to be addressed on that critical path to offering full spectrum of sustainment and maintenance for the Surf West boats?
Yes, Senator, there will be some requirements as part of the support system.
Can you elaborate a little bit on what that might be?
Sure, I'll hand to Mr Walsh just in a moment to talk about some of those, but I'll talk just maybe at high level.
Yep.
So we will need special equipment to be manufactured to do some of the support alongside, and then there'll be some radiological components as part of that. So I might ask Mr Walsh to talk about that design.
Yeah, so we're working with the ASA on the requirements for the controlled industrial facility at the moment. That includes the systems for the monitoring of radiation for our workers and for dealing with components components of matter which is taken off of the submarine.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair. I think Senator Reynolds has some questions.
Senator Shoebridge.
Senator Shoebridge, sorry.
I'll go to him next and rotate the call between parties, and then I'll come back to you, Senator Reynolds.
Thanks,
Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks for your attendance again today. You're currently, what's the state of the proposed joint venture with BAE for the delivery of the Orcus submarines?
One of the scopes of work we're undertaking that Ashley referred to is looking into the process of building various business cases to establish the joint venture, and that's what we're currently undertaking.
All right. So I think that was where you were last time. At what stage are the preparatory plans to enter into the joint venture at?
They're still the very in early stages. We're having discussions with BA, looking at the details behind the various scenarios that will take us there. So it's very early stage at this point in time.
All right. And BAE has, one of the reasons you chose BAE is because they're currently the principal contractor for the existing UK nuclear submarine fleet. They have a principal role in the existing fleet. That's one of the reasons you chose them, wasn't it?
We didn't choose them, Senator.
One of the reasons they were chosen for you.
They were chosen for us, yes, sir.
Yes. But that's true about their history.
Yeah,
they're currently deeply involved.
They are the design and build of the UK fleet of nuclear submarines, yes.
Yeah. You must have been troubled then when you read the annual report on major projects by the UK Infrastructure and Projects Authority. The most recent annual report?
I've not seen it, Senator.
You haven't seen it? But it actually has assessed the UK's ability to deliver on their part of the Orcus submarine project. It's looked at two parts. It's looked at the submersible ship part, the hull, and it's also looked at the core. You haven't read it?
No, I haven't, Senator.
Well, perhaps I'll assist you then, because it's reviewing the work of BAE in developing the submersible ship nuclear Orcus, is how it's described. And in its review of BAE's work, it says successful delivery of the project is in doubt, with major risks or issues apparent in a number of key areas. Urgent action is needed to address these problems and assess whether resolution is feasible. Did BAE tell you about this assessment of their work?
No, I didn't know about the assessment, sir.
Sorry, how is it... Sorry, you're in the process of scoping a joint venture with BAE. BAE is the principal contractor for the submersible ship nuclear Orcus project. A publicly available report by the UK's Infrastructure and Projects Authority says that successful delivery of the project is in doubt, with major risks or issues apparent in a number of key areas. How is it you don't have the curiosity to read the report?
Well, I was unaware of the report for one thing, and I think this, the question the report raises, maybe it's a question for ASA, Senator?
This is about your partner.
It's... I haven't read the report, so I can't provide a comment, Senator.
Well, you agree that a nuclear submarine that you're building is going to need a nuclear reactor to make it work?
That's correct, yeah.
Well, you'd probably be even more trouble if you read the IPA's, the UK Infrastructure and Projects Authority's review of the core reactor. Well, and given you haven't read it, I'll read it. I'll read their assessment of it and get your opinion, get your views about whether it's going to impact your project. This is what they say about the core production capability.
Senator, it is, I think, to just with respect to this, the project, as it were, is really a matter for Defence and ASA. ASC is one of the part of the delivery partners that were the government selected, and is working to deliver the job it's been asked to do. But the project as such, and therefore I think the issues you're raising are questions that would be better put to ASA and Defence.
Well, no, you're scoping a joint venture with BAE, which is, I assume part of the scope of joint venture will be you do this bits to BAE and we'll do this bits and we'll do these other bits collaboratively. That's a kind of summary of what a joint venture will talk about. Bits the BAE does, bits that you do, bits you do collaboratively. That's that's a core element to the joint venture. Do you agree?
Yeah, I do, Senator, but I think you're trying to... The complexity where we're operating and the nature of the program at national level or tri-national level is something really you need to talk to ASA about. And those are the topics I'm sure they're understanding, and how those issues are referred to, whether they're real or not real. So I haven't read the report. It's something that they can maybe provide commentary on. I've not read the report.
Well, you see, if you're entering into a joint agreement that says BAE will do X, Y and Z, surely you should have read the Infrastructure and Projects Authority report that says about BAE's capacity to deliver those very elements.
The ASA is the leader of the joint venture.
If you let me finish my question, Chair, could I be allowed to finish my question, Chair?
Well, we're trying to tell you.
I am being interrupted.
The ASA.
Shoebridge,
I'm trying to be polite here.
You are. The issue is you may be trying to finish your question, but those at the table might also want to search for context and get you on the same page.
Chair,
so
I just ask you to let me to have the witnesses there. Let me finish the question.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Wiley. You are in the process of scoping a joint venture with BAE, which will include the elements.
We're not actually scoping.
Chair, could you direct the witnesses to let me finish the
Sorry,
question?
I
Sorry.
If those to the right of me could just keep their voice down so I can.
Yeah, I'll start again. Oh, no, I'll try and complete the question. Mr. Wiley, you're in the process of scoping a joint venture with BAE, which will include, amongst other things, the elements of the Orcus submarine project that BAE will be responsible for. The Infrastructure and Projects Authority independent audit of BAE's performance so far in the Orcus project says that their successful delivery of the project is in doubt, with major risks or issues apparent in a number of key areas. Urgent action is needed to address these problems and or assess whether resolution is feasible. Surely, knowing whether or not your partner is able to do the job would just be the most basic due diligence before you enter into the joint venture.
So I'm glad you raised that, Senator. We haven't done our due diligence yet. That's one of the, again, at the end of this March, we're going to start the due diligence exercise. In terms of the joint venture is the builder of the Orcus platform in Australia. And that report you refer to doesn't, I believe, refer to those elements in terms of what we're doing. So the scope of work and how that comes together is yet to be determined. And once we understand the capability that BAE has, and they understand the capability we have, and we understand the pathway to build, that's when we can start to develop and construct a coherent plan to build an IJV that they will deliver on the objective. We're much too immature to be drawn into the conversations you're talking into.
Well, you see, Mr. Wiley, your answer would have been better informed had you read the actual report. And because let me finish, because the report describes the project it's looking at. And it says SSN Orcus is a new class of nuclear-powered, conventionally armed attack submarine being developed in partnership with the US and Australia for the Royal Navy and Royal Australian Navy. The design and manufacturing process will be a complex multi-decade undertaking, creating thousands of jobs across the UK. SSN Orcus will enable deeper information and technology sharing. They were looking at it as a multinational project. They were looking at the very issues that you say are the subject of the joint venture, and yet you haven't read it. How do you explain it?
I haven't read it. So.
Well, he's answered the question honestly, and we have repeatedly tried to let you know that ASA is the responsible agency when it comes to progressing the nuclear submarine project, including in the joint venture with BAE. You might not like that answer, but that is the answer you're going to continue to be given this evening.
Minister, you're not troubled that the...
I would expect the ASA to be managing all the risks associated with this project. That's what they've been asked to do.
Sorry, the Minister was answering your question and you were interrupting. So, Minister, have you finished responding?
Yeah.
Senator Shoebridge.
Minister, you're not troubled that the Australian Submarine Corporation, which is tasked with entering into a joint venture with BAE, whose performance has been so eviscerated by this IPA authority report. You're not troubled that the ASC hasn't even read the report. That's fine by you, is that you don't expect them to have done that kind of basic research? Is that your position?
Well, the ASA are responsible for negotiating the elements of the joint venture, and Mr Wiley has answered your question.
Mr Wiley, is that right? Is the ASA responsible for developing the elements of the joint venture? Or are you developing the joint venture?
We've been tasked to put a business proposal, that's right, for the IJV as part of the IPT. So that's considering the pathway to the IJV, to an IJV. That's all we've been contracted for at this point in time.
And the business proposal will be BAE does this, we do this, we do these elements together as a joint venture.
Well, let's negotiate.
I think we have to do the work first, Senator, before we can understand what the answer is.
See, how could you possibly be using millions of dollars of Australian taxpayers' money to be coming up with a joint venture where you're assigning tasks to BAE when you haven't even looked at this publicly available critique of their performance? I just don't understand why you're so calm about not having read this report, which says that your potential joint venture partner can't do the job.
I mean, I've not read the report. That's your reading of the report. I can't comment on that.
Well, it's red for the last 3 years for the core production, and it's amber red for the last 2 years for the whole production.
I don't understand that if we're talking about Orcus, because Orcus isn't in construction yet. So I'm not sure what you're referring to, Senator. As I said, we are actually in a very early stage of a development program that's talking about, I believe, possibly, I'm taking your words, talking about construction and design that's ongoing at the moment. And we're not there yet.
I've had some wild things in the exchange with the Australian Submarine Corporation over time, but your failure to read this publicly available, essential independent audit of your UK partner's performance is extraordinary.
So when was the release, Senator?
Senator Shoebridge, come to your
Senator,
I think we've got it. I think
tell me when it was released, I'll take it on and I'll read it and I'll provide suggestions, whatever the question is next time.
All right, could you read it and then provide your comments on whether or not you think it has any impact on the
I'll take
you can read it, but also questions on the timing and elements of the joint venture should be referred to the Australian Submarine Agency.
Where is the Collins class life of type extension project up to?
Senator, it's in the detailed design phase.
Have you begun work on any of the actual life of type extension?
The implementation, Senator, is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
No.
I've asked you a couple of times about the report that was undertaken for defence by a former senior US Navy official, which raised a whole series of concerns about the capacity of the ASC to deliver that project. Do you remember those questions? You nodded, Mr Windia. But
yes, Senator, I remember those questions.
Have you had access to that report yet?
Senator, I've not seen that report.
Have you requested the report from Defence?
I think we talked to them about it when it was reported, when there was discussion about it 12 months ago, but I certainly haven't requested it from them recently.
Okay. One of the issues that you raise in your annual report about that project was supply chain issues because, and I quote, European suppliers impacted by high demand due to the ongoing conflict in Ukraine. With the US leaving Ukraine and telling Europe it's got to step in and do more, those supply chain issues are only going to get worse, aren't they? So what's your strategy to address them?
That seems quite a lot of sort of ifs and hypotheticals questions there, Senator. I don't think there's a way we can comment on what might happen in Ukraine and what that might mean for supply chains.
Well, you've made it clear that European suppliers are already impacted by the ongoing conflict in Ukraine. Do you have a way of resolving that supply chain problem?
I assume the report you're reading from is an ASC report.
Correct, your annual report from October 2024.
So I was just commenting, I'm from the Department of Finance, commenting on a general observation that it's tricky to speculate about that impact.
Mr Wiley, what's your answer?
Sorry, what was the question?
Your annual report says you have key supply chain issues with the delivery of the life of type extension, including that European suppliers impacted by high demand due to the ongoing conflict in Ukraine. Have you resolved those European supply chain issues?
I believe we're pretty much on track with our major suppliers for, if you're talking about load, we're on track for those supply elements.
So the concerns you had with European suppliers in October 2024 have been resolved by May 2025?
Yeah, that we had a review last week, and on the summary from that was we're pretty much on track for having supply in support of the first load activity, Senator.
All right. As of late last year, of the 6 Collins-class submarines, one was working towards full cycle docking completion at Osborne. Another was scheduled to commence its full cycle docking at Osborne, and a third was undergoing intermediate docking in Western Australia. Is that still the case, or what's been the change?
We have 3 boats currently in the maintenance activity at ASC, Senator.
All right. Are they the same 3 boats that we discussed last year?
I think there might have been a change of one of the boats, Senator.
All right. But is it one that's working towards full cycle docking, one that's scheduled to commence full cycle docking, and one in intermediate docking? Is that the stages of the 3?
Those are the 3 stages, yes.
All right. And is that consistent with your contractual obligations to make Collins-class submarines available, to have 3 in maintenance like that at any one point?
Certainly, we're behind our availability targets at this point in time, Senator.
How far behind?
I'm not going to comment on that, Senator.
For how long have you been behind the availability targets?
Again, I'm not going to comment on that, Senator.
Well, I'm going to press for an answer, and if you want to...
I'll take a question on notice.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Reynolds.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good evening, Mr Wiley and team. It's good to see you all again. Before I come back to Surf West and other related matters, I just wanted to pick up where Senator Shoebridge finished. So you said that you currently have 3 boats in custody, and they may or may not be the same ones when we asked the question in September. Are you able to get someone to confirm whether it is still the same 3 or not?
I'll take the question on notice and think how I can respond, Senator.
A bit surprising you don't know which boats you've got in.
Oh, I do. I know what boats we've got, Senator, but I just don't want to give names and stuff away.
Yes, I know we've been around that buoy before, but has there been one in or out since September? Surely that's not too hard a question for somebody here.
If I may, Senator,
Thank you.
The 2 in South Australia are unchanged.
So that means that the one in Western Australia is new?
It's changed out, Senator.
And given I saw 2 in Garden Island last week, I know which ones they are, so thank you, that's helpful. Okay, so presumably all 3 of them are out of the water at the moment? Or is one in South Australia now in the water and one out, and the one in WA is obviously out?
All 3 are docked at the moment, Senator.
3 docked, thank you. And how long are they scheduled to be out of action for?
I won't comment on the time frame, Senator.
Okay. You won't. Okay, so we've done that. So at the last estimates, it was hoped that one of the boats which had suffered significant corrosion would soon be returned to Navy. We had somewhat of a discussion, and I think that was with Senator Birmingham at the time. What's the status of that corrosion issue now?
I think Paul's answered that question, Senator.
So that's the boat that is back in the water and back in Navy's custody?
That's correct, Senator.
Okay. So we also, from memory, discussed the possibility that this corrosion issue that had been identified in this particular boat may have implications for other boats. Has that issue been looked at further? And have you got any further information on that?
We certainly do the root cause analysis of when we do find issues like this, and it's fed back into the maintenance baseline. So we will look to, when we do similar types of maintenance surveys on future boats, it will be part of that work scope, Senator.
Well, I understand that you'll be looking at that when you look at the boats next, but we did also have a discussion about whether you were going to look proactively to see whether there are any other boats that were already showing signs of this corrosion. Or are you now saying you're going to wait until it comes in for the next cycle of docking?
It'll be part of the survey scope as it comes into it for its appropriate dockings.
Okay. So I guess the answer to that then is that you'll wait till the boats come through their regular cycles of docking?
That's correct.
And you don't feel the need at the moment to do any additional checks? Okay. So also just picking up from Senator Shoebridge, are you able to provide an update on Farncombe and its cycling, its preparations for LOTE? How the time frame for that is going?
Thanks, I'll take that one, Senator. I won't talk about particular platforms, Senator. I would say that we have a LOTE design schedule that supports the early implementation or the early planning phases of LOTE, Senator.
Can you say that in English?
We have a design schedule that supports the implementation of the LOTE program, Senator.
Well, I know that you have a design program to implement this, but are you able to provide the time frame? Is it on schedule in accordance with the previous schedules that we've talked about at estimates and elsewhere? I don't need to know the existence of this because that's self-evident. It does exist. So is it on schedule?
Sorry, Senator, are you asking about the design of LOTE or the implementation activity?
The preparations to take Farncombe into LOTE.
So there's two.
Or the not mentioned, but it's in public releases. So on the Farncombe.
Yeah, there's two parts to the first boat that will undergo FCDs or LOTE extensions, Senator. There is a standard maintenance package, which is what we do in all of the availabilities when the submarines come in. So that's driven by the maintenance baseline. And then there's the additional LOTE upgrades, which effectively sit on top of that. So the first platform is not in its normal planning phase at this stage for basic maintenance or standard maintenance. And then, as I've said before, the design of the LOTE program, the schedule currently supports that. The design phase for the implementation, Senator.
It's a masterful answering of the question without actually answering my question. So maybe if I could just put it a different way, just in a way that's a bit more, less project management, if I could, just to make sure I understand your question. So if I understand what you've said, so Farncombe is now not going through the normal, I think it said the standard package, but is now being prepared for the extra LOTE package, and that schedule, can I then take, is on track?
Can I just clarify that?
Yes, please.
And when we bring platforms into maintenance, we have a standard planning window,
yes,
which we start.
Yes.
The first LOTE boat has not met that first window, so it wouldn't start normal planning yet, is what I mean by that.
Okay, so I think we're now getting down to the question. So you're actually saying that it's behind schedule?
No, Senator. Well, what I'm saying.
So is it on schedule? Because we've seen schedules here, and I've seen many of them over the years in previous roles. So when was it scheduled to start this, and when is it now scheduled to start? Is there slippage?
Senator, the normal planning window for a full cycle docking is 12 months out from commencement. So if the platform was going to start, say, in mid-2026, we wouldn't start planning until mid-2025.
Yes.
For standard maintenance.
Yes.
So in that respect, we haven't hit that threshold yet.
So you haven't hit the 2025 threshold, is that what you're saying?
That's right.
Which means that you are unlikely to meet the 2026 cycle milestone.
No, Senator. We start planning 12 months out from a normal commencement.
But you haven't started planning yet?
Correct, because we're not 12 months out yet.
Okay.
hope that helps.
Wouldn't it have been easier just to say, yes, it is on schedule, or no, it's not on schedule,
Sorry,
rather
Senator,
than going through these verbal contortions?
No, sorry, Senator. I was trying to be clear, but I think we got there in the end,
I think
Senator.
just for those who aren't familiar with the intricacies of submarine maintenance scheduling, you're saying that it is on track to commence in mid-2026?
That is the current plan, yes.
And you'll start the planning for it mid this year?
That's correct, Senator.
Thank you.
That's right.
Okay, so what's the latest estimated cost for the LOAT program?
Senator, I think the estimated cost in terms of the current expenditure, Senator, if you just gave me a moment. Sorry, Senator, just give me a moment here. I do have it here in my machine.
Actually, while you're doing that, I might just, while you're looking for that information, thank you. Maybe this one might be for you, Mr. Wiley. The issue of product of concern, is the Collins class submarine sustainment currently a product of concern?
Yes, it is.
So can you just tell us what the implications of that are for the program?
I can't say too much because it's classified, Senator, but...
in an unclassified sense, what does it actually mean?
It's basically enhancing the availability of the Collins class, Senator.
And?
That's about all I can say, Senator.
Okay.
Can I just...
Yes, please do.
Add to that, I just want to understand whether there's been any additional funding for sustainment for Collins associated with the remediation plan that was announced on the 12th of February?
I think that's all issues related to the plan should be directed to Defence. It's their plan, Senator.
So what's the expected sustainment cost for the Collins in 24-25?
Sustainment cost 24-25.
For the Collins normal maintenance, I don't have the exact number in front of me, but the 4-year contract number is about $2 billion, so it's about a quarter of that normally, so it'd be about half.
So the budget has it listed at $769 million, but since being listed as a product of concern in December, Defence and you guys have developed this remediation plan for the sustainment of Collins. According to the media release, it's a joint plan, but you can't tell me whether there has been a request for additional funding?
It's Defence's plan. We're supporting Defence's plan, Senator.
So it's a plan that you're supporting,
yeah,
but not a joint plan?
Well, we are collaborating inside, but it's Defence's plan.
Right. So if there has been a request for additional funding, it's not something that you're aware of?
Again, I can't say too much because of the classification of it, but I think you should ask any questions about funding should be directed to Defence.
Right. I suppose my concern is that it affects the budget and it's finance, so that's kind of
well,
where
Defence
we're
manages
the
it within their IIP, so they, the questions about how they're managing that within their broader defence envelope is a matter for them.
You mentioned a little earlier, Minister, that defence was one of the great pressures on the budget. So
yeah, it is, which is why we've increased funding so considerably to the Department of Defence and other national security agencies.
And have you increased funding again more recently in response to additional requests?
Over and above what we've already put in.
That's in the budget?
I would have to check. They have certainly got significant increases in funding to not only deliver the Orcus project, but also their broader capability. So I think we've increased funding considerably in the order of billions. I'll see if I can find you the figures.
Is there additional funding in MyEFO that I might not have picked up on?
Let me check on that because we certainly go through the defence budget closely. I'll just see if there's anything more I can provide you.
Just this, can I just ask, what is exactly ASC's role then in this plan?
we're providing support to Defence and the Plan Centre. I can't tell you what our specific role is.
Why?
The plan itself is classified.
Mr. Wiley, I think if I don't, and in fact, I'm confident it wouldn't be breaching confidential issues for you to tell us the nature of the role. Not actually going into the detail, but are you not able to provide the most basic information of what role?
Senator, you are entitled to ask the question and push for the answer. However, Mr. Wiley is quite within his rights he shouldn't just be acceding to having that kind of pressure on him. He needs to be able to work out the extent to which an answer is in the public interest to give. So I'm just intervening so that he has the opportunity to respond in a way that's appropriate.
Thank you very much, Chair, for that clarification. However, I would most respectfully submit that we certainly have the right where officials don't answer the question based on a very vague, we can't discuss it because it's classified, to actually ask what parts of it are classified, and because not all parts of all of these questions are classified. So, Chair, I thank you for the ruling, but we are certainly entitled to question why certain things are supposedly classified.
Yes, indeed, Senator Reynolds, you can, but I would not want to be put in a spot where in answering a question you have to decide on the run what's classified and what's not. So, Mr. Wiley, answer the question in the way that you see fit now, and if you need to take parts of the question on notice, please do.
The sensitivity of what the classification, I'll take it on notice to see what I can and can't say.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wiley. Okay, so can I just ask then, from your perspective, what factors led to becoming a product of concern?
I think that question should be directed to Defence. It's their plan. They initiated the product of concern, but I will say availability has been a factor that has led to product of concern.
But Mr. Wiley, with the utmost of respect, your organisation and this particular sustainment activity has been deemed a product of concern. And I don't find it credible that in your position you have no indication of why your organisation and your a key mandate of you to deliver, you have no idea of why it's been deemed a product of concern.
I did provide you an answer, Senator. From my perspective, it's availability has been the issue that we need to improve upon.
Okay, so it's availability, or the non-availability of the Collins class, which we discussed at last estimates. So what are the main factors that have had you behind in the sustainment and the availability of the Collins?
I mean, the Collins has faced a number of well-documented challenges over time, and they provide some legacy availability issues, which are driving towards the position where we are today, Senator.
Again, a masterful non-answer, but in terms of specific, Mr. Wiley, you're discussing it as if the way, to me, what you've said is the Collins have these problems that have caused these issues, but ASC is responsible for the maintenance and sustainment of these boats. So they're not some passive object over here that's had some impact on you. You're the ones who have actually not delivered it according to schedule. So if you could be a little more specific about the reasons for that non-availability.
So Senator, without giving too much away, the ASC is responsible for some part, but not the whole part. Inside our part, the issues of challenges have been well documented, and we've spoken about in here over a number of years. We've the death of COVID, we had the wildfire, We've had ageing asset, we've had supply chain issues we've talked about today. There's ageing asset issues inside the platform. There's a number of challenges that we've had inside the platform which have driven availability today.
So the prolonged strike, workers' strike, can you give us an update on that? And also how long, because at the September estimates, you did provide us with an estimate from memory of the impact on the schedule of that. So what is the latest on the impact of that strike on the schedule?
I don't think we provided an impact on schedule. What we provided was an impact of direct labour's hours lost associated with industrial action, and the final figure was 29,000 man-hours lost over 52 industrial actions across the two states.
That's a lot. So what was the impact? So that's the lost hours and the number of actions. So what was the material impact on the schedule?
That's currently being worked through, Senator.
That's part of the remediation plan, is working through some of those issues.
So we've got a situation, Mr Wiley, where you're responsible for a schedule to deliver these vital national assets. So we heard in September that it was significantly behind and that these 52 industrial actions had had a significant impact on the availability of the Collins in terms of slowing it down while you were working on them. So you're telling me now that since September, you're still working out, getting the calculator out to work out what the impact on the schedule was from these 29,000 hours.
The industrial action didn't finish until November, Senator. I think we only signed up at the beginning of, basically got agreement to the end of November, and it was only ratified in Fair Work last week in terms of the South Australian agreement. We've obviously been working as business as usual, but since the November sort of agreement, but it takes time to understand what the options are. We are considering a number of options, and they've been put to Defence for their consideration.
So 29,000. So just to make sure, so 29,000 hours lost, correct?
Yeah, direct hours lost by people working industrial action, approximately.
Okay, over 52 separate actions. So you came to agreement in November, ratified now. So you are telling us that you don't know the impact of this on the schedule. Surely that is self-evident in terms of how far you are now behind on the schedule.
There are a number of options of how the schedule can be recovered, and they went to consideration, was it Paul, last week to the PRB?
Yes, that's correct.
They went to the Program Review Board last week for consideration. I'm not sure what the outcome of that meeting was.
That's extraordinary. Okay, so can you just summarise this industrial action then? So how many months did the action last altogether, these 52 actions?
It was over a 6-month period, approximately 6-month period.
6 months. And so specifically, what work was delayed? Which workers and what work was delayed?
It was across the, primarily the work delayed was in South Australia, and it was done primarily in the trade areas across all trade groups inside the organisation.
So it was primarily, but not only, in South Australia. So there was some strike action in WA.
There was some minor strike action in WA.
Okay. So how many people did this? So we've got 29,000 woman hours. How many people were involved in the strike? So when you say there's all trade groups are involved,
I would say circa 350 to 400. I'd say
351.
350 to 400. I don't know exactly.
So what programs in particular did this impact in Osborne and in Henderson in terms of what packets of work?
It primarily impacted the full cycle docking centre.
full cycle docking. And this obviously impacted on the timing of the delivery of the last boat that we won't mention, but has recently left Osborne and is back in custody of the Navy. So how many months late was that? We had an estimation of how late that was at the last estimates, but now how late was it going back to Navy?
I'm not sure of the question, Senator.
Well, the boat whose name we can't mention, that we agreed has now left Osborne and is back in the custody. So we said earlier that we had 2 boats in Adelaide in your custody and 1 in Western Australia, and that one of the 2 boats in Adelaide was a different boat from what was there when we last talked in September, and that one had now gone back to the custody of Navy.
No, not Adelaide. Is that Western Australia?
Western Australia, Senator.
Western Australia, Senator.
So it was West Australia. Okay,
Yeah.
so the 2 boats that are in South Australia are still the 2 boats that were there last year. Okay. So far, is one of them overdue to go back to return back to Navy?
Yes, it is, Senator.
And how long is that overdue? How many months has that now been impacted?
By PIA, Senator?
Yes.
I'll take that question on notice to actually give you an answer. Because again, it depends on what the recovery plan is to deliver it back to understand how far it's been impacted.
No, with respect, Mr. Wiley, you absolutely know, and I know the tables and the spreadsheets and everything you have in terms of with what comes in and out. So we know that one of the boats is much delayed now, being returned back to Navy because of this industrial action and some of the other problems you mentioned. But how late is it? And how many more months will it be before that boat is then returned into service with Navy?
Again...
Senator, I can help with that.
Thank you.
In terms of the current delays against the baseline schedule, that platform is currently about 7 to 8 months overdue.
So 7 to 8 months, so already, and then there'll be another, presumably...
Then it has to be completed, Senator.
Yeah. Okay. So 7 to 8 currently, and then plus whatever else it will be to actually... Okay, thank you. Now, if we could come back to Orcus, please, yes.
Just on the industrial action that's going on. Did ASC have any conversations with Minister Conroy about the industrial action?
I had one minor conversation with him. I was in a meeting on a topic on it, and I believe my team had a meeting with him in Adelaide. So.
You were familiar, you were across that meeting, Minister?
Yes, I was aware of that meeting, and I was involved in a couple of meetings as well.
Okay. Did the discussions include additional funding required in order to get ASC working again?
Not in the conversation I have, and I don't believe in the one of my team either.
Right. There was a significant ambit from staff, which, you know, we had to be resolved through the negotiations, and ultimately it was to parties' satisfaction.
Thanks. So just on that, we've got a 7 to 12 month possibly delay because of all of this action of the return of the boat that hasn't been returned back to Navy's custody. So will there be a concertina impact on other vessels? Because obviously until that one's out, you don't have the next one come in. So are you able to give some sort of indication of the capability impact that's going to have on Navy and what you're doing to remediate
That's why it's a project, has been listed as a project of concern, and all effort is going into reducing any impact on capability.
Thank you, Minister, and thank you for answering the question that Mr Wiley couldn't a minute ago. So thank you for that. Can we go back now to Orcus?
Senator Reynolds, your attempts at courtesy are indeed, you know, verging on discourtesy to witnesses. So,
What?
Serious?
I thank the Minister for asking a question that wasn't able to be answered earlier. I think that's quite
anyway.
courteous.
I'm just going to leave it because, frankly, Just please continue and just think about your manner in asking questions.
Thought about it? I've thought about it, Chair, and thank you very much for that admonition, and I'm certain that I won't say thank you anymore if that's your ruling. But a few thank yous might just pop out. Sorry.
In relation to extra investment, Defence has had a $38.7 billion increase between 22-23 and 24-25.
Okay. Thank you. That's very helpful. So can we, I said, come back to AUKUS now, and I just want to pick up a few of the questions from Senator Hume. Mr Wiley, if you remember at the last estimates, I asked a series of questions about your engagement of a company called Orbis.
Yep.
And we had quite an extended discussion about it, trying to seek some more information. So my recollection at the time is you said that it was for a high-level sustainment study, and that this company, you picked them sole source because they were doing work for the US Navy. Is that correct?
That's correct, yeah.
That's, okay. And at the time you said it was early days and weren't able to provide a lot of information then about exactly what they'd be doing and how that would then fit in with the other packets of work that we'll come to. So are you able now to provide a bit more information about Orbis and what they'll be doing, when, and how much they're costing?
Yeah, I'm going to hand over to Paul. We've got that prepared for that.
Yeah, thanks, Senator. Yes, we did talk about that in the last session, and ASC did respond with questions on notice, which was F20,
yep.
which details what Orbis was contracted to do there, which was they're helping us evaluate the model state of how the US system currently works, help us analyse the Australian system, Senator, and identify any gaps, and then help us with some action plans around that, Senator. And in that question on notice, there was 14 areas listed of where they were helping us, and that ranges from nuclear stewardship, from engineering support, physical security, etc.
So I haven't seen that quan. I'll just check see that whether it's made its way to the Minister's office and whether it's actually come. It may well have come through, but we'll just need to check on that. So you've got these areas. So how many? 10 areas?
There was 14.
1 to 14 areas. So you said that they're already doing work for the US Navy and the US SSNs. So are you getting them to replicate the work that they've done for the US Navy in those 14 areas, or where is the information coming from, and how are you then going to use it?
So the Orbis have ex-service people and nuclear technicians as part of their staff, and they're very familiar with the US support system. So they are considered experts in the holistic support system.
Can I just stop you there, just to clarify? So you said that they're familiar with the US support system, but are they currently doing any contracted work for the US Navy, or are these people who have worked on various aspects of the SSNs in the past? Because at that point we sort of went around a bit. Are they currently contracted to the US Navy, or are they people who've done it in the past?
Senator, I think it's both. I think they do have current. I could take that and check that for you, Senator, but yes, I do believe that they are doing current work with the US, and some of their staff are ex-United States Navy people.
So how much is the value of the contract?
Senator, it was as of the 5th of November, it was 2.8 million US.
Over what period?
Sorry, Senator, let me just...
So when are you expecting... So you're expecting them to deliver a report?
They're helping us with our report, Senator. So as of February of, basically this month, it is now 5.4 million US dollars, and that goes out to the 2nd of July of this year.
So how are they actually doing that work in the United States, or are they here in
It's a combination, Senator. We have some of their individuals here.
Okay. So
I've got.
So which report?
Oh, just is that question FO20 was answered on the 19th of December? I think that's the same.
Yeah.
One.
That's the one.
2.8 million. It says USD value.
So 2.8, but it's now gone up to 5.4 since December.
Since the last hearing, Senator.
Okay. That's a big increase. So you're obviously seeing great benefit from their advice.
We are, Senator.
Okay. So when you say this is information going into your report, which report is this going into? Because there's a number of studies and reports going on.
Under our contract to support defence, our current arrangement is we have two main deliverables. Well, in terms of plans, there is the support system plan and a workforce plan. And the support system plan covers all those 14 topics that was in the question on notice, Senator. And the workforce plan really then helps us build the skills, like mapping out the skills that we need now and into the future in our training systems.
So is this all focused on phase 2, which is the Australian SSN, not the work that we do, that you are going to be doing for the US Virginias?
It's both, Senator. They're helping us with both.
Okay. Now, Mr. White, so just thank you, that's very helpful. So, Mr. Wiley, coming back to an update from our last discussion, when I was asking you, then coming into the work for Surf West specifically, you said that you had not yet been consulted by ASA in terms of your specific requirements for facilities at Stirling to do the more routine and depot level maintenance on the US SSNs and then eventually on ours. Have those conversations now occurred, or is this what this report is going to feed into?
No, that's completely different.
Okay.
I think the report you're referring to is one that's been drawn up by Bechtel, and certainly we've been engaged in that review, Senator.
Okay, so can you then just clarify? So we've got this packet of work that you are doing for support system plans, the 14 topics, workforce plan, which is both for phase 1 and phase 2. So would it be safe to say that this is characterising your user requirements in terms of what you need structurally, so in terms of support systems and also workforce, to deliver phase 1 and phase 2 in Osborne and in Henderson? So is this your internal plan to say this is what we need?
It's our plan, Senator, but it is a contract deliverable to Defence. But I think it would be fair to say that it starts to set out our requirements of the system. Yes.
Okay. So this is your way of telling Defence what you need to do the job they expect that ASA is going to need?
Yes.
Okay. So how is that okay, so that's this internal body of work that you're doing with Orbis. The Bechtel review, can you just elaborate a bit further what your input into the Bechtel review was and what the outcome of that Bechtel review and where that's gone, and just how it's different?
As I understand it, the Bechtel review was they came and visited us with the proposal for the facility, and we then did a critique on it and asked a lot of questions and waiting for a response on those questions.
Okay, so Bechtel consulted you, you said, on facilities.
I think they had a design and they asked us to critique it, and we then provided a critique on it based on our knowledge of doing depot level type maintenance and the types of facilities we believe we would need.
Okay, so when you say depot level, is that for the sustainment and maintenance to occur in Stirling or also at Henderson and Osborne?
As I understand it, it was only related to the work at Henderson.
Okay, which will eventually be the much deeper level maintenance where you need to actually get the boats out of the water. So that's for the SSNs, but that wasn't in relation to Garden Island, what facilities, because we've discussed that before, what facilities you will need for phase 1 at Stirling as well as... So who are you working with now in terms of your user requirements at Stirling?
So maybe I can answer that.
Please.
We've been engaged in the discussions and the reviews of the design of the controlled industrial facility, which is moving towards its 50% design review. And
the controlled industrial facility at Henderson or Stirling?
At Stirling.
Okay, yep.
And we are working to specify the requirements for the equipment which is going to be required in there, and also the concepts of operations documents and maintenance documents and operating procedures.
So that is being fed through from the Orcus review. So that's one of the several of the 14 points that will go into what you need at Stirling.
So this is not all being done by Orcus. I have a significant now nuclear qualified team, but we're being supported by Orcus in supporting the ASA in that activity.
But that package of work done by Orcus, well, advising you, done by your team, has fed into the Bechtel, the questions that Bechtel asked you about the...
I think that's all different reports.
Okay, that's why I just want to go through this, because it's not very clear externally.
I think there's 3 topics going on, Senator, if my help. We're providing a support plan to the ASA and NSG regarding what is required for, firstly, the Surf West and then ultimately for Sovereign Virginia, and Orcus are definitely playing a key part in that. There's a Henderson precinct study that's been done by Bechtel, and then there's the Stirling work that's been basically driven by ASA. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah. With the support of KBR and some other contractors.
Yep, okay. So Bechtel relates to Henderson, which is now, as I understand it, has resulted in the $127 million contract, an agreement with the WA government to do further user specifications requirements, which is going to take the next 2 years in terms of Henderson. So the information you have provided Bechtel, presumably that will then go into the new study that's been commissioned in conjunction with the WA state government.
I'm not sure of the process steps after our involvement. I think that's something, maybe question for maybe NSG or...
It is, but I think it's also important for us to understand from your perspective, because this is a big complex, there's a lot of parts to this. So you've provided, so for Henderson, you've provided Bechtel with your input in terms of what you think you need at Henderson.
That's correct.
Okay. So you've also doing a review now for defence, for the ASA, about what you need on Garden Island. And you said that's at about 50%.
It's coming up to 50%.
Okay, coming up to 50% in terms of that data. And, okay. And then you've got the sustainment and maintenance work requirements and the facilities you're going to need. So this is the first bit that you mentioned of the 3, Mr. Wiley, is that correct?
So the first bit I mentioned was Henderson.
Yes.
Right. Then, well, actually the first bit I mentioned was the general support plan.
It was, yes.
And then the first facility piece was Henderson, second facility piece, Stirling. So there's the support is a general plan, and then specifically infrastructure are 2 separate documents, 2 separate plans.
Okay. Could I perhaps ask if you could, on notice, given that there are a lot of moving parts to a lot of reviews and a lot of different timeframes, which I'm not sure quite intersect as they should yet, would you be able to take on notice for us, Mr. Wiley, those 3 work packages that you talked about? If you could take on notice what exactly ASC engagement is for each of those projects, what your inputs are, and then what you need to get out of that so that you can develop, prepare, design, build and get ready for those 3 separate packages of work, because I think that would provide more clarity, and particularly then because when we ask similar questions to ASA and Defence, there's a lot of this going on. So I think it'd be quite helpful if we could get that so we can see clearly what reviews feeding into what and how, most importantly, how much and how long.
Okay, no problems.
Thank you.
Can I just ask a couple of clarifying questions too, please? First of all, what date was the EBA issue resolved?
Formerly, South Australia was, can you got the date there? End of January, wasn't it?
29th of January.
Yeah, actually, formally inside the Fair Work, it's 29th of January.
29th of January. And what was the date that the product of concern was declared?
13th of December.
13th of December?
Yeah.
Okay. And what was the date of your casual meeting with Minister Conroy?
My catch-up with the one I...
Yeah.
I have no idea. I have to go back and look it up. It was just after another general meeting. We had a quick sidebar conversation. So it wasn't a meeting per se. So
there was a formal meeting at which he was attending, and then afterwards you had a casual meeting.
Yeah.
What was the occasion of the formal meeting? Do you remember?
It was to do with maritime skilling. So I know what the meeting was. To do with maritime skilling requirements.
Right. And
that was in WA. I know
it was in WA.
I could find out the date. I can let you know.
Can you just vaguely?
Yeah. Not vaguely off the top of my head, but I can let you know. My question on notice definitely.
Okay. Was Minister Gallagher involved in that?
No. It was I said it was a conversation on the meeting was on a different topic.
Right.
And it was just a sidebar conversation.
And Minister, you became aware of the casual meeting that Mr. Wiley had with Minister Conroy?
No, I didn't. I definitely didn't tell the Minister. I didn't.
So I thought you said you were involved somehow in that.
Well, I was. And I certainly spoke to both Minister Conroy and Minister Miles about ASC and the industrial action that was going on there. I spoke a number of times with them.
Right.
As you would expect us to.
Yep. Okay. So after that casual meeting with Minister Conroy, which I assume the industrial action was discussed?
He asked me a couple of questions, yeah.
Yes. Okay. When a product of concern is declared, does that change the status of a minister from Defence to be able to get involved in solving industrial actions? It doesn't?
No.
So a product of concern, the implications of a declaration of product of concern are what?
Well, that it brings forward in a very formal and structured process, and Collins was subject to project of concern, I think, for
9 years.
9 years before, so it's not unusual. During
2009 to 17,
yeah,
I think.
during your term in government. And so these are structured ways of bringing all the parties together to reach agreement on the best way to solve some of the challenges that have been identified. I think one of, that's been the strength of them. The Minister Conroy, I think, has held a number of them since he came to his position, and they are working very effectively at identifying areas for improvement. And so we had a meeting, I think, earlier this month. He and I sort of essentially co-chaired that meeting with all relevant people around the table.
Was Minister Conroy involved in the resolution of the EBA?
No.
Indirectly?
I don't know. I mean, it was resolved at the employer level, as you would expect, through EBAs, but obviously the industrial action was a concern to Defence, as you would imagine.
Yes. So normally CASG would be involved? Yes?
NSG wouldn't be involved. We informed the stakeholders of the status of negotiations throughout the process.
Right. Okay. I just want to ask the Minister one more question. You just on the number that you mentioned before, the $37.8 billion increase between 22-23 and 24-25. Can I just clarify, was that an increase over that 3 years, or was it over the 3 years new funding was agreed to that was worth $37.8 billion?
Sorry, I don't understand the difference in the question you're asking me.
Was it just a progressive increase over those 3 years, or was there new funding involved? So I just want you to unpack for me
additional funding. It was additional funding to what was forecast.
Right. That was what I needed.
When we came to government.
Thank you. That's great.
I think it features as a component of your $350 billion of wasteful spending. It is a subset of that.
To pay for industrial action.
No.
Just put us 12 months.
No, it's not to pay for industrial action. It's actually to pay for increased capability in the Department of Defence, which was, again, an area which had been under-attended to.
One more, a couple of questions, Mr Wiley, is we focused on Orbis and their US expertise. What engagement are you having with the UK in terms of what are the requirements for the astute? Because obviously their requirements are going to be quite different than the Virginia's. So how are you doing? Are you doing parallel planning?
At this stage, we haven't had so much focus on the UK. We believe the timeline for that is more generous than the US, because obviously with Surf West is the immediate action that's happening very, very soon. But we have identified the type of work we do need to do, and we know the company that we need to talk to about the UK. So we've got that in line, but we haven't really actively sought out to engage in this one.
At the moment, it's 100% focused on the detail.
I'd say 95% focus on Virginia.
Okay. So, what time frame? Obviously, the Virginias are already starting to arrive with, their support vessel, and we've got the first US families arriving, I think, in 4 months, and they're ramping up quite quickly after that. So, what is the time frame then for really getting into the detailed planning with the UK? For the astute requirements?
I think probably that's a question for ASA, Senator. I haven't got that timing in front of me.
It surprises me, Mr Wiley, given that you will be equally responsible, as I understand it, for doing the same work for the astute as you will, or are you saying it's going to be two different...
The models may be different. Again, the UK, we have to have that conversation with the various agencies. The UK may already have a model, as I understand it, for flyaway teams that support their activities. So I think it'd be horses for courses, effectively. And, as I understand it, the UK first boat is not here for some time. But certainly we've had early conversations with the UK Submarine Design Authority and various agencies about support, and we know who the major subcontractor is we've got to talk to in that area, but it's not a priority.
But the conversations yet haven't occurred?
Sorry, the conversations have occurred.
So you're saying you know who you need to talk to,
we haven't had
you just haven't had the conversations
yes, right.
yet?
Yeah, focus has been primarily on Virginia at this point in time.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you to the ASC for your attendance this evening.
You never know.
I now call on Australian Naval Infrastructure to come to the table.
Who have we got now? Oh, and yeah. Fiscal Fund, and then DPA, I think. Yeah, you can share. Exactly. There's not much to say. In fact, you want to do the business stuff? Yes, I'll do the business stuff. How are you?
I think everything is just and
We've been watching.
Oh, really? Oh, yeah.
When you're ready, Chair.
Thank you. I now welcome Australian Naval Infrastructure, Mr Andrew Seaton, CEO and Managing Director, and other officers of ANI. Mr Seaton, did you have an opening statement you needed to make this evening?
No, I don't.
Thank you. Senator Hume.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much for staying so late. Can I ask what progress has been made in the concept design of the nuclear-powered submarine construction yard?
We've made a lot of progress since I was last year here, including
The design continuing on all aspects of the yard. We've now inducted over 600 people into our integrated delivery office in the Adelaide CBD. We are hitting milestones in terms of our early concept designs and our concept design deliverables. We're moving on to construction of early works. So we've mobilised a contract with Acciona to build a key piece of enabling infrastructure, which is a grade separated bridge over the railway line into the site of the new submarine yard. We have awarded a contract to Hanson Yuncken for the Skills and Training Academy. We've awarded another